Good morning, everyone. It's October 23rd, and we're starting our planning board meeting. We have a lot to go through today, so we're going to try to keep everything on time, on schedule. So our first item this morning is our minutes, approval of minutes. I think we have enough for a quorum on the minutes here. So do I have a motion to approve the minutes of October 2nd and October 9th? Oh, I've got to do it separately. Okay. Okay, so, okay. Let's do October 2nd, where Commissioners Bartley and Pedwin cannot vote, so it's the three of us to vote on this. Sorry. Do I have a motion for approval of the October 2nd minutes?
Yeah, move to approve.
All in favor?
I'll second.
Oh, second. Oh,
I'll second.
you
And I.
second? You're, okay, okay. You second and all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, the ayes have it, and now we're on the minutes of October 9th. Do I have a motion for approval of the October 9th minutes?
Yeah, move to approve October 9th minutes.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 The ayes have it 4-0. Now we're on our record plats. We have three this morning. We could do them all at once. The subdivision plat number 2, 2025-0730 Chevy Chase, Section 4. Subdivision plat 2205-0810 Dennett Estates. And the third is subdivision plat 22026030 West Chevy Chase Heights, and where staff is recommending approval of all three plats. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the three record plats.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it 4-0. This morning, we have one regulatory extension request, the Central Square Preliminary Plan and Site Plan and Forest Conservation Plan. Extension request number 1 with staff is recommending approval of the extension request. Do I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the extension request.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it 4-0. And now we're on item number 8, the Hoyles Mill Conservation Park, where staff is recommending approval of the request to purchase this property and adoption of the resolution. And this morning, we have Brenda Sandberg presenting. Thank you and welcome.
Good morning, Brenda Sandberg, Real Estate Management Supervisor in the Park Planning and Stewardship Division. With me, have Ann Fothergill, also in the Real Estate Management section. And we'll try and go through the PowerPoint quickly just to give you some background. And we'll be requesting that you vote affirmatively on a resolution to support this acquisition. Very pleased to be bringing this to you today. This is a conservation park, Hoyles Mill Conservation Park in the western part of the county. It's on the border between Germantown and the Ag Reserve. It's a very unique rock type that results in a very unique forest type. And so we're very excited to bring this last piece to you. Quick summary, this is the chance to buy really the last main piece that we wanted to acquire from the beginning to create the Hoyles Mill Conservation Park. The goal is to preserve unfragmented forest ecosystem on this unique bedrock. Most of the park already is considered a best natural area. It will also provide, this acquisition will also provide space for a small additional parking area that will get it closer to the accessible trail on the former Hoyles Mill Road. And then it will also allow parks more flexibility in the tools that we use to manage the forest, this unique forest within the park system. Again, the quick background I mentioned, it's diabase rock is right near the surface in this sliver of an area of the county. It is globally and statewide rare community. Back in the 1990s, this area was evaluated by a lot of staff within parks. The Legacy Open Space Functional Master Plan designated it as one of the best communities. There is the documented presence of over 25 rare, threatened, endangered, and watchlist species. So this site is of statewide importance, the overall ecosystem here, and it is the greatest biodiversity anywhere in the county except for the Potomac River corridor. That makes it very special. You can see there's a photo there of the Little Seneca Creek running through the property and some of the diabase rock right at the surface. The background to how we created the rest of the conservation park, the primary acquisition was about 700 acres straddling Hoyles Mill Road in 2002. This property and this natural resource was considered so special that it was funded by the state of Maryland. But they were willing to title the property to the commission, to M&C PPC, so the commission could manage it as a special park. Some additional land was added to this park over the years with mitigation from the ICC, a few other small acquisitions and some small development dedications. There's now about 1,500 acres. As I already mentioned, it's a best natural area, highly diverse forest and aquatic ecosystems. There's miles of trails along through the park. There's a lot of cultural and natural resource interpretation there as well. And that includes the Hoyles Mill Trail, which follows Hoyles Mill Road. A little bit of additional information about Hoyles Mill Road. The issue came up in closed session. It is considered, and it is designated an exceptional rustic road in the Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan. It was designated that way in 1996, reaffirmed in the 2023 update to the Rustic Roads Plan. The Boyd Civic Association and asked planning staff, and then it went to the planning board, then to the Department of Public Works and Transportation, and finally the county council to approve the closure of Hoyles Mill Road. It was deemed to be not needed as a connection between the growing suburban developments in Germantown and the rural community of Boyd's, and that was in the late 90s that was done. The road was, so official action to close the road was made by the county council at that time. It was closed in the late 90s, and then in the early 2000s, we sort of expand and did park gates instead of just concrete barriers. And then in 2007 to 2009, the ford through the creek was removed, which was causing a lot of damage to the aquatic ecosystem there and to the stream. The stream was restored through that area, and a trail bridge was constructed. And you can see a photo in this slide of the trail bridge and the interpretive sign talking about the history of Hoyles Mill, which was right upstream or slightly downstream of this location. And there's some photos of some of the remaining rocks and a millstone that was in a small creek bed that was found that's near the site. So there's no concern that this road would ever be opened again. It's very much has the policy and adopted council action to keep it closed. The Ubendu property we're here to ask for permission to acquire today is 13.42 acres. It's that sort of dagger-shaped or arrowhead shape pointing into the park. It's surrounded by the park. The Edward U. Taylor School is on the north side of the property. You can see there's some recently built up ball fields that are right up against the park. And there's 2 private houses on the north side. And then the Hoyles Mill Road, which now serves as the Hoyles Mill Trail, is along the eastern side of the property in question. Again, one of the rationales for acquisition is to conserve the forest. The concern is that should septic field perks be approved, it could significantly fragment this forest. Because of its location in the middle of the forest we already own, it could impact the contiguous forest. Also having houses there would limit the kind of BMPs that we could use, specifically one that we're looking forward to using is fire. And then the portion of the exceptional rustic road would have to be reopened to get people to houses down that road. And so it would potentially impact trail users by reducing the area that's trail. Again, one of the key things, again, it's natural resource benefits, allows us to do BMP management in an additional area of this rare forest type. Also a space for parking closer to the accessible bridge for the trail. So that's one of the main reasons we've always wanted to acquire this parcel. There's also the potential for future trail loops should that be desired through other parts of the park. Will be easier to do with this piece of land. So with that summary, we're requesting that the planning board approve resolution number 2025-110 for the acquisition of parcel 337 and parcel 151 to add to Hoyles Mill Conservation Park for the negotiated price of $330,000 funded from the Legacy Open Space PDF in the CIP. And we're here to answer any questions.
Well, thank you for presenting this project, and which is proposing to acquire 2 pieces of land adjacent to the Hoyles Mill Conservation Park, a very large and very important park in the county, 700 acres. That's amazing. So I have no questions. I'm in very big support of this, and especially as part of our, allowing the parking area to be closer to our accessible trails. That's so important what Parks does. It's always our vision and our goal to make all of our facilities as accessible as possible. And for the other conserved forest, this is a unique near you call it the diabase rock area. So for all those reasons, and the price seems reasonable, I would support the acquisition. Any other questions or comments? Seeing no questions or comments, do I have a motion to approve the purchase of these properties through resolution number 2025-110 for the acquisition of parcel 337 and parcel 151 in the Hoyles Mill Conservation Park for this negotiated price of $330,000?
I move to recommend the approval and adoption of the resolution for Hoyles Mill Construction Park acquisition.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great acquisition. Thanks, John.
Yeah, thank you. And we're going to take a 2-minute break and start with our first work session for the fiscal year 27 operating budget. Thank you. Good morning again. We're on item number 4, fiscal year 27 operating budget. This is our first work session. We plan to have up to 3. So we don't have to get it all worked out today, but we want to have all the teams go through their budgets so that the board can ask any questions if need be, and we may need to come back a couple times. So our first one this morning is the Commissioner's Office. Alana Branda will present this. Welcome, Ms. Branda.
Thank you so much. Good morning, all. For the record, Alana Branda, Chief of Staff with the Commissioner's Office, and I'm here to present our budget to you and request approval for our FY27 budget request. We are requesting a same service budget. You can see on the slide no new initiatives or enhancements requested for this year. The only increases are those major known commitments, salaries and benefits, some nominal CPI increases for supplies and services, and our legal chargebacks that supports our legal staff to support the commission activities and the hearings today. You will notice perhaps that the salary and benefits line is a little higher than might be expected. We were notified by one of our office staff that they are planning to join our benefits program in open enrollment for this coming year. And so that is representing the majority of that increase there. Without that, it would have only been about, our medical would have only gone up about 4%, our prescription 15%. But with the estimated addition of the additional person, it's a 21% increase to medical and 36% to prescription. We do, because open enrollment has not completed yet, we're not sure exactly what benefit level that person will choose. So hopefully I will be able to come back to you in November after open enrollment closes, and we'll fine tune that number potentially down a little bit, depending on what they choose, but it may stay there. So at the end of the day, we're estimating an additional request to keep our same services as is of $80,000, representing a 6% increase to our adjusted and adopted FY26 budget. I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions from the board members? Yeah, so what I hear you're saying, no new initiatives for fiscal year 2027, just same service level of budget. Okay, thank you.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you so much. I have no questions or comments. I think you should come back when you get more the final numbers for benefits, and I guess there will be a salary mark or whatever that's.
That will be in the, that's covered in the non-departmental administrative funds account. So that's already built into there.
Okay, great. Any,
Who is that individual? I didn't understand. It's just one individual that makes this big difference?
Yeah, well, there's,
Mitra, it's me.
okay, yes, so Commissioner Hedrick has expressed his intent to join our benefits plan, and so we booked it in, or we estimated it in at the highest cost that it could possibly be. So if the whole family joins on the medical plan that costs the commission the most, and the prescription plan and the vision and dental that costs the commission the most, that's what we are holding for, just to make sure we have the funds. Open enrollment closes next week, if I remember correctly, and so depending on what him and the family pick, that number may go down if they, pick Kaiser versus the United Healthcare, PPO. But yes, I mean, especially when you look at potentially family plans versus like an individual, the commission is contributing heavily towards our benefits, which I know many of us as staff greatly appreciate, but it does end up, when we're going from 0 to potentially a full new benefit package, it does.
Yeah,
look
it's just
high.
very interesting that just reflects how much our benefit has gone up. The cost of the benefit has been increased. That's why, I didn't realize that it has come to so much for, and the benefit just that recently. It would be interesting at one point we see that how these benefits have been risen. And I could see that in the other budgets that I reviewed, I saw the same thing. For every budget that we have, this has been a burden.
Yeah, well, and that's why I pointed out that without the additional enrollee from our office perspective at least, our medical would have only increased 4.8%, and our prescription, and I know we've talked about this before, with central administrative services would have gone up 15%. So a lot of, like, that I think is within the reason of everything else. We're just seeing that potentially larger number for the holding for the additional enrollee.
And I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, and another we have a very small department, so.
Right, every little bit looks.
So it exacerbates when you have a small department, so. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it, and we'll see you back in November. Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
And
Try
we'll
to keep the cost down.
Oh. Okay. Okay, we're going to do with Montgomery Parks next. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I think Darren is going to make a few comments before we get started, and then I will proceed with the presentation.
Well, welcome, Deputy Director.
Thank you, Phil. Darren Fluchet, Deputy Director for Administration, filling in for Mitty Figueredo this morning. Happy to be here. My remarks will be very brief. I'm happy to introduce Kate Bentley. Kate's been with the team for several years, but this is her first time running the operation budget process, and she's done a fantastic job. So thanks to Kate and Suchi and the team. So today, Kate's going to walk you through our budget proposal, and you'll see that kind of the headline is we're not asking for any new program enhancements, but rather focusing on reducing our lapse requirement that will help improve capacity for us to do more of what's already been approved by the council. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Kate.
Thanks, Darren. For the record, I'm Kate Bentley, Budget Manager for the Department of Parks. I'm here today seeking your approval for the Department of Parks to prepare the FY27 budget
Could
at
you
the base
bring the
budget.
microphone closer?
Oh, yes.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I speak very softly. I apologize. I'm here today seeking your approval for the Department of Parks to prepare the FY27 budget at the base budget level for the Park Fund. Today's discussion will focus on the Park Fund, and we will be discussing funding for the other departmental funds in the November budget session. First, I'm going to give an overview of the process we use to develop our projected budget, and then I'll go into more detail on each category as we go through the presentation. Each year, we begin our budget preparation with our base budget, which includes items that are required expenses or known commitments. Divisions submit their request to the department's budget office and the director's office, where they are reviewed and narrowed down to the most important requests that address the top priorities of the department and the highest need. In previous years, we have held an internal budget roundtable meeting where division chiefs and their staff present their program enhancement requests for review and discussion among the group. However, this year, the decision was made early on to, I apologize. The decision was made early on to reduce our budgeted lapse, to focus on reducing our budgeted lapse because we were beginning to feel the pinch between our lapse and our vacancy rates. Instead, our focus is on right-sizing our base budgets and decreasing our required salary lapse, which would enable us to fill more of the positions that we already have. I will discuss this in detail later in the presentation. At the September 25th Planning Board meeting, our Corporate Budget Director, Terry Charles, presented preliminary information on known personnel increases for salaries, benefits, retirement, and OPEB, as well as for the increase for debt service on general obligation bonds for the CIP. Today's presentation includes updated totals from that initial estimate. We anticipate that the majority of the numbers included in today's presentation are final, but we are continuing to refine and make corrections and updates. Any updated numbers will be included in the final presentation when we return in November for the full approval of the proposed budget. Compensation is the largest overall cost in our budget. Based on our current personnel complement, the base cost for compensation, including benefits and pension, is increasing by just over $3.2 million. The personnel increase does not include the compensation marker of just over $4.1 million that is included in the proposed budget for our departmental cost for the projected merit and COLA increases for staff. Note that the pension total included in our base increase is still an estimate and will be updated in the next couple of weeks based on the actuarial results. In addition to the compensation and CIP debt service, the other items that are included in the base budget are major known commitments. The major known commitments are grouped into categories for ease of presentation, and these categories and amounts are for each are listed on page 3 of your memo. The total of these commitments is $4,614,607. Additional detail for each category is also provided in your memo and will make up the rest of this presentation. This listing will look slightly different from previous years as our entire request for FY27 is made up of known commitments, including our top priority, which makes up 30% of this total. I'll go into detail on that request on the next slide. The first item on this list will ultimately be included in the compensation number if adopted. However, we wanted to highlight it separately from our annualized compensation benefits and pension costs because of its importance to continued departmental operations. As previously mentioned, the Department of Parks has prioritized its FY27 budget request to ensure base budget needs, both non-personnel and personnel, are addressed. To this end, the department is not requesting funding for any new positions or initiatives and instead proposes reducing its budgeted or required salary lapse from the current 10% to 8%. The department currently has a budgeted lapse requirement set at 10%. For the FY26 adopted budget, so our current fiscal year, this lapse translates to $9,382,506. Lapse is factored into departmental budgets to account for ongoing staff vacancies and natural attrition that occur throughout the year. However, maintaining the 10% rate has introduced significant operational challenges for our department. So just to talk you through this chart a little bit, prior to FY19, the budgeted lapse shown here in orange ranged between 6.5% and 7.1%, depending on staffing levels and hiring fluctuations. From FY20 to FY23, the budgeted rate was gradually increased or raised to 7.5% to reflect the increased vacancies related to the COVID-19 pandemic. The actual vacancy rate is shown here in blue, and you can see that slight uptick in FY20. For the FY24 proposed budget, the department opted to increase its lapse rate to 9% due to the exceptionally high vacancy rates you can see here in FY22 and FY23. However, during the FY24 budget defense and reconciliation process, the rate was further raised to the current 10%. Unfortunately, almost as soon as the 10% lapse rate went into effect, the department turned the corner on recruitment and hiring, which led to the gradual decrease of our actual vacancy rate, which you can see here. This created something of a collision course between our budgeted salary lapse and our actual vacancy rates. This chart illustrates the very real pinch that we are experiencing in our department right now. In FY26 terms, the 10% lapse rate equates to 85.8 work years that cannot be filled across the department. As of this morning, the Park Fund vacancy rate stands at 83 positions, which gives us a vacancy rate of 9.8%. This means that the department, as of today, is slightly overhired when compared to its personnel budget limits. This situation has started to put a strain on our ability to operate. Despite a strong local job market and an influx of well-qualified former federal employee candidates, the department has slowed down hiring to ensure that we meet our budgeted lapse. Given these challenges, the department is proposing to reduce our budgeted lapse to 8%. This change would lower the number of lapsed work years to 69.6, enabling the divisions to hire 14 positions. The expectation is that by lowering the lapse rate, our vacancy rate will naturally stabilize closer to this new lapse rate, enabling more routine hiring while preventing large year-end spending balances. The total fiscal impact of this request is $1,409,239, which would be allocated across all 10 park divisions. I'll pause here in case there are any questions, because I know lapse is a bit of a confusing concept.
Yeah, thanks for walking us through this. You mentioned you hope that the vacancy will stabilize around where it currently is, or maybe somewhere around 9, which seems like a good goal, I guess. But if we took this chart further back in time, previous to 2018, does 9% also represent kind of the historic stable, to the extent we did have a stable vacancy
Yeah.
in the past?
Historically, it ranged again between like 6.5 and 7.1% was around the normal, and it would fluctuate year over year. It was something, because it's between 6.5 and 7% isn't as much of a big ask when we come. It's hard to predict what the vacancy rate will look like. So, and obviously we're 10 months ahead of the fiscal year, so a lot of things can happen during the spring with hiring. So the 6.5 to 7.1% is closer to what we would see as our natural vacancy rate. I think the 8% would be with current hiring and the current climate. I think 8% would be closer to our natural rate. And then again, once we can get the lapse rate down and allow for natural hiring, we can allow that number to fluctuate year over year to adhere to the trend.
Okay, thanks.
I have a few questions about about labs. I'm happy that you have this historical information. I'm wondering that if the 10% was an imposed lab, or it was something that we decided to do.
The 10%, so we did have 9% proposed in our budget in FY24. It was during the budget defense process. I believe it was in a committee meeting. The council requested that we look into increasing our lapse to 10% to just free up more money in the budget overall. And we agreed to it at that point, and that's how it was adopted.
Because I know that the natural is around 7%, and I'm wondering that it was something that many other departments in the county, not just the commission, did it. Because average, we have always said that 7 is the rate of, people leave and retire, and by the time that we hire and so on. So I know that you're trying to get it to 8%, but having that many vacancies, it definitely impacts the operation. One could ask the question that, how did we handle that? What projects or programs dropped? And which ones that we are hoping to get back on their feet by bringing the labs to something more normal than having 10%. I had forgotten. I was surprised to say that, do we really have 10%? But I guess we did. I just didn't remember.
Yes. So the operations divisions do tend to feel more of the impact of the vacancies because they naturally have more vacancies. However, the administrative departments, across the board, everybody's really feeling the pinch. You can factor in 85 positions across the whole department. Every division is going to be impacted by that, and unfortunately, they have to make very, very hard decisions in which positions they have to prioritize, which positions will be hired in order to remain within their budgeted lapse. So everyone is feeling the pain. I would say that operations divisions historically have been struggling more with the requirement, the higher requirement to meet lapse, but administrative divisions as well. Because they tend to be smaller divisions, a single position can be very critical for them.
Okay, so it's mostly going to the operational to take care of some of the maintenance for the park system. I'm wondering that why this lapse and the reduction is under major known commitment. Has it always been under major known commitment?
Typically, the lapse is included in our compensation number. So it's usually buried in the big $3.2 million number that I mentioned, but we wanted to call it out separately. It will be a part of our compensation if it's adopted. But we wanted to go through the numbers and talk through it.
And I'll just add for the record, Shuchi Vera, Division Chief of the Management Services Division, that it is part of our major known commitments. We have no program enhancements this time around, so it's part of our major known commitment request.
Okay, and you hopefully that new additional, where they are going, or you're thinking of looking at with the new eyes and decide where is the best place that they can go? Or do you have already planned who they are?
In order to do the calculation to put the laps, we did have to put in, so this will impact every division, all of the divisional laps. So the departmental laps, the $9 million is broken out across all 10 park fund, all 10 park fund divisions. So each division has its own laps requirement. So this will reduce all of those numbers to something more reasonable. So it will affect everyone. The operations reductions will be more significant because they're able to hire more positions for the lower salary amount. So,
Okay, thank you.
Sue, you brought up a good point. I think when we go to council and we're pushing for this, I think it would be great to identify what has not been done because we didn't have this and what will be done. You know, I mean, and hopefully that'll tell the story of what we'll be getting better service and all this other things, but it'd be great to highlight,
yes.
what they will get for this. Okay, thank you.
I think it is important also we get along. If other departments, they are 7 or 8, and we have historically been 10 for that, 3 or 4 years, that's the good time to have the argument that we need to go back to normal. Like any other, I think some search with other departments with the county would help.
I think
For your
that all of
argument.
the departments have been going through if you look at their trends, are probably mirror our trends, where they had a really big vacancy rate, during the pandemic and a little afterwards. And they've now been doing a huge hiring blitz trying to, fill these vacancies, especially with the job market right now with the federal workforce, a large part of that workforce being laid off, including the National Park Service. So we also feel it's impacting us in our ability to move forward as aggressively as we had been in the past and really to take advantage of this job market, but also our ability to offer good salaries for especially those federal government workers, which we have seen a lot of people interview for our positions from the federal government. And so we're sort of also stymied there where we can't maybe offer the best salaries as well because we just don't have the money because the salary lapse is limiting us.
That's a
and
good
and our
argument.
bonuses
Yeah.
as well. So
Great. You can continue. Thank you.
The next major known commitment is the operating budget impacts of capital projects, or OBI. OBI costs are associated with operating and maintaining new and expanded parks or added amenities built through the CIP or dedicated to parks by developers. If we do not receive additional funding to care for these additions, then it is essentially a reduction in service as our existing staff and resources must be spread over a larger work program. Our total FY27 OBI funding request is $474,739. The map on this slide shows the park locations with projects included in our OBI budget request. As you can see, these projects include sites that are dispersed throughout the county. Our memo has a listing beginning on page 5 of the various projects and the associated OBI costs for each. Note that our OBI costs are split so that costs associated with stormwater management are funded with water quality protection funds. If approved, these stormwater costs will be funded from the Water Quality Protection Fund tax revenue rather than from general fund tax revenue. Our department has a variety of contracts with known escalation clauses built in. These contracts cover things like maintenance, tree removal, custodial, and office services, as well as software maintenance and licensing fees. For FY27, these increases total $502,999. Page 7 of our memo provides further detail on several of the larger contractual increases that are included, but I wanted to highlight one contract that is a major cost driver of this number. This is the computer-aided dispatch and records management system for Montgomery Park Police. This system aligns the Montgomery Park Police dispatch response and records management with the system used by Prince George's Park Police. I need to make a correction here. In the memo, I stated that this system would align with county 911 networks. However, I've been informed that that's not the case just yet. We need permission from each county to align the systems, and that is something we are still working on, working through with Montgomery County. During the initial implementation phase, the new system will operate concurrently with the legacy system, meaning cost savings from the full transition will not be realized until the older system is phased out. We anticipate that happening in FY28. The amount requested for this contract is $212,500. Next up, our department is requesting $496,593 for inflationary and utility cost increases. The inflationary increases, which total $388,151, include costs for supplies such as vehicle parts, computer supplies, and seed. Also included in this category is our request for increased capital outlay funding. Although the inflation rate has steadily been decreasing over the past few years, costs are still rising for many of our basic supply needs. Tariffs are having an impact on many of our vendors, but especially for computer supplies and vehicles and equipment. The utility cost increases of $108,442 cover sustained increases in expenses like water and sewer charges. Also included are the electric costs associated with our solar installations.
So when you said, excuse me, electric costs related to solar installation, like, what is costing, why is that?
So the accounts that have been identified to receive savings from our solar installations are actually on a different contract from our PEPCO and our BGE contract. So the contract that we have for those accounts has a 2.5% escalation clause worked into the contract. So that's why the costs are going up there. Okay. But it's held separately so that we know which ones are on which contract.
Okay.
We don't have anything quite this old in our fleet, but we do have a lot of aging vehicles and pieces of equipment, as well as IT components that are in constant need of update. So our department is requesting approval to allocate $2.2 million for the Capital Equipment Internal Service Fund, or ISF. This is the same as the funding level in FY26. This ISF finances vehicles and equipment over $10,000 with at least 6 years of useful life. Helping us to manage cost and replace aging assets efficiently to maintain reliable operations amid rising costs. The increase in debt service for this fund, which is paid from the park fund, is $340,000. Our next item is related to the management of the Wheaton headquarters building. The Department of Parks not only manages the operations of the Wheaton headquarters building, but is also one of its 3 principal tenants. We pay a proportional share of building operational costs as rent, the proportion being calculated by the square footage which we occupy in the building. Past rent increases have been minimal, but as the building ages, life cycle replacements and rising costs are resulting in higher expenses. The lease restricts the ability to build the fund balance to cover capital improvements, which limits opportunities to reduce maintenance costs. The park's share of the increased rents is $151,714. Further details are included on page 8 of your memo, and we will be discussing this item more in the November session, the enterprise budget overview, because that's where this budget sits, as an enterprise.
Does this include the planning department also, or they have their own separately?
The planning department will have its own mirrored request for additional rents. Risk management, CAS chargebacks, and adjustments to the projected base costs for the Office of the CIO and Commission-wide IT Initiatives, or CWIT, are reviewed and updated annually. These adjustments are made based on the actual expenses incurred on behalf of our department. It is important to note that the figures for these items are still being finalized. The final amounts may change, and updated information will be available in the November session. For risk management.
Why risk management went so much high?
There have been there's been a decrease in the number of claims, but an increase in the number of indemnity claims, which are significantly more expensive. The risk management fund there are internal CAS chargebacks, so as CAS salaries increase, the cost goes up We have outside administrative costs that are paid to the county, and those have also been increasing. So across the board, the costs have been increasing. I'm hoping to get some more information on this. This fund is very new to me, so I would be happy to talk more at the November session and give more.
Yeah, could you please have a breakdown? I don't understand the difference between these things that you said. I just don't know why suddenly, how much are we paying and why suddenly the risk, do we have more risk now toward,
So just to add on to what Kate said, the number of incidents are going down. These are employees with workers' comp. So workers' comp is one component in risk management. It's not all of it. And we'll have a more detailed breakdown for you later. But the number of safety incidents have gone down, but the medical costs for those incidents have gone up because it depends on the injury, right? So we're seeing more of the injuries that require more medical costs to cover. And as Kate said, the indemnity costs. So the indemnity costs meaning the costs that we're paying to those employees while they're on workers' comp is going up with the benefits and the COLAs and the merits.
okay, thanks.
For risk management, we are requesting an increase of $812,100. The risk management account, which is managed by CAS, is designed to provide financial coverage for two principal categories of costs: insurance claims that are less than $250,000 and workers' compensation claims. The determination of the appropriate funding level for risk management is based on a 5-year average of historical costs as well as increases in CAS staff costs. And we'll definitely provide more information in the November session on that item. Chargebacks between the Park Fund and other funds, including the Enterprise Fund, Special Revenue Fund, Capital Improvement Program, and the Wheaton Headquarters Service Fund, are evaluated and updated each year based on projected expenses. For FY27, the following factors contribute to the changes in these chargebacks. The chargeback for Park Police support for the Wheaton Headquarters building is being phased out beginning in FY27 as the facility transitions to contracted 24-hour security. So that cost is moving back into the Park Police budget from the Wheaton Headquarters building budget. In addition, updates have been made to the chargebacks for support provided by divisional park staff to the Enterprise Fund, including Brookside Gardens. This also includes changes related to the support for active Montgomery operations. The total change for parks chargebacks is $270,208. CAS chargebacks are projected to increase $130,920. Fluctuations in these costs are directly related to the CAS staff complement and services provided during the prior fiscal year. Consequently, just a note that any new CAS positions requested for FY27 will not impact the Department of Parks FY27 proposed budget. Those costs for any approved positions will be reflected in the Parks budget in FY28 as a chargeback. For FY27, the charges associated with the Chief Information Officer's budget and commission-wide IT initiatives, or CWIT, are also adjusted. These allocations distribute the cost of commission-wide IT services across departments. For FY27, these costs are expected to decrease by $98,716. Additional information on these requests can be found on pages 9 and 10 of your memo.
So if the chargebacks, they don't reflect on FY28 and it really go to FY28, so how do we handle that? It's a little bit confusing because we are actually approving FY27, but this actually impacts FY28. It's like lapse of employment that I'm going to talk about it. I think we should completely, if we want to get new position, don't lapse them for 9 months or 10 months or 11 months. We should just put it for FY27 to take the burden out of FY28. And I do not know how this works because this creates a burden for FY28.
Yes, so it can be hard for us to determine what the impact of any new CAS positions will be on the Park Fund because it does happen a year in arrears. We typically can get an average of the split and put those numbers together ourselves, but it is tough for us to figure out what the ultimate impact of FY '27 will be on FY '28 for us.
Yeah, but can't you, you would have to just guess and create a reserve for it or something? Can you do that? In the
Essentially,
budget?
we would be working those numbers up very early in the fiscal year to prepare for FY '28, so we would know what positions had been adopted, and then we would be factoring those increases into our request to make sure that we're allowing room for them. But we wouldn't be able to put those numbers together until we know which positions have been adopted, which departments they sit in, and what the typical chargeback split would be.
Okay, and then just reiterate, or just so I understand, the 270, 208 park chargeback, that's for the park police, is that what it is?
Mostly.
About a little less than half of it is park police, but there are also smaller. Another piece is we have a special revenue fund for the MCPS ball field maintenance. We have staff that charge back to that fund. And then there are a lot of, especially across enterprise, there are a series of chargebacks for different departments for services that are rendered either by enterprise on our behalf or by park staff on enterprise behalf. It's kind of goes back.
So the police fund, like, so the police, park police that were working here, they were charged to the building. Now they won't be working here, so they go back on the overall.
Yes, those positions don't go away, so we gotta pay for them somehow.
Right, so they go back on the police budget.
Correct, and it was about a half, because the original budget for the chargeback to Wheaton was for 2 park police officers and a uniform allowance. We reduced it by half so that, to phase it out. So in FY '28, there will be another reduction for Wheaton headquarters, and the rest of the chargeback will be put back into the park fund.
Thank you.
This slide summarizes the total request for the Wheaton the Water Quality Protection Fund. We are requesting additional funding of $324,740. This includes increased funding for contracted services associated with stormwater management, or stormwater site inspections and maintenance, and a small increase for supplies for volunteer cleanups. Our request also includes the OBI cost referenced previously, as well as the impact of personnel increases approved in FY '26 for current staff who are funded through the Water Quality Protection Fund. Further detail on these requests is available on page 10 and 11 of your memo. In summary, our total cost increase of major known commitments, excluding compensation markers, is a 5.5% increase of $7,845,038. Adding in the cost of the compensation markers brings the total cost to $11,982,236. The final work session on the operating budget is planned for November 13th for approval of specific funding levels for the FY '27 proposed budget for the Park Fund, as well as for the Enterprise Fund, Property Management Fund, and Special Revenue Funds. This concludes our presentation today. We are requesting approval to move forward with the preparation of our budget at the base budget level. Thank you for the opportunity to share our budgeted needs with you, unless you have any questions.
Great, thank you for your detailed presentation. So when you come back in November, again, can you read what numbers do you expect to change or potentially change? Okay.
We definitely expect the risk management number to shift a bit as we learn more about how the fund is administered and find the proper funding level. We also will be coming back with any changes for the CAS chargebacks, the CWIT, the CIO contributions. In addition, we're also continuing to review our compensation numbers just to ensure that we're moving forward with the right number and that the calculations are solid. So that number may shift, but the non-personnel categories won't be changing.
Okay. And then where will you get a final non-departmental salary merit and reclassification number? Is that from CA? You came up with a number of $4,137,000. Is that going to be refined too, or?
It may be. I don't anticipate it changing too much. No, I don't think that number will be changing.
Okay.
Is there any union negotiation, or this is already done in the contract?
This would be for our assumptions for FY '27, so it would not be based on the current union negotiation that is still ongoing. That's still happening for FY '26. This would be the negotiation for FY '27. So we're trying to sort of look into a crystal ball and make sure we have the money to cover the result of the union negotiations for that fiscal year.
So it could change based on that.
It could.
But you're getting this number, it will be feedback from CAS, correct?
Yes.
Okay, great, okay. Thank you. Great. Any other questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, seeing none. Thank you. Oh, okay, please, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I think I'm on just a bit of a delay as I'm trying to mute myself. I just want going back to the lapse, you know, with, as I think you mentioned, trying to hire, you know, former feds and feds that are out of work. Being one of those myself, I think it's a good idea to try and, you know, collect and acquire as much of that talent, and there's a lot of talent there as we can. And I think it's a reasonable thing to do. And I just wanted to say thanks for bringing that to us. I think it's good to try and, you know, it's a bad situation all around, but we might as well try and help folks as much as we can and ourselves as much as we can by hiring on some of that talent. So I just wanted to make that, you know, mention here.
Yeah, great comment, and that's something also when we talk to council, make sure we bring those kinds of ideas up.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Why don't we take a 2-minute break and start with the planning department. Thank you. Welcome back. A little intermission there. This morning we have the Planning Department to present their fiscal year 27 operating budget. So welcome. I'll start out with Director Sartori.
Good morning, Chair Harris, Vice Chair Linden, Commissioners. We're happy to be here today on this beautiful fall day to talk about our FY27 operating budget request. Joining me today are Deputy Directors Bridget Breuer and Robert Cronenberg, and Chief of our Management Services Division, Karen Warnick. So I want to begin by providing a little bit of context. Montgomery Planning's FY27 operating budget is not something where we're just shooting from the hip. It's not arbitrary. It's not based on a whim or on happenstance. It's based on months of strategic planning and self-reflection as a department. It's based on a methodical examination of our role in the county, our functions, our staffing capabilities, and our needs to perform those functions. It's based on the expectations that we set for ourselves internally, and also the expectations that people externally have for the excellence that we deliver to the county and its residents. This is a visionary request that follows a charted course toward the department's future. It's also a reasonable request in some ways that we don't believe will break the county's budget, and we want to remind you of where we stand relative to the rest of the county. We are 4/10 in this fiscal year, a $27.7 million budget, 4/10 of 1% of the $7.6 billion budget that the county has. So I want to talk a little bit about the process. I did mention that this was quite deliberate. Oftentimes when we get to this point, and certainly when we get to the council, they don't see, and the public doesn't see, the amount of effort that's involved here. The budget process for the council ends in May, but for us, it starts right back up in July. And so it's a year-long process really for us. And in July, we began by having initial budget discussions. We asked our divisions to develop their base budget requests and start thinking about their new initiatives. By August, those divisions submitted those requests, and we began having our weekly meetings to deliberate and review what had been submitted. In September, we kind of changed things up a little bit. We did what we're describing as a Shark Tank meeting with all of our division chiefs. We're asking them to justify their requests. This was where we asked them to prioritize their requests. We asked about opportunities for consolidations of projects and requests across divisions once they could see what other divisions had been requesting. We talked about sequencing of potential projects, what made sense, what needed to happen before another division's project might want to move forward. We talked about alternatives that we might have to some of the requests, whether it was alternatives to new staffing, potentially repurposing existing positions, reallocating staff, if there were other solutions or ways that we could accommodate the need. And then we talked about the implications of not receiving the requested funding. This was all part of a multi-hour discussion that we had with our chiefs. And then we started to make some cuts, and we briefed the council staff for their feedback on what we were thinking about here. Later in September, we continued our review. We had follow-up discussions with chiefs, and we made further cuts and revisions to what had been requested. And then in October, we briefed the chair for feedback, and we continued to fine-tune and prioritize the requests that we have. And then clearly had to prepare a staff report and prepare this presentation for today's session. So just to kind of summarize what we were looking at, that initial set of submissions from our divisions included 19 new positions. And I will say that, I'll show you in a bit, that we actually think we need more than that. But this was what the initial request was from our division chiefs. Additional master plan support funding, 2 new area master plans, 2 new functional master plans, 2 new HP master plan amendments, and 7 other new initiatives, new projects. The total just for these new ongoing and new one-time requests that came in this summer from our divisions is over $3.6 million. But what's before you today is our refined request after the process I just outlined, where we're asking for 10 new positions. And we're asking still for additional master plan support. We're only asking to add one new area master plan to our work program, one new functional master plan. The two amendments for the HB master plan, we are asking to move forward with those. And we've narrowed down the new initiatives down to 2 projects from 7. And at least one of those doesn't require any additional funding. So in the end, we actually cut the requests that we received this summer from our teams almost in half to $1.8 million in terms of the total costs of these new initiatives. So I'm going to now hand it off, but I did want to, before I hand it off, I did want to outline that kind of at a high level, here's what the request includes. You can see our existing budget of $27.7 million. The base budget increase, which Karen will get into, is a 5.5% increase. The new ongoing initiatives, which is largely covers the new positions being requested, that's a 5.7% increase. And the new the net change in the one-time work program initiatives is 0.3% increase, with an overall increase of 11.5%, bringing our total requested budget to just under $31 million.
Hi, good morning. I'm going to discuss the base budget increases. As you can see on the slide, last year's FY26 base budget increases were only $600,000. This year, they're $1.5 million. As our Parks counterpart told you, base budget increases are things that we cannot avoid. They are salary increases, they're known increases. And so it was quite a shock to us this year as how high this was. But so I'm going to walk through what these changes are. Could you just go to the next slide for a minute? So for the salaries and benefits, we were surprised at how much these went up. The salaries for the annualization of the FY26 compensation, and also just some other salary changes. You know, you hire a new person, their salary may be higher than the person who left, or their medical may change, but it's $265,000 increase for FY27. Retirement is estimated at $160,000. And our health benefits, primarily for health and for prescription costs, as you heard, are going up almost $300,000. So it's a $721,000 increase just for salaries and benefits. Can you go back? Whereas last year, that number was just $88,000. So it's a big change for us. The increase for supplies and contractual obligations is roughly the same increase as last year. It's $101,000. Those are for ongoing needs that we have. The adjustments for risk management, long-term disability, unemployment, and legal chargebacks is $4,000. Our major known commitments is $717,000, and I'll discuss each one of those in a minute because there are a lot there as well. And then the chargeback for the Chief Information Officer and Commission-wide IT, as Parks indicated, they had a decrease. We also had a decrease of $22,000 for that. So the overall base budget increase is $1.5 million. Can you go forward, I think, 2 slides?
Before you go, could you go back to that slide?
Which one?
For salaries and benefits, you say that this doesn't include, could you go back?
I'm sorry, I thought you wanted this one.
You said that it doesn't include compensation
It does.
marker?
Oh, no, it does not.
So what does that mean? If we are already going up so much, if we have, that doesn't even include the compensation.
That is correct. The compensation
That
marker
is-
for the administration fund, so that so that would be for the Commissioner's office, for the Planning Department, and for the CAS departments, because we're all together in one fund. The whole fund is budgeted in the non-departmental account.
And how much that would be? That's not part of the major non-commitment?
It is not included as part of Planning Department's budget, nor is it included really as part of like the Commissioner's office or the CAS departments, because it's in the non-departmental account for the administrative fund.
I know, but I don't know what that means, that eventually somehow some fund has to pay the compensation.
Yes.
That
Yes.
at least we should have some idea that what is that compensation and how that would be paid.
It is, when it's approved as part of the non-departmental account. And then when the budget is finally approved, And then the compensation increases are finalized for the departments or for the commission. It's then allocated to each of the departments at that time, usually in July or in August this year.
So, but do we, I don't,
Who pays for it?
And the CAS will ask for the non-departmental.
CES asks
But
for it,
it's a
and-
chargeback.
and then it's divided up.
Yes.
We internally, depending on sometimes the needs, depending on, but I know, we can talk with CAS. Ms. Charles, later, I mean, is there an estimate for the non-departmental?
It's a chargeback, isn't it?
It's,
Because CSS
Somewhat.
just doesn't pay. It's going to charge back
yeah,
to us somehow.
it
Someone
becomes-
has to pay.
It becomes an adjustment, yes. It's, the non-departmental account is just another budget that's approved by the.
Could it be part of FY '28 as a chargeback? We just discussed it with the Parks Department. Terry, you're moving your head. I don't know, somehow.
No.
I
So why
guess-
why don't we quickly go, when that will be available, and then we will continue. But you noted correctly that there is that charge that's going to be added on to the.
You can
No,
come
no,
back.
you- And then we'll keep.
Good morning, Terry. Good morning, Terry Charles. As what has already been stated, we will bring forward in November the request for non-departmental associated with the admin fund, much like we will make notation of the non-departmental and park fund that Kate made mention of. And we'll discuss the salary marker commitment that's being embedded within our overall request for FY '27. And I was trying to get the overview presentation up because we did provide you in that overview presentation what the expectation for the marker amounts are. So maybe by the time I get back, I'll
Okay.
be able to reference the actual numbers that are embedded in there. But again, there's no change in our budgeting practice of setting aside, if you will, a marker for both the upcoming union negotiations as well as for reclassifications.
Thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
All right, 2 slides forward, please. All right, so now we're going on to the major known commitments that Montgomery Planning has. This year, we have 10 major known commitments, which is somewhat on the high side for us as well. 5 are one-time expenses and 5 are ongoing expenses. As shown in this chart, the one-time commitments occur sometimes every 2 years, sometimes every 3 years, sometimes every 4 years. They're known commitments. These commitments, of all of them, coincide once every 12 years. This is that 12th year. And so that makes the major known commitments higher this year than most years. These 4 commitments alone total $510,000. The good news on that is because they're one time, in FY '28, our request will be a $510,000 reduction. So that's, the good and the bad of it. It's just, this just happens to be that year. It happens every once in a while. So the first is the FY '26 one-time major known commitment offset. We had a one-time project last year. It was the GIS base map for the planometrics, and that occurs every 3 years. So that occurred last year, and so we can reduce our request by $150,000 this year. This year, it's time for the GIS base map update, the LiDAR, and regular updates for the planometric and LiDAR data is part of the county's GIS strategic plan. LiDAR is updated every 3 years, and the planning department makes this data available to development communities and other county departments, and that's $200,000 for that. The growth and infrastructure policy is $170,000. This expense occurs every 4 years, and it's one-time consulting needed to prepare various aspects of the quadrennial update to the growth and infrastructure policy, including updates to the local area transportation tests. The next update of this growth and infrastructure policy is required by the council resolution to occur on November 2028. and most of the staff work will occur in FY '28. However, the contractual consulting will occur in FY '27 in preparation for that. Next is, the fourth one is the Climate Assessment Quantitative Tool Update, $20,000. Section 2-81D of the County Code requires the Planning Board to develop and publish online climate assessment template to guide the development of climate assessments for ZTAs and master plans, and mandates that at least once every 2 years, the Planning Board must review and update the template as needed. Number 5 is the Biennial Travel Monitoring Report, $120,000. This occurs every other year. The Planning Department produces a biennial travel monitoring report as required by the Growth and Infrastructure Policy, Bicycle Master Plan, and Pedestrian Master Plan. Number 6 is the Wheaton Headquarters Operating and Maintenance Cost Increase that was already discussed by the Parks Department during their presentation. Our number is $151,700.
Can you, on ongoing, so the 151 is the
Yes.
additional?
Yes.
Could you put what was ongoing?
How much
What was
it
the
currently
amount?
is?
Okay, how much is, okay, what I'm trying to understand, for FY '27 a month, you say 151,700.
That's an increase,
Is
yes.
that increase on
Yes.
top? So what is the total? That's why I say that we should have put, instead of ongoing, the
But it is,
amount that is already in the base budget.
the 151,000 is an ongoing amount on top of the amount, perhaps? Kate?
Yeah, what we're presenting here is the increase in our major known commitments. So the change in major known commitments this year compared to last year, and that's overall a 717,000 increase. And so each of these numbers represent an increase beyond what is already part of the base budget.
Yeah, and like, if you go to the next one, community academy support, you say additional 50. How much do we have in our
Okay,
base budget
I can
that we
address that.
know what is the total cost of this initiative right now? I think it is important that, like digital advertising, how much are we paying that we are adding 20,000 to it, and why? And the same thing, cybersecurity tool, you know, why, what is that we're doing now, and why do we need another $65,000 to it?
can.
Is it not something that is handled by the CIO?
Some of
or
these,
separate?
no, some of these I can explain, and some of these, when Kate Bentley hopefully will be able to tell us.
Well, you could bring it
soon.
next
We can bring it
time,
next time.
that we know exactly what is the cost for each of these and why it's going up.
Sure. So for,
One quick thing, just looking through the staff report, just on the community planning academy support, it looks like it's 16,000
Correct.
ongoing.
Yes,
So this is,
I'll address that, yep.
okay, yeah, just want to, I was just looking at that right now, so just wanted to.
Yeah, and it's 16 and now it's 50, so it's going to be 66. So why is it, what kind of additional services this provide, and why is it a major non-commitment? Because the commitment was 16 and now it's 50. Why is it major commitment? Is it something additional or it's required? Thank you.
So for the, moving on to the Wheaton, I'm sorry, the Wheaton headquarters operating, and that includes all the maintenance. It's the rent that we've been paying on the building. The rent has not been increased by this magnitude at all in the last 5 years that we've been here, and yet during that time, costs have increased. Also, many of the things that systems had warranties that now 5 years later were not in warranty, and so that is some of the rationale for why this is increasing, and it is based on the percent of our occupancy. So if how much planning occupies versus how much parks occupies versus the county, and how much they occupy, and so it's a proportional split that way.
Could I ask one question on the rents? That all makes sense what you're describing, and if this is either in planning staff report or parks, and I missed it, I apologize. But is the rent, is it, is there certain expectation over certain increments of time that the rent will stay at this level, and then after 1 to 5 years, we should expect a certain, like this seemed like a kind of unusually large bounce. I have no idea kind of what the terms of the agreement are, but is there a way for us to sort of understand potential changes moving forward?
I don't think we are paying rent. I think this is the
It's not-
operation cost that has gone up.
Yes.
That's what we had it in the parks also?
Yes, so the lease agreement stipulates that additional rents basically mirror the building operation. So all three tenants contribute to the building operation costs that we anticipate. The reason why the costs are going up so significantly this year is because in previous years, we weren't able to make a lot of the capital improvements that we need to, as an example, the chiller in the building needs to be replaced. It's a very large capital cost, and the fund is restricted in the amount of reserves that we can take from building operations to make the capital improvements. So those costs are increasing. So we're the way that we're approaching this, and this has been, the numbers came from the building management group. They have been reviewed by the building council. We had our first meeting in September, so they are aware of these increases. A major cost increase is the 24-hour security that we're moving towards. There was a little bit of cost relief that came from the removal of the park police chargeback, but that is still going to be a significant cost. It is something that's important. There was a building tenant survey done, and that was one of the chief concerns of tenants and visitors alike, is that the safety of the building, people don't feel safe coming to the building, especially early in the morning or late at night. So that 24-hour security is going to, I believe, and I don't know if this is the right number, but I know that it's over 600,000 is what we're anticipating. Obviously, we would have to go through the process of finding the right vendor and then gradually decreasing the park police presence in the building. The other increases tend to be the chiller, the really large costs for the building. So that's why the rent is increasing so much.
Yeah, can I just say one thing? Yeah, so I've also been part of some of these discussions. You know, a lot of the equipment in the building is now out of warranty.
Yes.
So any major charge, we've got to pay. And so in the past, when there were excess proceeds, the existing condo document said you couldn't keep more than X dollars. So we're trying to look at changing some of those so that if there are excesses, it can be put in reserves for future costs. So now we've been in the building, I don't know, 5, 7 years. We know how the building works now. We know how the agreements work. So there's some fine tuning that's needed. And so, but we still have to buy a new chiller. You know, there was a shock to the elevator system when there was some lightning happened. So it created some additional costs. And so we're trying to right-size the agreements, right-size what is the estimated replacement reserves over the long term. So now we can start putting in reserves so that we don't have shocks like we have in any given year. So great that you pointed these out, but they've been identified and we're working on a plan to go forward so that we don't have, we have some reserves to pay for shocks or major capital.
Yeah, one thing that I'm wondering, do we need the 24-hour security now? Is that common? Is it something that as cost reduction, we could look to see that are different alternatives that doesn't require to have someone actually here 24 hours? Because that's 3 shifts of the police officers, and that's very costly, and I do not know if it's needed or why do we have to have it?
So we're reviewing a lot of those numbers with the building council. I believe that the next meeting is next week. So we're going to talk about the building operations and how that would work. We also want to reach out to DGS and see what's typical in other large buildings in the county, just to see what they typically tend to see and what costs they tend to see and how those operations work. So that is something we're working on. We'll definitely talk more about that in November. But just to answer your question, the intention of this increase, this is a shock, but in future years, the rent increases will be much more consistent with normal increases. So, you know, a few percent, it won't be anything significant. It most likely will be in the MKCs and not something that needs to be highlighted for the amount of money that we're increasing it.
Right, that makes sense. And I'm glad to hear that there hopefully will be some planning for a more substantial reserve that we can rely on instead of kind of having these shocks that are operating costs. But does that mean in the short term, like looking from this year to next year, it sounds like we have one or maybe more than one kind of big capital shocks. Does that, Does that mean that next year it's possible that this may come down slightly if it's defrayed with lower operating costs, or we don't have to pull from that fund?
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's something that we will have to sort of determine once we move into the normal building operations in FY '27 with the appropriate budget to see how the building is able to operate with these new contracts. We're also moving towards doing more operations through the building contractor as opposed to park staff doing a lot of those operations. So as we move through FY '27, we'll be able to determine what the future costs would look like. Our hope is that if we're able to do these big capital improvements, that the building maintenance would decrease. So
Yeah.
that's our hope.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you for the explanation.
And I just want to highlight that, part of why we're going into all of the detail of this is because this is a large increase, and we want to be clear about where that's coming from. We want to make sure that, it's just not, we're not just asking for 717,000 for some vague, set of things. We wanted it to be clear. Plus, council staff has requested this level of information when it gets to the council, and so we want to make sure that we've reviewed it at this level too.
Great, thanks for the detailed breakdown.
Can I ask one programmatic related question to one of the things we're looking at on the screen here? The climate assessment quant tool, $20,000 to me implies that we're not looking at any substantial changes to that tool. It's simply kind of more or less a refresh, update, marginal changes around the edges, but nothing substantial or a significant difference in the way that the tool speaks to how we are trying to understand impacts. Is that a correct interpretation?
I think that's right. It's really an assessment of how well it's working. There might be suggestions of changes. It wouldn't necessarily result in the changed product. It could be if it's relatively minor changes to the template and the approach, but if it's more significant, that might involve more effort. I think it also ties directly into our kind of top priority position that we've requested, which is the climate specialist, which would take over responsibility of coordinating this effort and could then, have as part of that person's responsibility and, making the changes to the template that are required.
Yeah, that sounds, and thanks for raising that. I cannot say the next thing I was going to say now, because I was going to mention that maybe if this does get that position gets filled, then it's potentially we could revisit that in the future. But yeah, thank you.
So just to follow up on the Wheaton headquarters rent, our current rent for FY '26 is $624,000. With this increase, it'll be $775,000. Moving on to the Community Planning Academy support increase of $50,000. The Community Planning Academy launched just this year with ongoing support of $16,000 budget. This request is for an increase of $50,000. It's needed to provide new module production. The module production was provided for in a one-time expense last year, so we were able to do that already. This is for ongoing. We will need ongoing expense for new module production, content updates, recruitment, and in-person events such as launches and graduations, as well as the platform cost to host the course with enough licenses to support a county-wide audience. The Planning Academy has been wildly successful. We have had more interest in it than we could have imagined, and we've had to limit the number of people that have been able to participate, and this will help us to expand that. The Academy has had tremendous community interest, and the increase is needed to ensure system and program sustainability and that the content stays current following the official launch in December of 2025. As a larger budget ensures that the platform can accommodate a broader audience and provide a seamless user experience that is free and accessible to all who wish to participate. Next one is digital outreach, $20,000 increase. Our current budget is $10,000. However, we do frequently find that we use year-end funding or other funding from other places to boost our support on Facebook. It's $2,000 here, $3,000 there. So while our budget is $10,000, that's not all that we've been spending in the last year or so. We're requesting this to increase our advertising budget as it expands further into digital advertising and outreach. It's a proven cost-effective way to raise awareness and drive public engagement. And we've had great success with this marketing tactic with both the Planning Academy, placemaking events, and Thrive Montgomery 50. Advertising online and through social media apps allows the department to target key audiences with measurable results, to advance equity by reaching broad, diverse audiences, and to deliver messages in multiple languages to residents who may not be aware of the department's work. With the increased need to expand outreach efforts, the department's current advertising budget is insufficient to meet residents where they are and to ensure a more inclusive participation and to help reduce barriers to engagement in the planning process. Number 9 is the cybersecurity tool $65,000 ongoing increase. This is to upgrade the department's cybersecurity tools, the Security Operations Center, Cisco, and Cisco Telemetry Broker, for threat hunting, incident response, network behavior analytics to ensure network security throughout both parks and planning. This request is $130,000 total for the ITI department, and it's split 50-50 with Montgomery Parks. IT equipment is the last one, number 10. It's $70,300. This funding supports the replacement of servers and other information technology equipment, including Cisco chassis replacements in King Street and Saddlebrook data centers, and Wheaton headquarters, ponds, OLTs, ONTs, and splitter replacements that have reached the end of their life. This equipment will be financed over 6 years and about $350,000. And it will be financed over 6 years, and this is the first year funding for that payment. So I'm going to turn this over now to Jason, unless you have any questions about any of the end. Okay, I'm going to turn this over to Director Sartori so he can discuss our FY27 proposed new plans and projects.
Great. Thank you, Karen, and thank you, Kate, also for your assistance there. So want to begin in highlighting the number that you saw on the high-level budget was the $1.5 million request for new ongoing initiatives. You can see how that's split between additional master plan support and the 10 new positions that we are asking for. So go into a little bit more detail on all of this here. So as you'll recall, our process for how we fund our master plans changed with this fiscal year. And we now have a line item in our budget for master plan support. And this is great. It provides us with more flexibility. It provides us with more certainty in the availability of funding for master plan efforts, but it also requires us to think a little bit more strategically when funding is needed. And I literally mean, when in the planning process, in the master planning process, do you need funding? And so we've gone through a very rigorous process with our master plan teams, asking them to map out their funding requests over the life of the timeline of their master plans. Again, this very deliberate process with this. And our expectation is that for FY27, we're going to use the master plan support funding to support these 5 master plans, 4 that are already on our work program, and then the new Damascus Main Street Sector Plan Amendment. So I want to show you a little bit about, well, first I'll explain the Damascus Main Street Sector Plan Amendment. So you'll recall it was just about a year ago that we had the Damascus Placemaking Festival. It was wildly successful. The community embraced the effort, was really engaged in the effort, in the preparation and in the actual event. And there were things that came out of that people want to see implemented in some way. And the kind of next step would be to work on a master plan. So the existing Damascus sector plan is enormous. It covers a really large geographic area. This amendment would be honed in, would focus specifically on the Main Street area where the placemaking activity occurred. And it would, explore options for appropriate increases in housing options in that area, as well as, how can we advance some of our Vision Zero and climate goals that we have as a county in that particular Main Street. So that will be the focus of this. We don't believe it's going to be an overly complicated and a long master plan effort, but it is something we'd like to start in FY27. So wanted to show a little bit more detail on how we are thinking about this master plan support funding that we currently have and that we're asking for. So again, we asked the the master plan teams to identify the different funding needs that they'll have at the various stages of their master plans. And so here you could see how we plan to allocate the money that we received for, well, and I would change that, I'll say how we plan, the requests for FY26 funding for this master plan support line have come in for our different current master plans on our work program. So Clarksburg, Gateway, Germantown, Eastern Silver Spring, Georgia Avenue, and Kensington. Now, Clarksburg, Germantown, Eastern Silver Spring, you're very familiar with. Georgia Avenue will be coming to you soon with the scope of work to start moving that one forward. In Kensington, we plan to start later this fiscal year. So you can see Clarksburg, Germantown, and Eastern Silver Spring are ones that we're not looking for much funding from this account at this time. And that's because all of these, including Georgia Avenue, already received additional funds in prior fiscal years that were specifically tied to those master plans. And so the total amount that we're spending on these is much higher than what you see on this slide right now. But this is what we're tapping into of that master plan support funding. The teams identified additional needs further out in a timeline. And so we said we can't just look at FY26. We want to know, what do you think you're going to need in FY27? And I'll show you, we actually had to push some things off to FY27 because we don't have a sufficient amount of funding in FY26 for this. So here in this reddish color, you could see, the expectations by master plan over the next, over FY27. And then, because they already were able to identify certain needs in FY28, we're showing this here. We anticipate that those needs will increase, potentially for Damascus, and then we'll have other additional master plans that we'll look to add to our work program in future years.
So these are the funding for the consultant that's supporting the different master plans. So they're like different scope within the master plan that you contract
Sure.
out.
Yeah, and you can see here now I'm going to show you the same exact numbers, but by service that we're getting. And so it's largely consultants, but it could be consultants helping us with engagement, consultants helping us with transportation analyses, count data that we need on a transportation analysis that, so some of it could be data related or it could be a market study that we're doing, similar to what we did for a Great Seneca, things like that, that we tap into this funding for. So here you can see the different kind of categories of what the funding is in the case of FY26. A large share of it is going to outreach and engagement and advertising efforts, and then also a zoning analysis. This relates to Georgia Avenue, that zoning analysis, renderings of our recommendations, and a history study. When we look to what the teams are looking for in FY27, you can see again outreach, transportation, environmental, and economic analyses come into play here. The history study, this is largely taken up by the Kensington plan. In Kensington, the last plan, when it was adopted, it identified something like a dozen or so sites that should be evaluated the next time we do this. Well, here we are evaluating it again, and the town of Kensington has asked us to, and so in order to do that extensive amount of work, we need some assistance, and so we anticipate spending money in FY27 on that. And then here's the FY28. Again, that will change as we go forward. So I want to remind you that for FY26, the request that came from us and through the board was for $300,000 for this line item. What we actually got was $203,617. So this number is like burned into my brain. And so you can see we're already, with anticipated requests, with the requests that we've received in FY26, we're already overspending that. We have funding available to be able to meet the $215,000, but we've had to push off. We've had to delay the Burtonsville plan, and we've had to push off funding of that Burtonsville plan into FY27. And so that's part of the increase, the large number you see in FY27 there is capturing that. Now, here's what we're asking for, an increase of $200,000. And you can see that that is still not going to be sufficient to cover what the teams have identified in FY27 master plan support costs. So this means we're going to have to make some difficult decisions in FY27. One option could be maybe in FY26, do we have the available funds in FY26 to forward fund some of the things we're looking to do in 27? Or do we have to delay things further? Some of these plans might have to get pushed back and delayed, or maybe the services that we're looking for will have to be delayed into FY28. Excuse me. Or alternatively, we might have to cut down the scope of some of those projects. If there are a dozen sites in Kensington that need to be looked at, maybe we only look at half of them. Or maybe we do half in FY26, another half. You know, there might be ways that we have to manage it. But this is what the process that we're going through is very deliberate in trying to understand what our needs are, when those needs are coming into play, and what we have available, and then trying to make the appropriate allocations. And so we believe that our request for an additional $200,000 is an appropriate amount. It's $100,000 essentially more than what we originally asked for last year. It will still require us to be thoughtful about how we allocate and spend this money. We're not just simply asking for the $505,000. We don't know if we're going to need $505,000 every single year going forward. But one of the key things that, you know, obviously to take away from this is, again, that there's this deliberate and thoughtful effort. We're not just coming up with what is the amount that a typical master plan costs. And that, you know, these master plans actually do cost a lot more than they used to. You could see back in the prior ones, we're talking about $300,000 to be able to do the engagement, the analyses, and everything that we're being asked to do. It's not uncommon to get to that level. Okay, so I just want to, you know, what you see in front of you here is a slide that you're familiar with, that I've shown in prior presentations in terms of our staffing levels at the department. So what this does is it sets the FY 2009 at 1, so you can see relative to FY 2009 where our staffing levels have been. And here we are today, and we do have 154 positions. One of those is actually not, we don't have funding for it until a couple weeks from now, November 1st, we get the funding for it, but we're at more than 15% lower than where we were in 2009. And so, you know, similar to, I would say, to the Parks Department, which is asking to recover positions that have been lost due to now unnecessary lapse, we are asking for the recovery of positions that we once had. Positions that were lost 16 years ago during a recession that is no longer here, that ended long ago. And over the last 16 years, others, funded by the county, have recovered their positions. We have not. And so we're looking to recover that. And we've been talking about this, and we want to make sure we're kind of putting our, you know, our actions where our mouths are. So want to highlight that over the course of that time, while we've been relatively stable with our staffing, there's been a lot more that's expected of us, whether it's on engagement front with an increasingly diverse county that has diverse needs in how people want to be communicated to and how they receive information. We've had a changing workload. We have 2 more council members on the council that we respond to requests from. We have cybersecurity threats, integration of AI in a positive way in the work that we do, but also in trying to, you know, in responding to we get a lot more contacts from people. You know, there are other ways that this impacts us. New development application types and an increase in historic resources. I think it's, well, I'll get to it later, but there's been a significant number of new historic resources put on our master plan over the last 16 years. Expedited development review. Changing regulatory environment, changing forest conservation laws, stormwater, bike and ped requirements, increasingly complex adequate public facilities. Vision Zero and complete streets didn't exist in 2009. Climate action plan didn't exist then either. New priorities that we have as a county and as a department and as a commission, dealing with and addressing issues of racial equity and social justice. Increased flooding risk. We have housing targets. We do placemaking. Solar and energy, ag initiatives, and then finally, other factors and things that we're, you know, working on, increased coordination on legislative activities, and things that we're seeing happening around us with the federal workforce. So This is where we currently are, 154 positions broken out by our different divisions. And, you know, when we've given some really careful thought over the strategic planning effort that we've had over the last year or so, we actually think that we need probably closer to 181 positions. And this is, actually would be one person less than we had in 2009. But we think that this is pretty realistic in terms of our need. And what we're asking for in this request for FY27 is for the 10 positions that would bring us to 164 to start closing the gap and recovering the positions that we lost 16 years ago. So what are the positions that we're asking for at this time? Here are the 10, and this is in priority order. And I'll go through each of these so that we can talk about the need that we see for each of these positions. But I did want to add, we also, think this is something I thought of last night, the importance of being able to provide job opportunities to people in this area. This is a good time for us to be looking at increasing the jobs that are available. And we have noticed a huge increase in the number of people who are applying to our positions that are former or current federal employees. So our top priority and our top request here is for the Climate Initiatives Planner 4. We're coming back for this position once again. It's familiar to you. This is the third year that we've now asked for it, and it remains our top personnel priority request. Climate change is an existential threat to our communities, yet the agency that's tasked with planning for the future of our communities does not have a climate specialist. We are again seeking someone with advanced knowledge and expertise on climate issues and on how to effectively incorporate resilience and adaptation strategies into a planning environment. This person would ensure that climate-related initiatives and recommendations are integrated throughout our department's efforts, not just through our impact assessments. That said, they would also be responsible for conducting those impact assessments for ZTAs and master plans as is required under county code. And this Planner 4 would also lead our climate resilience and adaptation functional plan. Without this position, we will have continued inconsistencies in those climate assessments because we've got multiple staff that we pull in with varying levels of climate experience and knowledge to work on those as we have people available. Overly burdened, and this is going to be a consistent theme throughout. Our staff feels overly burdened with the tasks that we have, and that is no different with our environmental staff and the potential impact on employee retention. One of the things we hear repeatedly from people who leave is that the workload is quite heavy. And we would be unable to advance the climate resilience and adaptation functional master plan. I will point out that we've made sure that we put the word functional in there because we don't want it to be referred to as the crap plan. So, all right. So our next request is for a supervisor for our HP division, our Historic Preservation Division. So in 2024, the HP regulatory team processed 137 historic tax credit applications and reviewed 238 HOPs. HOPs are our historic area work permits. Most of those HOPs went before the HPC, were brought to them by our staff. And oftentimes, compared to how a plan or an application comes before the planning board, these applications, when they go to the HPC, the Historic Preservation Commission, they're oftentimes there 2 or 3 times. They come in for a preliminary review, they get feedback, they come back again, they come back a 3rd time. So our team that handles this, which consists of 3 lead regulatory reviewers, are oftentimes bringing these multiple times to the HPC. It's all of this is processed under the review of our Historic Preservation Division Chief, Rebecca Ballo. She reviews every staff report and not only attends, but helps coordinate every single HPC meeting every other week on Wednesday evenings. There was just one here last night. She'll join staff on site visits, help navigate conversations with applicants and their architects, and help present cases to the HPC and, if needed, before the Board of Appeals. While at the same time, Rebecca actively oversees the work of our 2 HP master plan staff. We have 2 master plan staff, John Lieberts and Serena Bolliger. She'll help them prepare history sections to master plans, implement our marker program, conduct special projects like mapping segregation, and of course, pursue additional designations of sites like the Timberlawn House to the master plan for historic preservation. So what we need here is to be able to create some separation between Rebecca as the chief of the division and all of the day-to-day work of these teams. This requested position would oversee HP's regulatory work, including the coordination with HBC and oversight of all of those development applications that come through. This would allow Rebecca, as chief, to focus on more team leadership, the pursuit of grant funding to be able to support some of our work, and managing the master plan team. And if we don't get this position, you'll see, again, this, the team feels overly burdened, and we see it, and we'd be unable to advance special projects like mapping segregation, and the division chief would have to continue to manage and review all of the day-to-day work of the entire staff. The next position is our cybersecurity specialist. This is a grade 28. Well, you know, failure to fund the cybersecurity specialist position poses significant risks to the integrity, continuity, and resilience of our operations. As cybersecurity threats grow in frequency and sophistication, our systems, many of which manage sensitive development, permitting, and infrastructure data, remain increasingly vulnerable to intrusion, data loss, and service disruption. Without dedicated expertise in our staff, we lack the capacity to proactively identify vulnerabilities, respond to incidents, or ensure compliance with evolving security standards. This gap not only exposes both parks and planning to operational and reputational harm, but also jeopardizes public trust in the continuity of critical services. So the absence of this role would limit our ability to implement best practices, conduct regular audits, and train staff on secure protocols, leaving us reactive rather than resilient in the face of cyber threats. And I would also note that it's important for this position to be here with Parks and Planning. Our ITI staff is shared between our two departments because we have a lot that we maintain locally, our local systems. And it's important to have someone who is familiar with those systems here and be able to be proactive rather than reactive.
I'm just wondering how this local protection works in the context of the core system for the commission, what the CIO and all the staff do, because anything comes to us has to pass through the central system, isn't it? I don't know if this is specifically for the servers, and that is completely separate than what the CIO has. And I'm thinking that, is it going to be at one time that when we go to upgrade our system, we get rid of our servers? Nobody keeps servers anymore. You know, they just go take them to cloud. And so I don't know how these things work together. Just question if you, and you can respond later, but.
Sure, really quick. Good morning, Vince Hugh, Division Chief, ITI. Right now, IT operations is federated. So on the OCI, federated. So it's localized. Right now we have CAS, OCIO, cybersecurity on the CAS side. They manage the high level. They look at just the high level direction, basically policies on the high end. We, ITI, we focus on local support. So as a cybersecurity expert, is really focused on our operation.
So is that specifically for the servers that located in here, or
The entire
separate?
network for Montgomery Planning and Parks.
Yeah, and have we thinking that eventually we don't have local servers and move everything to cloud?
It's still managed by us. Everything's in cloud is hosted, on-prem and hosted, but it's still managed by our ITI team. It's not all automated. So even though it's hosted, we still manage the operation, manage the administration part of it.
Yeah, but the security would be done by whoever that is hosting it, isn't it?
No, it's they have security protocols in place, but you still have to monitor, the performance for it.
Okay.
I would also say, I mean, there's a bigger picture here that we need to be looking at too. I will note that we've had applicants who have come to our building with a check for a payment that they didn't owe because they received an email from me saying that they owed money on an application that they didn't owe. So we're seeing this happen regularly. Me getting emails saying, is this really you? So people are spoofing us, and it's just, we need to be pretty vigilant and think about it from a number of perspectives, not just how we respond or how we prepare for things, but also how we communicate to applicants and other stakeholders in the work that we do to ensure that their safety in addition to ours.
Okay. So great. So Dr. Sartori, I think if you can take no more than a half an hour to finish, because we have the CS folks that have to go back to Largo and do for their board this afternoon, and I want to have some time for the board to provide comments. So if you could.
Sure. Okay, so the next position here is our engagement specialist. We changed the name of this division to emphasize the role of engagement in our efforts. We don't have engagement specialists on our individual teams. Ideally, each planning division would have an engagement specialist, but we're not, rather than ask for 4 or 5 engagement staff to place across the department, we'd like to begin building up the team in communications and engagement. This person would provide guidance and hands-on assistance to project teams on all of their engagement efforts, and this would help with consistency in approach, ensure adherence to our equitable engagement guide, and importantly, ensure that the continued evolution of our approach and strategies to incorporate best practices, different contexts, and changing social dynamics. This person would also manage our Community Planning Academy. At a grade 28, this would be equivalent to the position that Prince George's County has that is dedicated to coordinating their Neighborhood Planning Academy. We also want our leadership in this division to focus more on communications plans, relationship management with media, and preparing communication strategies for the department. Right now, they're actively engaged in a lot of the engagement piece that this person would then be able to take over. So this is another position that you've seen before, the organizational development specialist. This is the second year in a row that we're asking for this position. This person is really about ensuring we are investing in the professional growth of our staff and best preparing the department for future successes. As you recall, with our strategic plan, one of our 5 priorities was our employees. The programs that would be run by this staff person are very employee-centric programs that support and develop a healthy and inclusive workforce. Specifically, this person would implement and sustain an employee mentorship program, an employee resource group program, and they would also manage our training program, coordinating with supervisors across the department to establish training curricula for staff, for individual staff, utilizing the tools that we currently have available to us, but we don't have the capacity to utilize. We don't have someone who can tap into the resources and tools that we already have. So here's another request for our Historic Preservation Division, whereas the last request was a supervisor for the regulatory team. This is a Planner 1 level position, entry-level position for our master plan team. As it gets back to the HP staffing needs that I discussed before, as I mentioned, we only have 2 staff that currently are dedicated to master plan work. And under the racial equity and social justice laws that the county has adopted, we have a responsibility in our master plan efforts to elevate the historical inequities that exist in the plan area. But we've had master plans and master plan efforts that our HP team has not been able to dedicate a staff person to because we might have 6 master plans going on at one time. We've got 2 people. So in some cases, Rebecca, as the leader of that team, has had to actually be that person on a master plan. Or we've had to scale back what we're doing in terms of our review. In addition to working on area master plans, this team is also the ones that take independent, standalone master plan amendments to the historic master plan for historic preservation through the whole process. So things like timber lawn and others, that this is what this team works on. They also We have well over 100 sites on the locational atlas, which I like to kind of describe as historical purgatory. Some have been on the atlas. I don't know if Rebecca would like me saying it like that, but some have been on the atlas for the entire 49 years that the atlas has existed. And what that has meant is that those property owners have been missing out on valuable tax credits if they are indeed historical resources. Or if they're not historical resources, then it's time for the restrictions on those properties to go away. And so either way, it's a priority for the department to work on clearing the atlas, and we cannot do that without this additional staff. Kind of emphasized through there. Our next request is for Planner 2 to work on master planning and regulatory work for the Up-County Planning Division. So expectations around master plans, as you know, we see it with every plan that comes forward. When it comes to engagement and outreach efforts, that has multiplied tenfold. Our master plan project managers are burdened with attending every single community meeting, every single engagement event, every single activity, while also guiding the team, gathering and finalizing work product content and work, and many other things. A Planner 2 position would help provide relief to these master plan monitors to serve as kind of a second chair. For Up-County, this person would also assist with master plan implementation efforts and the review of development applications, which continue to overburden that team. Without this position, the master plan schedule will increase, we'll have some delays, and the lead planner, project managers would be overburdened and again continue to be a potential impact on employee retention. The next position is a Planner 3 for our Transportation Planning Division. This is someone who would be focused on policy initiatives. So I want to point out that across the department, our transportation planning staff are down 4 positions from just about 4 years ago. And this is causing delays in being able to meet the needs of our master plan efforts. And there are many policy-related efforts that kind of we get pulled into. So there's legislation before the council, such as the bill right now before the council to repeal the TDM policy. There's state legislation that we're asked to review or analyze. One just came through to us yesterday. Special projects like the Clarksburg to Montgomery Village transportation study require staff participation. Other policy developments such as the curbside management or street lighting standards or updates to the Complete Streets Design Guide, all for which we partner with MCDOT or SHA. And we, of course, are expected to coordinate with county and state partners on Vision Zero efforts. And, of course, there's the quadrennial update to the GIP, which is required by law. And with the staffing that we have right now, and part of it is because there were different needs at different times, positions left. We needed someone to focus on housing, so we took a position that had been a transportation position, it became a housing position. We've been playing this game of who can pick up the slack, what position can we repurpose for a long time now. And as a result, we have 4 fewer transportation staff. They've been the ones that's been impacted the most by this. And so this position would alleviate that burden.
So to clarify, these are 4 positions that are not vacant positions. These were positions that were moved elsewhere in planning. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. As you know, the immediate needs were different. And we've done that regularly. I can name the people. Yeah, I won't. This request here is our 9th one is for our Design, Placemaking, and Policy Division. It's largely to increase our in-house urban design capacity to prepare more renderings and 3D printed models and numerous iterations of these throughout our planning efforts. So right now we have contracts that we tap into to get someone to prepare 2 or 3 renderings for master plan. We have to balance the cost of those with when is the appropriate time to be asking for these. Is it when we have our draft, when you have your draft, or when the final product is prepared? Do we have to do it all of those times? Well, to do it all of those times, we're tapping into that master plan support funding quite frequently. What we'd like to have is someone who, on staff, who has the capacity to be able to make changes on the fly. It would reduce turnaround times, it would lower costs per project, and just provide more flexibility.
So hypothetically, is it reasonable to say that this position could lead to some cost savings if you don't have to tap into the master plan
Absolutely.
support fund? Okay.
And they would also be part of the design team and supplement the work that we're doing just generally on urban design.
Is do we have someone on, just for context, do we have someone on retainer to provide consistent design and rendering support?
I don't know if it's retainer or I think it's in our.
We actually have an on-call contract with a large group of designers and firms that we can pull from.
We put out like task orders and get, yeah. So it's possible we would have to utilize that a little bit less, and that's likely more expensive than having someone in-house. Okay.
And we're finding that these are increasingly helpful. I mean, so just this week, we had a conversation at a PHP committee over whether, some of the recommendations that you had in UBC should be 100 feet, 75 feet, 60 feet. And it's, you're just they're going back and forth with these numbers. It seems a little bit, I'll say, arbitrary. But if they could see visually, here are your comparisons of here's what a 60-foot, 75-foot, 100-foot building looks like in the context of UBC, that would be great.
Yeah. Absolutely, and we'll get into all these positions, but I think there is a compelling case to be made for the sort of real-time iterative benefit that this kind of position could provide from a communications and engagement standpoint, and I think there's a lot of creative ways we could potentially use this, so interested to get more into kind of the details of that, but we'll have more to say about this. Thanks.
And then the last position that we're asking for is another planner 2. This would be for our East County Planning Division, and as you know, East County will have 4 active master plans in FY27, Georgia Avenue, Eastern Silver Spring, Kensington, and Burtonsville. All of these are already on our work program, and so we've got a commitment to work on them. And this would help relieve the burden that's placed there on our master plan project managers. And I will say, while we may be able to pull people from other divisions to assist with leading these plans, we also want to build up kind of an army of planner 2s in the department that can be and within our regional planning teams to serve kind of as these second chairs on master plans to be mentored side by side with these more experienced staff to equip them with the tools needed to lead future efforts. Good. So that, there we go. That is it in terms of the new new ongoing work program initiatives. I'll just continue on and then we can answer questions at the end. All right, so in terms of one-time work program initiatives, there are 2 that we're asking for that have a budgetary impact. The first is the Climate Resilience and Adaptation Functional Plan, which would be led by the Environment Division, but would also involve others. I'll talk a little bit more about that. And then a study that we're calling Diversifying the Economy, Assessing Future Needs for Industrial Land. And then 3 additional projects that don't have a budget impact. So the first of these, the Climate Resilience and Adaptation Plan, this is a recommendation based on what we have in Thrive. It's also specifically called out and identified in our strategic plan. And as I mentioned, while it be led by the Environment and Climate Division, it'll also incorporate folks from other teams, especially our Transportation Planning Division, as we consider the role that our transportation network has on our capacity to be resilient in the face of flooding and other climate impacts. And so other county agencies have been advancing climate-related initiatives, such as DEP working on their flood management plan. Planning, though, is uniquely positioned to be able to put together a plan that not only identifies the problems and things that we need to solve, the challenges that we have, but also puts out mitigation solutions and how that can play out in the work that we do.
Isn't it something that the county is doing? County has lots of climate action people, and DEP has a specific focus on that.
Sure,
is it something that should be done as part of the ongoing and huge program that DEP doing rather than us, we just take a portion of it and do it?
Sure. So I'll start, but then Robert may have more, and if Christina's here, she may want to. Okay. One thing I would note is that I think the Climate Action Plan actually calls for us to do this. Is that accurate? Yeah. So this is already something that the county has said that we should be focused on at some point as part of the Climate Action Plan and our responsibilities there.
Right. The
Christina Sorrento for the record. The Climate Action Plan really does a great job of looking internally at all the government agencies and looking to see the changes we need to make, you know, to achieve certain goals for climate change. But this particular plan would focus more on resilience and adaptation, and it would also do it in such a way that we would be able to, you know, implement it through the regulatory process, which is something that the Climate Action Plan does not have that ability to do. So this takes it to the next level. So instead of just the government agencies doing their part, this would be putting it across the whole county doing their part to work towards, you know, the resiliency, adaptation, and climate solutions.
I would add to that, Commissioner, that when it comes to the master planning and the development review functions, that's really our function. DEP is involved, but not at the same level that we are. We're the ones who do a lot of the studies. We conduct a lot of the outreach and engagement, and the reviews of these applications that come in. That's us. It's not DEP. They have a minor role in that review. And so I think it makes a lot of sense for us to be taking on the functional plan aspects of this.
I would also add, earlier this week, our leadership had the wonderful opportunity to meet with Secretary Rebecca Flora from the Maryland Department of Planning, and we highlighted the things that we're doing, and when we talked about climate resilience and adaptation, this was something that kind of like she perked up and was like really excited that we were taking a lead on this effort. It's really tough for us to do it without the position and without, you know, being able to move forward with this plan.
I just wanted to quickly say, I think this is great. I very much hope that eventually, I hope it's included in our final request and then council ends up approving this as part of the work program. I very much hope to one of the things you mentioned, this can, in addition to resilience and adaptation, we really focus as well on mitigation and the climate solutions piece of it. Because as you mentioned, with the regulatory nature of this and the fact that within our master plan recommendations, code, our policy recommendations associated with the GIP regularly, I think there's plenty of opportunities for us from a land use perspective to actually take the lead on mitigation action. And I think that this can very much set the stage for that. So I'm excited about the whole thing, but I just want to make sure that the mitigation piece doesn't get lost in the wash.
I think it's also important to note that, you know, what's not lost on us is the importance of having development. And so the solution to our climate concerns can't be let's not have development. And so that will be a major focus of this is how do we have mitigation? How do we have resilience and adaptation with, you know, in a way that supports our other needs from economic development, from a housing perspective, everything else.
100%. I think it's an opportunity for a bit of storytelling related to that too, to really connect the dots between what Thrive talked about with regard to compact growth, corridor focused growth, and how that directly relates to actual climate solutions. Like there is a direct climate benefit to that type of development.
Okay. Okay, all right. Well, just only a couple more here. So this is, thank you, Christina. This is the economic study that I mentioned earlier, diversifying the economy. Really, this is an opportunity. This is very similar to others that you're familiar with. So the housing needs assessment that we do for housing, but this is kind of the housing needs assessment for the industrial sector in Montgomery County. It also has the potential to provide valuable insights on the market that can inform master plan efforts and policy pursuits, and the Montgomery County Economic Development Corporation, you know, in terms of their employer attraction efforts. And this is similar to the findings that, you know, we saw from the life sciences market analysis that was done for the Great Seneca Plan. So, but this is specifically looking at the industrial market in the county and where our needs are and our ability to actually meet that based on our, you know, existing zoning and other policies that we have in the county. The other new initiatives that don't require any funding, the Master Plan for Historic Preservation, the Locational Atlas, Sites and Districts. As you know, we've been working on a context study for the Locational Atlas. This is to start moving those 129 individual properties off of the Locational Atlas, either to designation or to just clearing them from the atlas. And this will be a pretty significant, this is not a small effort. This will take a minimum of 30 working months. to work through this, but it's only feasible if we actually get the position. I think Rebecca would actually like more positions, but with the one position that we have to work on this. And then the other master plan, master plan amendment would be for our burial sites. Our archaeologist, Brian Crane, has been working on the burial sites context study survey. That's going to be wrapping up in the next few months, and it's going to build off of this to basically advance some through the master plan designation process, which requires a lot of documentation, and there's a lot of process that goes involved with that. And the big thing to me about this is that it has a particular equity focus, as many of the sites tell the history of people who have been quite underrepresented among our historic resources in the county. So again, this is no cost and no new staff. So this one is not tied to a new position. We're just asking to add it to our work program. And then similar to our development pipeline analysis that you're very familiar with, this effort here will help us better understand what tools are needed to advance the vision of the applicable master plans in the White Flint area. So this is also something that we're not asking for any funding for or any new staff, but we want to add it to our work program so that we can move forward with this. This would be our West County Planning Division in conjunction with research and strategic projects. And then finally, we don't need to go through this, but we did include in our staff report the updated master plan schedule and projects. And one thing I will highlight on here, we added a new category of status here, and these are a number of projects that were added to our work program that at the time we were requesting positions. We made it clear to the council we could only advance these if we find funding available for consultants or if we get the staff. We have not on either of those. And so they continue to be on here kind of indefinitely with an unknown schedule. So that's it. And we're asking for, we're seeking your guidance and your approval to move forward with preparing a budget request. The requested increase is the 11.5% over FY26, just under $3.2 million increase to bring our budget to a total of just under $31 million. And you can see there the upcoming schedule.
Great, thank you so much. Let me provide some feedback, and I'll ask my other my colleagues to provide theirs. So it's obvious that you guys spent a lot of work putting this together. Starting right after the previous budget season ended, and working through the summer, and paring down from 19, which you thought you really the whole group needed, to 10. I appreciate that, and I know, and my board members will also say, we know that your scope has increased. Those positions are needed. Your scope has increased. Even if you did the same work, the more, like having climate assessments, and everyone wants more engagement. We know that takes more time, and you need more support for that. In order to meet your proposed work plan and then what you're putting out there this year. However, I really feel that, given the current financial status in the county and the state, and what we understand is these headwinds from, the federal government and things that are going on, that we have to prioritize. And I don't feel that it's prudent that we have to pare down some of these positions and be really, really strategic about what we can do with what we think there'll be funding for. So I think my recommendation is that you work with your team to pare down the 10 to 5 positions. I'm okay, generally, in what you think are the most important positions. I know 10 are needed, and if the money was out there, we would support the 10, but the funding is not out there. So I think it's prudent to pare down now and then pare down to 5. I'm supportive of the master plan funding that you have in there. You still have to make some decisions even on the master plan. What do you do to get the master plans you want it to work down, or you may have to cut some scope on the master plans, maybe not do Damascus or something. I know, but that's your call. You can come back to the board. this functional plan on the climate functional plan, I think that that's, if you feel that the climate person is one of your key priorities, then you should do I'd be supportive of the functional plan, the climate resilience functional plan. I'm supportive of the, of economic development. So if I'm throwing it out there from other board members too, this industrial investigation you want, because I think that it's important. We've heard that from other developers. We heard that from the Department of Economic Development about, getting sort of small spec businesses in the county, and where is that land, and how much land do we have, and how much do they need? So I think it's important to work with them on that. Maybe they will help fund it. I don't know if they have some money that could help provide some funding for that. And then the North Bethesda implementation study, I feel that potentially we need to do that. And I don't think that, I don't know was that zero funding there? So those are my thoughts there. I think it's really important that to move forward, to go with the most strategic 5 positions to move to work on the things that really add a difference in moving our county forward. And so that was my recommendation, and I'd want to hear what some of the other board members have to say. All the board members, not some. Yeah, please.
Okay. First, I want to recognize and thank you, our planning department staff, for their dedication and the thoughtful work that goes into everything they do. I also appreciate and totally understand the effort behind this proposed budget and the vision it reflects. I have been there, I have done it, and always the budget starts as soon as the fiscal year starts, okay? That's routine for all of us. That said, I have concerns about the scope of the request. An 18.5% increase over the FY26 budget and 10 new initiatives. We must look at this within the context of the county's broader fiscal outlook, which remains challenging. Montgomery County is facing federal funding reductions, a slower job growth, rising construction costs, and high interest rates. These factors have significantly slowed development. The pipeline analysis that was brought forward to us shows that multifamily construction has dropped sharply. And according to the proposed budget that was in front of us, the development fees are about $2 million short of covering staff costs. Given these realities, we must be cautious and responsible. This is not the time to expand the staffing, but rather to look inward, to reduce cost, to repurpose existing positions, evaluate workload distribution, and make sure each role directly supports services to county residents. We also need to recognize that we cannot compare staffing levels to 2008 or 2009. That was 17 years ago, a completely different environment. Today, we are in an era of artificial intelligence and advanced technology, where both staff and residents live, work, and commute differently. These advances have created efficiencies in service delivery that simply did not exist 2 decades ago. I understand that the reorganization intent for the planning department, the recent one, was to improve communication and coordination across the departments. But in practice, as I had mentioned it before, It is top-heavy and has created too many chiefs and not enough hands to do the work. This seems to me to be continuing to increase requests for new positions rather than efficiencies we were hoping to achieve. Studies and new initiatives are valuable, but we must also ask, at what cost and to what end? What tangible benefits do they bring in advancing housing production or encouraging development in our county? While innovation and research are important, we cannot add one new position for every new initiative and divert staff away from essential work like master planning. Our responsibility is to balance a strategic vision with fiscal prudence, ensuring that our limited resources truly serve the needs of Montgomery County residents and council priorities. As we move forward, I hope the department will return with a more balanced and sensible budget proposal, one that aligns with the county council's budget priorities, reflects the county's fiscal outlook, and most importantly, serve the residents of Montgomery County directly. That is the kind of budget I could support and would recommend to the county council. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hedrick.
I just wanted to, I just wanted to say I'm incredibly sympathetic to the planning department's budget request. We're constantly being asked to do more things. We're one of the only organizations that's directly responsive to the council. We're constantly asked to do more things. We have people coming before us asking to return to a 24-hour deadline for before public hearings, and we have to tell them we don't have this, we don't have the staff to review everything. I'm incredibly sympathetic toward the budget request, and I think that, and just to push back a little bit, I don't think the efficiencies from technology or anything else have increased enough since 2008 really to account for the gaps that we have in staffing. We have, we know and we hear it from our staff that they have, incredibly heavy caseloads and workloads, and we need to address that. If we're being asked to do things, I think it's reasonable to tell the county council and everybody up front, this is what it's going to cost to do what you want us to do, and if you don't want us to do it, we can have that discussion. I appreciate the prioritizing with the new personnel requests, obviously the biggest sort of portion of this as well. My only recommendation is to lean toward a little bit of encouraging those entry level, lower level, and sort of mid-level positions. I do kind of agree with what I was going to say, Vice Chair Pettawim, but Commissioner Pettawim, on the top-heavy nature. I think it's good to have to have a bench of people that are trained up and knowledgeable. So I think it's worth considering that if we're going to sort of ask for a sort of reduction in the ask. I like that, but I do think that it's very obvious that we need the historic preservation folks to tackle that problem. As Jason mentioned, we need the Planner 4. I think that's clear. The climate initiative, we've been going after it. It's time to sort of put our money where our mouth is, in there. I completely understand the need for the cybersecurity. If there are efficiencies that we've gained from technology, then we've gained at least as many problems, and where we have to address ongoing cybersecurity issues, and that certainly isn't going away anytime soon, and it's getting worse all the time. The advantages of AI, for whatever advantages there are for our own work, are even higher for people that can use the AI to spoof out, orders of magnitude more, cyber attacks than they used to. So I mean, and we could go down the list, but I think all these positions are valuable. I think that we're being asked to do a certain amount of work, and it's worth at least presenting if not something this broad, then at least something that gives them the idea of, if you want us to do the work, here's what it's going to take to do it, and to be reasonable and upfront about, what it's going to take. It's no use hiding the ball. And if we have to pare down, I think it's worth telling the county council that when we go there, that, we pared it down. So I think the presentation and justification underlying it are good. If the budget and the financial situation is what it is, and I don't disagree that it's a major problem, you know, we have to address that. But they're asking us a question, and I think that this is the answer. So that's my comments.
Okay, why don't we speak with Commissioner Linden, but we have to make a recommendation back to the staff so that they can come back, so why don't we?
Yeah, similarly, I'll share a lot of the thoughts that Commissioner Hedrick just said. It's clear this is needed. I think you've made a really compelling case. I don't need to repeat all the reasons why, but the combination of burnout, new initiatives, things we're asked to do, things we need to do to try to address kind of the economic development challenges and unlock some of that through different master plans. The internal stuff obviously is deeply needed too. Doing innovative new things like through the potential design planner we could hire. I mean, these are all important, and in similar ways, in different ways as well. I think that as we move forward and bringing some version of this to council, I think wherever we land with a number of positions in the final request, I think it may be worth communicate, and you've probably already done this because it sounds like you briefed them back in September, but maybe thinking about communicating sort of like a 2 to 3 year plan of our potential budget requests looking forward to say, like, this is what we need. You may not be able to do all of it now. It may not be in the request now. But if you feel like you can't, if council feels like they can't on their end politically justify it today, maybe, at least it gets it gets it on the radar for next year, year 3, year 5, to say, okay, maybe there's a ramp up period that we can try to kind of collaboratively plan with them, to say that maybe this year is just 5 or 3 or whatever it ends up being, but they know that next year, that means that we have to push off a few things to next year, and next year maybe they can sort of start some of their internal workshopping a little bit early, and consider some of these requests and understand kind of where we're headed long term. I think that Director Sartori, leadership, like, you've done a great job of rolling out the strategic plan internally and kind of making it very clear linkages all the way through about how, and walking council through that process and how it directly relates to our budget requests over time and how that relates to what we can actually accomplish. And I think that, as part of this request, maybe we could potentially take that one step further and do a little bit of sort of storytelling and prioritization of say, okay, this year, we need all these positions, and maybe this year, here are the things that we identify as critically important to the county as a whole, because we know that we're concerned about jobs, economic development, and related things, and how we can support, how we can try to unlock some of these things from a land use perspective. So if there's a way that we can both communicate the long-term vision to council and also express that, and here's the way we sort of internally triage that on a year-to-year basis with our request. Maybe that's a way we can, over the medium term, get to 10, 18 positions. You mentioned 18 positions. Maybe that's a way we sort of do this slow ramp up over time. Because although I personally obviously see the need for this, I do think it's going to be tough to get this. So I don't want to put out a request that is, from council's perspective, a little bit maybe unrealistic, and then there's, I think there's some room for negotiation there. So yeah, I share the thoughts with the chair that if we can pare this down a little bit and do some of the larger storytelling and communication to council about this is where we're headed. We hope we can get there in the near term. Maybe that's a path forward.
Okay, Commissioner Bartley.
Thank you. I appreciate Director Sartori's presentation.
He's on mute.
Sean, you're on mute again.
Sorry, hopefully you heard me. I appreciate the presentation of Director Sartori, and I would echo some of the concerns of Commissioner Pedoine. However, I'd like to point out our role as a board in supporting our director. He's engaged in this need for housing and development in the community and deals with it daily. And a board is only successful as its director. And Mr. Sartori has pointed out a plan and including new positions so that we can be an effective organization. And his implementation and want for these new positions is in direct correlation to the production of housing in Montgomery County. And I'd like to commend Mr. Sartori on his future outlook and vision in securing positions so that we can produce more housing in the county. Thank you, Mr. Sartori.
Okay, I appreciate all of your comments, but, and the staff needs a direction. So my recommendation is that, as I said, I feel that there's some support on one acknowledging that, yes, they're all needed in order to meet a longer-term vision or outcomes. But in the short term, I feel that to send the right signal to knowing what's reality out there in the market, that we need to pare this down. So I'm recommending that the staff comes back with their 5 most important, what they feel are the 5 most important positions, and putting that on the table. And then and then we go through that. I also like your suggestion when we do whatever we submit to the county exec and to the council, it includes this plan, this longer-term plan. You can have it in there. This is our longer-term plan. These positions are needed, but we understand whatever, and this is our 2 to 3 year plan, and just put it out there, because we're not going to not ask and go from there. So that's what I'm recommending. I don't know. Please, Commissioner Hedrick.
Oh, I just was going to follow up on what the chair said after you were done, Artie, and say I'm fine in supporting giving direction to the staff to pare it down. I do want to make sure that we, I think, include the information in there and make it clear that they're asking us to do things that we're not currently staffed and resourced to provide the level of service that they're expecting. So I want to make that clear when we go for our budget discussions that, you know, if you want us to do everything, we've got to have the resources and staff that we need. I'm fine with asking to pare down and giving direction to staff, but I do want to make sure that this is included in communication.
Yeah, and
So
I think there's a lot to be said for, you know, continuing to socialize this with people on council. You know, even as much as we can. Like the need is there. To Commissioner Hedrick's point, we're being asked to do things, and this is what it takes. Especially knowing that we're looking at a new council. You know, more than 50% of council is going to be new in the near future. And so there won't be as much of that institutional memory of what we're doing now. So the more that we can socialize it with the people we know or likely know are going to remain on council, so that it's in the back of their minds, and maybe they can help kind of bring along some of their future colleagues with some of this justification too. So it's not, you know, I think there's a lot of groundwork that this is like helpful groundwork to lay now, regardless of what the final request might be. So yeah, I agree that all of this information can and should be shared. And ultimately, this year's request probably can be pared down somewhat as part of a long-term strategy vision that we can share with them.
Maybe they can share it with the staff, but I don't recommend to include it in your presentation to the county council. You need to be brief and with top requests that you are, and just go for those rather than providing a lot of information and let them struggle through what is your top priority. I'd be brief and concise and exact of what I'm looking for.
Yeah, so when we are before the committee and the council, the full council, we'll certainly, say, here's our request and here's the value in it. But I do agree, and that's part of what we've been trying to do, even in showing you the requests that came in and how we pared it down, to show that there is a greater need than what we're even asking for. And that will be part of the conversations we have one-on-one with council members to make sure they know the full story of what we're looking for. I do want to say, what our effort here was to try to make significant efforts to closing the gap in our need. And we did ask for 5 positions 2 years ago, 5 new positions 2 years ago, and we got 2. And I recognize that each budget year is going to be unique. But we did that before we went through this process of really being able to identify fully our need. And maybe if we ask for 5, maybe we'll get all 5. Maybe we'll only get 1. I don't know, but we do want to tell the larger story about our need. And I will tell you that we've actually been encouraged by council members to submit requests that actually match our need, not what we think the budget can handle. So, we're just trying to kind of take cues from that, and that's why we prepared what we prepared. But if 5 is the number without further direction from the board in terms of prioritization, most likely what we'll do is eliminate the bottom 5 on this list right here, because we've already gone through that prioritization process in our efforts.
Well, some things go with others, so just.
Yes, yeah,
but
good point.
So I think you should really look back at it, and I know I think there's a lot of support for the climate and planner, but I think you should look back. We are going to have another work session and see how with the budget and pair things together. I don't know, commissioners, did you have any thoughts on the?
I just would say that I would emphasize on the positions that they actually directly help developers to build and encourage them, like provide master planning, provide what is actually needed on the ground, that it could provide support for development to come into the county. We may do a lot of studies and analysis, but it may not actually directly impact that. What we need right now is more housing, and we need it sooner than later. So, we need the master planning, we need, more, development, maybe, zoning, or whatever that helps to encourage the developers to come to Montgomery County. That's what I would look for. I know that I'm 1 out of 5, but that's how I would vote for it.
The master plans are a clear and obvious way to make that direct link. I mean, the master plans, in large part, are how we can really start to. So, to the extent that if we want to increase our master plan load, we need more positions. I mean, that's a great story. That's an easy, understandable story to tell. The master plans can help to accomplish some of our development and economic development goals, particularly in areas that we haven't touched or looked at in a long time. And it's going to stretch our staff thin. And so, I know that you all are thinking about this, but I think that it's not as complicated to make that link in terms of the value and the bang for the buck in what we do related to the kind of current county crises or issues that we're trying to address.
That's true, but the bottom 5 are planners that you want to let go. That's why I'm saying that.
Revisit what do you think is best? Even if you can't do something this coming year, but it's still, you need some of that service for this, the following year, but you got your eyes on that position for the next time. Put in the money for, if you need some urban designing services, if you can't, I'm just theoretic, if you need some of that this coming year, put it in some of the, as a consultant or whatever you do, you need more of it. It means not maybe the most efficient in the long term, but that's getting you through this tough coming, and maybe it's the position for next time. And keep all the positions. You can put a dotted line in your story. You could just say, these are the others that we pared down this year, but they're coming back or something. I don't, but you use the time, you guys whatever you need to do, come back to us, and we'll go from there, okay?
One more thing. I think that I agree with Commissioner Hedrick to bring entry-level staff. So you need people that they have hands-on, that they actually do the work for you. So I would emphasize on those also. I'm just giving you direction. Eventually, you can look at everything else and, bring something that makes sense to you. But that's what I feel that you probably need, those people that do the work.
Okay. Mr. Hedrick, I'll let you have the last word, and we're going to move on because we have another team
All
here
right.
that needs to provide
Of
that.
course. Yeah, I'd make it quick. I just did want to say that, I mean, part of what we do with all the studies and is that we're being asked to do those things. And I mean, I agree with Commissioner Pedowin that we want I want to focus on housing. I want to focus on housing. I think the master plans are the most direct way to do that. But also a lot of that additional work is being come at outside requests from, the county council is asking us to perform that work. And so I think it's worthwhile to consider that when we're thinking about, why we're needing these positions and why that there's this additional focus and additional plans is because a lot of it is being, requested from the outside. So I'll support Artie's recommendation for now, but I do want to I want to make it clear that I think that there's a good reason that we're having to ask for the positions that Jason's asking for right now. So thanks, and I'll let us get back to the city.
Okay. Do you feel like you have enough direction? Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. A lot of hard work. Thank you. Really appreciate it. So we're going to take a 3-minute break, like 5 minutes. We need 5 minutes. 5-minute break, and we'll come back, okay? Thank you so much. Good was this morning or afternoon? Good morning. We're going to start with our last of the budget discussions. We have the Central Administrative Service team presenting their budget, and we have the Executive Director, Bill, and we also have Terry Bako Charles, our the budget director. So please present your items. I know, I'm sorry we had you last here. I know you have to go back to Prince George's County for their board meeting, but Mr. Spencer, I'll let you start if you like. Yeah.
So for the record, I'm Bill Spencer, Acting Executive Director for the Commission. And to be very respectful of your time, we're going to make this as brief as possible so that you can have adequate time to ask some questions. And good morning, Chair Harris and Vice Chair Linden and Planning Board members. I would like to present today's presentation by thanking the Chair and the Department Directors for their input and consultation and guidance. We're presenting today's proposed budget for FY27 on behalf of the Department of Human Resources and Management, the Inspector General's Office, the Chief Information Officer's Office, General Counsel, and Merit Board, who are collectively known as CAS. I'll ask, basically, we'll focus us on a good portion of our ask focuses primarily on things dealing with ERP, but not totally, and from implementation to continuation after for maintenance purposes. So with that, I have with me Terry Bako Charles, who is our Corporate Budget Director, Gavin Cohen, who is our Secretary Treasurer, who is also a co-presenter, and Jason Lawrence, Deputy Finance Director, and our Corporate Chief Information Officer, Mazen Chalet. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Terry Bako Charles.
Again, good morning, Terry Charles. Sorry to jump around a bit, but it's probably best that we begin in the beginning. And by that I mean, as expected, and I'm sure you would expect, each of the departments within CAS prepared an FY27 budget request via their submitted memo that seeks to provide the necessary resources to continue to deliver effective services for the Commission. These requests, when aggregated, total $29.6 million. That is 3.4% higher than the FY26 adjusted adopted and represents nearly $1 million more in additional funds. As seen here, there's a wide range of need, from a high of 12.1% increase for our smallest department to a low of 17.1% reduction in CAS support due to updated EOB rental rates. In summarizing at a very high level, each department's approach was to cover their baseline adjustments associated with current personnel. And as you know, there had been quite a bit of discussion earlier with regard to the components of the personnel costs that you're seeing. And just a reminder, we've talked about benefits, but it also is picking up the annualization of the current year's COLA and merit as well. So that is part of what you're seeing is the realization of the actions that have been approved, and as you also know, there's still an open item that could also further impact these numbers. As well, many of the departments, if possible, look to reduce operating commitments, such again to be able to put themselves in a similar status of a same service budget. So for legal, the Merit System Board, and CAS support, that is simply all that they have requested in FY27, is to cover their baseline commitments And in many instances, when we flip through the individual departments, you'll see that they also were able to identify other reductions in operating costs. Very similar, with only a slight variation, the Office of the Inspector General's FY27 request includes, again, the baseline adjustment, but they are asking for a one-time operating fund request of $9,000 to support the fact that they have scheduled next year their peer review. Both finance and corporate IT have included within their FY27 request the restoration of operating funds that were reduced in FY26. Finance increased professional services by $33,000, and again, they did so to support mandated reporting, and corporate IT intends to resume the capital equipment contribution of $225,000, which again goes to support our infrastructure refresh. Additionally, corporate IT included funds, much like you heard earlier today, with regard to the anticipated inflationary increases in computer equipment and software and maintenance support. That additional request is valued at $130,000. Now, the FY27 cash requests for program enhancements are as follows. Finance is seeking support for a vendor relations specialist who will work with the supplier diversity team to ensure—
Terry, can you
Sure.
put, because it would be nice if we can follow your numbers, yes, with
Sorry.
your slides, that for each of them that we understand what you're talking about. Because numbers just fly if I cannot see what you're talking about.
My apologies. As listed on this slide is the categorical description of the changes that are embedded in the numbers. Since I was getting ready to speak about finance, I'll flip to their number changes.
Yeah, that would be very helpful, each of them, if you keep them separate. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Finance is again seeking support for a vendor relations specialist who will work with supplier diversity to ensure that the Commission's procurement practices are aligned with set standards. And they're also seeking approval for the use of funds to manage the RAISE grant initiative. And then lastly, you will, and there's going to be additional conversation with regard to this, we jointly, meaning DHRM, Finance, and Corporate IT, are jointly asking for support for the ERP implementation. And at this time, I will yield to Mr. Cohen to further discuss that, which is our priority item. So,
thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Harris, Vice Chair Linden, and Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be in front of you this afternoon. I'm Gavin Cohen. I'm the Commission's Secretary, Treasurer, and Head of the Department of Finance. I'm going to be presenting the fiscal year 2020 staffing requests for the ERP system. This project, as you know, is one of the largest major known commitments across the Commission. We thought it was best to do these requests holistically so that you didn't feel like they were coming at you in a piecemeal approach. But I'm going to just briefly give you some context for the project, then look at the positions, and then show you some options for the Planning Board. These are our highest priority. I view them as being indivisible. They all equal priority in order to deliver a successful project. The ERP project, Project Mosaic, as it's called, again, was approved by all Commission department heads, each Planning Board, and essentially overall by the Commission at a cost of $14 million. The RFP was constructed in a manner that would provide some funding for items outside the scope of the vendor award. That is really critical to understand. We knew that there would be items outside of the award, like training, like backfill staffing, like a possible audit process. So planned within the project was approximately $2 million to cover those items. The RFP process to date has utilized about $500,000, leaving approximately $1.5 million within the project to fund a large part of what we're going to be asking you to look at today.
And that was part of included in the $14 million, correct?
It's part of the $14 million, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
However, there are as we sit here today, two major unknowns. Firstly is the actual amount of the award and the vendor selection. Obviously, the higher that cost, the higher that award, it would eat into the amount of money that's been set aside for the backfill staffing. And the second major unknown is the implementation methodology, which depending on how you approach the implementation, it has cost differences as well. So bids that come back closer to the $14 million range leave us less funds. Bids that come back lower would give us more funds. But as we sit here today, it's just hard to know.
Could you explain what is implementation strategy? Because we have the vendor, we have the staff and training, and what is implementation strategy on top of those?
So Commissioner Peruima, a strategy for an example could be, do you phase in different modules over a length of time? Or do you bring all your core functionality up at a single point in time?
Okay.
Those decisions have staffing implications, cost implications, and we haven't finalized that yet, but the department heads, when they meet to do the award, that is something that we'll be discussing with them.
So it's going to impact staff, or it's going to impact the vendor selection and the price for the vendor in regard to phasing? Or it could be both.
It could be both, but it's primarily staffing. As you're going to see, if the implementation is done, let's just say quicker, the need for the temporary staffing we ask for would go away quicker. If we're going to delay, or even do a phased-in approach, the need for those temporary positions just will drive up the cost.
Okay, so it's mostly staffing. Okay,
it
got
is mostly staffing.
Yeah, but it's,
so,
excuse me, but when you'll talk about it, also you could talk about the schedule as you talk through this. Where are you in the whole Mosaic schedule? Vendor selection, all, whatever, implementation, and is that on schedule of what you thought, or, just because that.
Sure, I can just do that very briefly. We're on schedule to do an award this calendar year, basically December. So that piece is on track. And so the rest essentially is on track as well. Once the award is done in a timely manner, the contract negotiations will follow, and during that time period, we'll be working on a detailed implementation timeline and the strategy that goes along with it. But we will be meeting with the department heads to really talk about the strategy and see what they prefer. So this entire process has been collaborative and will continue to be so. But one of the things I'm going to point out to you in terms of our staffing requests and why I wanted you to see it all at one time is because you're going to hear about a mix. A mix meaning some of our requests are just for authority for the position because we have the funding in the project. Others are for both the funding and authority for the position. And I'm going to go through all of that for you in just a little bit. So during the process, and one of the advantages of sitting through other presentations, you know, we're very mindful of the environment. We're very mindful of what's happening at each of the counties. And that's also why we wanted to present the planning board with options, right? We're not here in front of you saying, we have to do this. I'm going to share some options for you. And just before I do that, just 2 points I'd like to re-emphasize again. This is not a CAS project. The Parks and Planning departments asked for it, have participated at every stage of the way to date, and will be part of the team making the vendor selection award. This is truly a commission-wide project. Secondly, and though you may disagree with my percentage, 95% of the work to implement the new system will fall to finance, human resources, and IT. And that will fall to us for a duration timeframe of roughly 18 to 24 months. So with that, can I just check, Charis, are you seeing on the screen the positions? Okay, fantastic. Okay. So the positions that we're requesting for the project, again, holistically, and I'm going to go from left, just from left to right. There are 8 in total. And a summary of the difference is when it's a permanent, the career position that's being requested, obviously that's administrative funded and it's permanent as it would suggest. If it's temporary or term contract, we're suggesting it be funded by the project. And really the difference, the temp perms that we're going to discuss will go away when the project goes live. They're there predominantly to do backfill, and they are temporary and will go away. 3 of the positions that we're asking for initially are career permanent positions. And the idea behind those is they start the project at the beginning, they're there for the full implementation cycle, but then the knowledge that they've gained in setting up the system, they then continue to support the system with when the system goes live. And those are essentially the 2 differences in how we've structured the requests. So going left to right, and just after this slide, I'm going to show you the options.
Can I just, while you're saying that, those that you say that permanent, and when the system is implemented, they're going to continue. So what happens to the staff that currently they're doing the ERP? You still have those people.
That's correct. So what will happen during the implementation is everybody's working side by side as a team. Is there and will there be overlap? Absolutely. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. What I've said before relative to that question is there will be natural attrition over the life cycle of the project, and the positioning, in my mind, will right-size itself. And I can give you a perfect example if you'd like. And just to show you kind of the challenge in what the intent that behind your question. I'm going to speak to accounts payable just because that's one of the positions that we're asking for backfill. We currently key all invoices in manually. Thousands and thousands of invoices all keyed in manually, right? If one of my positions left now, I'd have to fill the position, all things being equal. After go live, if one of the positions left, I won't need to fill it. And so it's not so easy to speak in positions in isolation from each other, because all of it are teams that work together across this long period of time.
I just have a hard time to see that when we get a new system, we need more people. Because when you get a new system, we need to have less people because we're going to automate it, and then you don't have to put the invoices by hand manually. It has to be in a way that to be saving. And that's where I was talking before, that the technology and AI is supposed to help.
And you, Commissioner, are spot on. And I can speak to that because, along with many others, I've been sitting through the vendor demonstrations, which I'm not allowed to talk about, and I'm not going to talk about. But the AI components, the efficiencies that we will have relative to where we are now, with all the disparate systems we have, with all the manual entry to have, this commission will be a new place. The challenge is there are these interim periods of time, both for implementation and just after go live. And our positions, because they're technical in functional areas, we don't have the ability to kind of switch them over. I can't take an accounts payable person and put them in payroll, right? I can't switch my positions. That there will be some overlap, absolutely. But it's my view that that overlap will, natural attrition will occur. And if you want some evidence of that, even the steering committee that started off at the beginning of the year isn't the same, because people have left the agency. And over this lengthy period of time, that's what's going to happen.
So why don't you get them to be term rather than, to be permanent? Because the permanent, after you don't need them, it continues to be a burden for the departments because they have to pay it. But if it is a term, it's part of the ERP, and when the implementation finishes, then you don't need them. It may be taking, this term may be taking another 1 or 2 years, but they don't need to be there all the time to be a burden for the department.
Correct, and I'm going to show you that literally in about 30 seconds. I'm going to show you exactly what you're suggesting. Okay. So just going left to right, two, I don't want to call them permanent, two career analysts in the ERP support group. And when I mention the functionality, it may just be, oh, sure, these are kind of the most important aspects functionality-wise, right? So our ERP support group, the idea, again, would be two career support analysts. You see those, the first two positions on the left. The third one then is the AP backfill, which is project-funded temporary. Next, human resources. Their 4 positions are all being requested as temporary positions funded by the project. And the functional categories, again, they make total sense. One in class and comp, classification and compensation. In HRIS, Human Resource Information System, that's the core functionality, demographic, employee and demographic information. Benefits. The interesting one with the benefits, the funding source we're proposing is the insurance fund. And the fourth one is in recruitment. So the 4 requests from Human Resources, all temporary, as Commissioner Pedawim just alluded to. And then finally, the 8th position in the OCIO's office. Again, as you hear the functionality, ERP access security, right? And so just before we get to the temp or perm, again, the idea of the career requests was that they wouldn't go away, but they would continue the support after the go live. Okay, so then let's just look at
You
the,
just want to, so I completely understand this. The first three are in this scenario that you're proposing as permanent positions.
the first two, going left to right, the first two would be career perm
Okay,
positions,
the
correct?
third is, the third through the seventh are temporary.
That's correct.
Even though it's green, that corporate accountant one is a term position.
Correct. The colors were just to differentiate the
Okay,
departments.
okay, and then the IT, ERP, security analyst, that is a what?
Career permanent position.
Okay, now you can
So
go to
now
yeah.
sorry, I apologize,
Okay.
Charis, but let's get to then Commissioner Pedowin's statement and the positions, the options that we provided to you. And I'm going to go through this very briefly because I get a sense from being here this morning where you land without guessing where you're going to land. Okay. So going left to right, first column is the career service. Those would be the permanent positions. In the middle are the term contract. And on the right are the third party. That's using an employment agency. All of these are viable, but they obviously have different costs and different implications for the project. So none of the recommendations are in the third column, even though it's viable. And the reason for that, to use an agency is very expensive. Their hourly rate is high, they pay for benefits, then you've got to cover their overhead and their profit. Generally, you'll use that for a short-term engagement, not an 18 to 24-month deployment. So you don't see us recommending any of those in the far right column, predominantly because of cost. I want to go to the middle row, which is human resources. All four of those positions are being recommended as term contract positions. Three from what you see there, CWIT. CWIT is the commission-wide project fund. So that's an example of we're asking for authority for 4 positions, but we have the funding, all right? And the funding's in the project and in the insurance fund. So I understand this is a little bit different. You don't see this too often.
No, I understand
Okay.
it. Just the position, term position, I totally get it. They disappear. But each term, you say 1,500 hours, so it's just for 1 year. And 157,000 is for 1 year or 1 term. And then you say that you would probably renew it for the second year, correct?
Across the life cycle. So if we get done in 18 months, it disappears in 18 months.
That's fine, but at least for 2 years, that is understandable. Probably that's 2 years is a good time. And it may even go longer based on that.
Perish the thought, Commissioner.
Yeah, and because these are all part of ERP, all of these positions that you have under the term contract, it's not attached to funding, but is attached just to get the position. The funding is already
in the project.
Under ERP.
That's correct.
Okay, I got it. And so finance has no new position requesting at this point, or HR. Everything, position, I understand. I'm just talking about funding. That put pressure on the department. Right now is none, correct?
So for the human resources, the middle row, that is 100% correct.
Okay.
All 4 of the requests are term contracts, would go away, no future pressure on the departments, and the funding source is let's just call it the project.
Okay, and what for you, for finance?
If you don't mind, I'll do IT next, just because they have one. I have the mix, I'm the most complicated one. Corporate IT right now is in the far left, career service, 1 position. If everything we heard this morning and the sentiment you just expressed, Commissioner Pedowin, if there's a problem with a permanent position, effectively you'd be moving into the middle column. And if you want to kind of shorten the conversation, for, for the entire planning board, if you wanted to move all those career positions into the middle column as temp positions, essentially then that would be a direction or feedback that you'd give us.
Yeah, that's what we would like, but only if you can, is just some assurance that there is money in the Seaward project to pay for those?
Okay, perfect segue, Chair Harris, because doing that isn't without consequences or future outcomes. So what's going to happen if we take the approach and move all the positions into term contract positions funded by the project will run out of money at some point. I believe what that will do is in the 28 cycle, we'll be coming back for additional money. However, we won't be asking departments to fund any increase that we find that's needed, because I have a high degree of confidence that we can self-fund any additional requests for funding for the project. So it's kind of mixed.
Yeah, and fine, and it's not just we're not saying kick the can down the road, but it also gives an opportunity for your attrition concept to potentially work, where, and sooner or later we know the financial, we'll need those two positions, but maybe one of them will pop up during this likely 2-year period. Maybe not. But
exactly, it's a long time period, and across the entire commission, I'll just speak for finance. We do have folks that are ready to retire. 24 months when you kind of there, is a long period of time. You do get natural turnover. You heard that with the Parks Department, right? They have what, a 7% natural turnover?
Yeah. So I think you've got hands up to, why don't you go with this model? I think the staff, the parks and planning would also agree with this right now in this financially constrained environment to move forward with this. So why don't you go to is there another?
Perfect. So that concludes the ERP overall. Again, we didn't want to piecemeal it. We have direction. All the positions will be term positions funded by the project.
Yeah, and
perfect.
With you could put some of those asterisks that we're assuming that they won't last longer than 2 years. It's just so we all know when we go back, we were assuming 2 years, it's just for our purposes.
I know, but let me just say that ERP is a very big project. I would say that my hat would be off to you guys if you would pull it off in 2 years and keep it within the budget. That is likely you need some help. It could take a little bit longer. It could be a little bit overrun, right. And that is fine, as long as it's not going to go to 5 years, because right now, Mazen, that what we went through for the current ERP, it went maybe 5-10 times over the budget, and it took more than 10 years by the time that it was implemented. It was outdated. But I'm sure with you being there, and you have been seeing that, that's not going to happen. I have that confidence in you guys that that's not going to happen. I think that that's a very good approach that you are, and we will see what happens in 28. And hopefully it could be done within the budget and within time, but this is a very big project. Yeah. So
Great. And we wanted to implement it in one stage, so great. Thank you for being creative. We appreciate that. So why don't we move on? We know you have to leave by 12:45 at the latest. Can I just say one thing while you're going at it? So there was this other position it's called Vendor Relations Specialist. So I just want to be clear that we talked internally, and I also talked to Chair Barnes about this, and that so if Chair Barnes wants, we're we're supportive of him having, Prince George's having this position if they want, but in the Montgomery side, we don't feel this position is needed for us, and so you have in your current budget that it's shared. We don't want that shared, but we are very supportive of Chair Barnes if he wants to have that position that Prince George's side pays for fully, okay?
We'll note that.
Okay. And then one of the things on excuse me, you put in there excuse me, the raise grant piece. I thought during our discussion the other day that we talked about that would come out of the CIP and not out of an operating. So I see it comes out of operating, but it's not coming out of operating?
No, so...
I misunderstood it then.
No, you understood it correctly. Chair Harris, as of yesterday afternoon, when we met with the departments, both counties have said that they would fund their share out of their CIP. Okay. And so when this comes back to you in November, you won't see anything because it's basically the request has gone away.
Okay, great, great. Also, I believe the board would be okay with the, what was it, the Inspector General's $9,000 request, where we would be happy with that, you know? That was in here. So I just want to make sure, give directions.
Chair Harris,
okay.
I just one more.
Okay, please.
From the Finance Department, it was the restoration of cuts from last year. We were the only department to have our baseline budget cut, and that's what the 33,000 is for. What that represents is for the entire department, the professional services we use to maintain the system. I can give you an example if you want. Are you?
I think the board members
we can leave it in, or you want it out?
No, we're good.
Fantastic.
Less is more.
Thank you.
Yeah. What else?
For
Ms.
finance,
Cohen, you're
was
good?
all for finance, correct.
Okay.
And then as well,
Okay.
corporate IT
Okay.
is also requesting the return of their annual capital equipment contribution. And again, those funds are used to help support infrastructure refresh. So that is embedded in the request in front of you, as well as the inflationary increases associated with corporate IT. Now, what will, you're fully aware of the fact that the numbers that you're seeing here, human resources management, when it comes back, will look the same because, again, this reflected the fact that the expectation was that we were going to use temp paid through the projects. Finance will be lower because, again, we'll move that out of. You've made your decision with regard to the vendor specialist as well. Those funds are in here, so we will make the necessary adjustments. You've already spoken to your consent with Inspector General's request. Corporate IT, again, the numbers will look different because when it comes back, we will have moved the ERP security specialist to a term position because right now those numbers are embedded in it. I also want to note for corporate IT that also mentioned in their memo is the fact that the current numbers shown here did include the ADA specialists and the ADA contract funds for remediation, which prior to, in other discussions, it was determined that those should be removed. And as a result of that, everybody's OCIO charge, meaning the departments, will be lowered. So the November numbers will be changing for the departments as well as a result of us removing some of these expenses as well. Merit System Board was a same service. We had the conversation about benefits and the impact on a small agency, and this is another one where the agency's a new staff member is electing benefits. So
Right.
that is creating the increase you're seeing. And then the only other thing I would like to call out again is the fact that CAS support is able to lift the burden, if you will, on the admin fund request as a result of the updating of the executive office building rental rates, which Their fund, unlike what you were hearing earlier with regard to the fund here, has a reserve, and so we are able to give some rent relief to our tenants in the executive office building.
Okay, Sue, you haven't said a word, Mr. Chalet. You're good with these?
Yes, sir, I'm good.
Okay, all right. All right, any questions or comments? So just a minute, the restoring the capital equipment, that's the 225, is that what it? What, I'm sorry, what, just said it, so.
Yes, it would be restoring the capital equipment, and of course, that would be evenly split between the two counties.
How much is that?
It's in total 225,000, so,
Okay.
divided by 2 will be.
Right, okay. All right, those are the comments from the board. Thank you for coming out. Thank you for looking at, I'm looking at planning and parks. Did we address all the comments that we had in here? So, hearing none, or are we good? Okay. I know you guys had a meeting the other day. Did they go through everything, or I'm trying to think I had.
Good morning or afternoon. Good afternoon. For the record, Darren Fluchet. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We appreciate this, and a lot of what we had talked about has been incorporated. There was the $80,000 for CWIT that we had discussed coming out of the existing balance. There's almost $1 million balance in CWIT, so we were proposing that 80 not be restored and come out of that, and I thought we had agreement on that. So that's the one piece that we wanted a little more discussion on before we.
Can you explain it again so I can recall? Can you, just refresh my memory, I'm sorry.
Do you have a line for it, or a?
Yeah, this is not CWIT, by the way. This is a corporate IT inflationary cost increases for support services on existing contracts to maintain back-end
We don't have
equipment.
it in our screen. Is it something showing on the screen that we don't have? Because that's what is on the screen, you see that?
Yeah, not that level of detail.
Okay.
But to sum it up, the $80,000 is for the corporate IT, the enterprise IT, server room, server licenses, back-end equipment, firewall licenses, and some of the applications that run within corporate IT, like Energy Hub, for example, that's our bill payment system for the utilities. Those licenses and the renewal for those licenses come out of corporate IT, not out of CWIT. We have a CWIT license that sits with the CIO. That's not there now. So the annual inflationary costs of, again, service contracts, licensing renewal, and some professional services that go with that, is that where the $80,000 come from? Okay. That is separate and different from CWIT.
Yeah, Muslim's correct. It's not CWIT. I misspoke. It's corporate
May I say one more
information
thing,
technology.
please? Just one more thing on the CWIT funding for licensing. We did actually give back a huge adjustment, as it was asked by Kate, and it's about $300,000 in a break in licensing this year. So we gave back a whole lot more than $80,000 to help offset the cost for the. We've been very mindful. We removed a lot of things that we could to help move things along.
Okay.
We really appreciate. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm fine with but if, I'm sorry, you're thinking that it should be less than that, or should
Yeah,
it be at
I
all?
think we thought we had discussed that would come out of there's a significant corporate IT budget balance, and we thought that would come out of that rather than be restored in the operating budget.
So is there a significant IT budget balance, sir?
And again, let me just say something, I can pass it on to you. There's a difference and separation of the admin fund from the CWIT, which is internal service fund. We can't mix the two. I can't take project money and pay operations cost with it without prior approvals and discussions, even if it's possible. But I'll let you speak to it, Terry.
No, I was just going to make the distinction between the two funds,
Okay.
which you just
Okay,
explained.
we're good. Yeah, you did a great job in understanding the sensitivity of funding for this year, and we appreciate you working with Parks, appreciate you working with planning, and I want to get you home, so to your next meeting. So thank you so much, and this will end our budget discussions for today. And you look like you want to say something.
Just thank you for your time and for your attention. We greatly appreciate it.
Yeah.
I echo that.
All right, thanks so much, and we're going to take a lunch break and come back at what time do we need? At 1:20. Thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on item number 5, Friendship Commons, Geico, Preliminary Plan Amendment 1199903A, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And this afternoon, we have Quan Gatling presenting this item. Welcome.
Good morning, or I'm sorry, good afternoon,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Chair Harris and members of the board. Before Saquon gets started, I just wanted to say a few words. Context, for the record, Elza Heisel-McCoy, Chief of the Down County Planning Team. So the preliminary plan amendment in front of us is an unusual proposal. It reflects the bulk of a 25-year-old plus approval that, as described in the staff report, does not meet a number of current standards and policy expectations, but the application does not allow any redevelopment of the site. A site plan is required before any of that can happen, and no site plan has been submitted or approved for the site. Geico is in the process of moving their operations to downtown Bethesda, and similar to the good folks at 4-H on Connecticut Avenue that the board heard from a year or so ago, Geico is looking for a partner to take over the site and move that development forward. They've not announced anyone yet, but they are working on that. This development partner will be moving the design forward. There's an expectation that the design as approved in 1999 will not be the one that is ultimately developed on the site, and that as this new partner comes forward, they will be working to update that. In recognition of this expectation, planning staff and the staff from the executive agencies have taken the unusual step of conditioning that before an applicant comes forward with a site plan for the site, that they will have to come back and amend this preliminary plan to address all of the shortcomings that staff has identified in the staff report, that a number of the folks who took time to provide comments have identified. So I will also, this question has come up a number of times in our discussions with the community, and we've met with a lot of community groups on this particular application. The Friendship Heights sector plan, which is ongoing, just finished up its visioning phase, has been doing extensive community engagement, and over the course of the next 6 to 12 months, we'll be developing recommendations and a vision for all of Friendship Heights, the portion in the plan area, and certainly the Geico site. So that is moving forward with a 20-year vision. Today, we are here just to allow Geico's future partner a little bit of time to get their feet and to move forward with redevelopment. So again, with that context, I will turn it over to Saquon and the team, and Atara Margulies from the Friendship Heights sector plan team is also here in case there are questions for that.
Well, thank you for that background information, very helpful.
With that said, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Saquon Gatling with the West County Planning, here to present Preliminary Plan Amendment Application Number 1, 1999-039A for Friendship Commons. This project is located in Friendship Heights, as seen on the map here, south of Bethesda and bordering DC along Western Avenue, and is within the 1998 Friendship Heights Sector Plan area. Looking a bit closer here, the project property is outlined in orange on your screen and currently houses the existing office building and parking and open space associated with the Geico property. It's quite large at 26.5 acres. It's bounded to the north by Willard Avenue, to the east by Friendship Boulevard, and to the southwest by the Brookdale neighborhood. It lies west of the Friendship Heights Metro Station, which is on your screen to the right here. and again, DC to the southeast along Western Avenue. What you see on your screen now is the original preliminary plan, which was approved in 1999. And as shown across the screen, it included about 300 units of multifamily, 200 townhouse / single-family attached units, as well as proposed office space. Also included greenway along the southern boundary, a ball field, and a park. This was to be a phased development over time, as shown on the screen. Over the years, this original plan also received several APF extensions granted by both the County Council and the Planning Board, resulting in a current validity period expiration of June in 2026, which is next year. Currently, this plan does not qualify for future extensions under Chapter 50 subdivision regulations, and there are no site plan approvals on the site, which will be needed for any project to move forward. I now have the proposal on the screen, which looks quite similar to the previous slide, with the exception of the removal of the proposed office uses. No other physical changes, graphical changes have been submitted with this application. Looking closer at the proposal, the applicant is proposing to remove all of the approved office uses, which is 810,000 square feet from the preliminary plan amendment. They also are requesting a new preliminary plan validity and APF validity period for 10 years to support the future redevelopment. Also, I want to note that subdivision regulations require applications to gain stormwater management concept plan approval at the time of preliminary plan, which would be now. However, with this application, the applicant has requested to waive this policy and instead confirm stormwater management concept with the next submission of a development plan. And we've included that as a condition of approval of this application. The applicant submitted a revision which brings the plans up to current standards, for example, including regulations of forest conservation law, transportation in coordination with planning staff and MCDOT, and other standards.
Can I just ask you a question here?
Yeah.
So the new preliminary plan, is this one that you're amending now that is already 25 years old? So we are extending the validity period for APF for another 10 years from today?
Yes.
So that APF is 36 years old?
Yes. Yes.
So is it valid? Something that is 36 years old is not valid.
Stephanie Diggle, for the record, their current APF is still valid until June 2026. They're requesting a new validity period to go through for 10 years.
So they have been extending the preliminary plan, but how many times can we extend it? Because if something gets to be 36 years old, is it still valid in reality?
So Commissioner, for the record, Robert Cronenberg. So I believe the history of kind of the timelines for the life of the plans in the report, but it did get approved, I think back in '98, and it's been through a series of extensions, both by the planning board and by council, when they were doing kind of 2-year extensions based on different circumstances from an economic situation in the county, in the state, in the nation. And so, yes, this is a little awkward to request another extension, but in order for them to be able to move ahead, they do need it. And I think what's changed this time has been Geico made a decision to move, which we didn't have before. And based on that, they have plans in place and hopefully a development partner that will be able to move ahead. And to be able to do that, you need to extend that validity period.
And that's fine. I understand the need. I'm not questioning that. The question I have is that, is there any way after we move on that we look to see if traffic is still okay, to do some kind of traffic analysis, to do some kind of school analysis, and see that if those what kind of requirement, because a lot of things has changed, and what we assumed that it was adequate, 25 years ago, it may not be true anymore. Probably is not true anymore. So how do we make sure that it would be okay when the new development or site plan comes in?
So this is the same question I think that staff and the agencies had when this request was filed. And one of the conditions that we have on this plan is that a preliminary plan amendment would have to be filed to address all of that, to address stormwater management, to address schools and infrastructure and roads. Everything we would do with traditional APF would be evaluated when they submit another preliminary plan amendment
So
for
it's
this.
going to be another preliminary plan.
Yes.
It's not going to go to site plan.
Well, there'll be a site plan for them because of the zone and what they're proposing. They'll have to do both. They'll have a preliminary plan amendment, which will address the APF, and then the site plan will address those levels of detail that we look for in every type of site
So
plan.
it's going to be another
Yes.
preliminary plan amendment.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's awkward to do it that way, but we felt like to address the specific piece of validity for this one, we needed to approach it in a two-step type of
And
scenario
that's
and
fine.
process.
As long as it's being taken care of
Yes.
at the other stage, I'm fine with it. Okay,
Thank you.
Yes, and so that is a condition of approval of this plan. So it will be something they have to do to move forward. Moving to community outreach, we received several letters of correspondence throughout the review process and also after the staff report was posted. We also received letters of support from individual citizens as well as community groups, as you can see on the screen. And we also received several calls and letters regarding questions or concerns about the plan, with the subjects being typically grouped into the bullet you see on the screen here. With regard to the sector plan update, as Elza laid out, the process is moving forward with the Friendship Heights sector plan into the new year as they begin exploring preliminary recommendations, and the applicant will continue to work with the team for coordination, and they will be required to conform to whatever sector plan is in place at the time of their next steps. As far as concerns expressed regarding additional details required and complying with stormwater management and environmental impact, staff agrees with those comments, and as addressed by our conditions of approval, we are conditioning the applicant to provide these details within their next submittals, including addressing stormwater management, properly assessing and protecting environmental features as required by our regulations and guidelines, and other zoning requirements as applicable. And all these must be demonstrated before the applicant can move forward with development. So that leads into our recommendations. As conditioned, the plan meets all applicable requirements in conformance with the sector plan. All signage and noting requirements have been met, and therefore we recommend approval with conditions of the preliminary plan, including the requested waiver from the subdivision regulations at this time as written in the staff report. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 6 people today to provide public testimony. I think all 6 of you can fit up there. Well, it's Francine Klein, Robert Cope, Daniel Dozier, Alfred Muller, Sarah Morse, and Mikhail Moore. And you'll just slide the mic around as needed. Thank you for coming today. We really appreciate your testimony. Why don't we start with Francine Klein? And you represent you're a council member, so thank you, and you support the Village of Friendship Heights. So there's 6 minutes for the.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Harris, Vice Chair Linden, and fellow commissioners. Good afternoon. I'm Francine Kerner Klein, Vice Chair of the Village of Friendship Heights Council. I welcome the opportunity to speak with you today regarding the reasons the village is opposed to the GEICO application. The village regards itself as a community that will most directly be impacted by the board decision in this case. You've received a letter from our mayor, Roy Schaefer, and I submitted written testimony to you. And our property attorney, Dave Brown, submitted an addendum to the testimony to respond to certain submissions by GEICO. And Mr. Brown is in the hearing room should you have any questions. As a matter of law, Geico is not entitled to have the application approved. And I listened and met with the staff as well when they talked about the fact that this really isn't a plan. It gives some confusion in my mind because on the one hand, we're saying they can go forward, and we received a letter from Geico that actually says they want to go forward with the part of the plan they're still seeking to build. And on the rest of the property along Friendship Boulevard, which is half of the buildable area, they're saying they don't know what they're going to do now. And I think they're slow rolling the community on identifying anything to build against Friendship Boulevard. It's problematic. The parts of the plan that are going to be reapproved would leave us with the most lackluster elements of the outdated 1998 plan, a plan that, if implemented, and this is really important to us, would destroy a historic mid-century modern headquarters building and bulldoze dozens of mature trees without providing the spark and synergy of a modern community in return. It's not an approach that serves the interests of Friendship Heights in 2025, and we ask you to reject it. What we would like to see is the development of a new cohesive and integrated plan for the entire site that would examine repurposing the Geico headquarters building, an iconic mid-century office structure, save the lush foliage, including dozens of specimen trees on the property, focus on building high-density and mixed-use property along Friendship Boulevard, and foster synergy in a central location near the metro station, similar to aspects of downtown Bethesda and Rockville Town Center. And we believe that all of these goals can be achieved on an amazing site larger than 26 acres while maintaining the binding elements that protect our neighbors in Brookdale in the original 1998 plan. Now, I am a New Yorker. It's obvious when I speak that I'm from New York. And I tell you that because I want you to understand that I enjoy a dense throng of people, and I am looking forward to more development in the Friendship Heights area. It's not the first place that I've lived in Montgomery County. I moved to the county in 1985 after I married my husband, Michael. We raised 2 children in Bethesda, and we have crossed the county many times and are living here all of these years, and have great respect for the county, its leadership, and what it has to offer. In 2013, as empty nesters, we moved to the village of Friendship Heights, which has a population density of over 90,000 per square mile, the highest of any incorporated or census-designated community in the United States. And our condo, as it happens at the Elizabeth Condominium, looks south to the Geico site and its headquarters building and the very green foliage, fall foliage that we get there from the magnificent trees on the property. Not enough has been said about the Geico headquarters. It was completed in 1959. The architect, Vincent G. Kling, was a World War II veteran who served in the Pacific Theater and established a leading architectural practice in Philadelphia after his return from the war. Kling, in designing the headquarters, represented a new type of building for its era, the suburban corporate campus. And the building was the first stop on a Montgomery Modern bus tour in October of 2013. The tour guidebook for the tour called it an outstanding example of an international style complex composed of carefully articulated buildings with clean lines and geometric forms set in a natural landscape campus. That's why it's such a treasure to have this acreage in southern part of the county. Had Geico demolished its headquarters in '99 for the purpose of erecting a new structure on the site, we would have lost the headquarters property. But they never did, despite the fact that they said it was obsolete in 1998. Because they did not destroy the building, because they've continued to use it for 25 years, we have a reprieve. We can try to save this part of the county's architectural history. We can undertake a formal historic preservation assessment and repurpose the property, take the pressure off the trees, and get a plan for development of this exceptional site that will give us residential housing, preserve our history, and preserve our trees. So thank you very much. I appreciate your consideration.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. Next is Robert Cope.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Cope. As of last May, I'm a 50-year resident of Brookdale, former president of Brookdale Citizens Association, former chair of the coordinating committee in the 90s when the sector plan was going on, but I'm testifying today as an individual, sort of an ambassador without portfolio. But anyway, everything that's going to be brought up, trees, buildings, all of this can be addressed at site plan. It can be addressed in the preliminary plan. Staff has already indicated they can address it. Taking a 60, 70-year-old office building with no plumbing, 8-foot, 7-foot ceilings, and turn it into an apartment building is not going to work. So what I'm asking is that we proceed as staff recommends, and we proceed with this proposal. Brookdale is most affected by the Geico site. If you're on the other side of the fence from Geico, you're most affected. I always have this argument with Friendship Village. They're across the street. We're across the fence. So it's sort of a friendly discussion. But in any event, please look at this application. We believe the application should go forward. Brookdale submitted a letter supporting the application. I'm here as an individual because I was involved way back when. But in any event, this is important to Brookdale, very important to Brookdale. Geico basically was an R60 neighborhood, zone residential. When they built the building, the only portion of Geico that was zoned for a building was a footprint. Everything else was residential. Brookdale has been working with Geico forever. We worked with them on the exemption, on the exception so they could get a parking lot, so they could put up the lights and all that. We've worked with them so that they could continue operating in Montgomery County, where they're one of the largest, if not the largest employer. And we've worked with them on all these other issues. We look forward to working with them on this. We look forward to working with them on the site plan, on the preliminary plan. All of this can be worked out. Trees, creeks, water, all of this will be addressed at site plan. And so therefore, I just really request as an individual that you grant this application. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Daniel Dozier.
Thank you. My name is Dan Dozier, and I represent. Thank you. Pardon me. My name is Dan Dozier, and I represent the Carlton Condominium Homeowners Association. We are located directly across the street from Geico. Most of us who live there either walk on that property or have views of that property from our apartments or from our units, including myself. Thank you, for your time for this. The reason that I am here speaking today is that our condominium association met. We established an ad hoc committee, and we unanimously in the committee and by the board of directors of the HOA agreed to submit testimony addressing a few critical issues from our perspective. One of the things you have to understand is we're not professional zoning attorneys, okay? And a lot of people look at that plan and see it as really problematic. They look at the drawings, they see the apartment buildings that are located on top of the green space and the tree, and they freak out about it. And for good reason. If those trees go and that green space goes, we as a community, including the new residents who will be moving there, will lose a treasure. It's not impossible to develop this property and allow the kind of density that we support, by the way. We are not NIMBYs here. We support dense development on that property. We support the putting medium or high-rise apartment buildings along Friendship Boulevard, buildings that could certainly accommodate the number of people that this site plan proposes. We think we have to respect the wishes of Brookdale about keeping the townhouses in the center part and the ones that are closer to the neighborhood for the impact that the high rise would have on the neighborhood. But the rest of the property, other than the green space, we're in support of significant development. And by the way, along Friendship Heights is the best place to put residential. It's right across the street from the entrance into the pathways to Metro. It's a great place for housing, and you need to consider that. But we hear things like a little bit of time. Well, this is a 10-year grant. It's not a little bit of time. And we're not clear. We do not understand why you have to approve this site plan to give Geico what they need. Geico's a great company. Look, I've been insured by Geico for 40 years. I have enormous respect for them. And they've been a wonderful neighbor. They have allowed us to walk on their property. We have a lab. We walk our dog over on that property all the time, every day, okay? And they have been fabulous. No problems with Geico. How can we help Geico and still have a plan that's reasonable? That's our concern. And currently, the 4 units that are proposed to be located along Willard Avenue on top of the trees and the green space is not reasonable. And if that happens, you will see community protests like you wouldn't believe. That's an important piece, along with the environmental concerns. And we strongly support, I was one of the founding board members of the Little Falls Watershed Alliance. We strongly support their views on the environmental. I'm not going to speak to them, Sarah will. But we ask you to please pay attention to both the current and the new members, the new people who will be moving into that property, by keeping the green space and the trees as you develop this. The other thing that I would like to suggest is Francine testified, that's a beautiful building. And if it's not possible to save the whole thing, and I understand why it may not be, there is one part of it, the 8-story cube that's in the middle of the property, the one high rise that Geico has. It could be something that you could look at repurposing. While I think it's probably correct that the office building, the long, low-rise office building, would be difficult to redevelop into residential, it's not clear to me that the high-rise, the 8-story cube that's in the middle of that property, could not be redeveloped into residential, and with commercial or restaurants and public uses on the first floor. So it's not that we oppose the development. We moved here because it's an urban area. We wanted walkable property. But we would also like to have some connection to nature. It's part of any human being needs to have a connection to be able to bathe in the forest. And this is an area where we can bathe in the forest, and we ask you to please keep it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Appreciate you coming out. Next is Alfred Muller.
Good afternoon, Chairman Harris and board members. My name is Alfred Muller. I'm a retired physician and have lived in Friendship Heights for 52 years, 50 years of which I have either been on its Community Advisory Committee or served on its Village Council as its volunteer chair, secretary, its first mayor, and presently its historian. I worked with your predecessors to help implement the county's first sector plan in 1974 and helped our area become the first central business district. I presently serve on the Village Council's Development Committee and was one of the 16 members of the Citizens Advisory Group for the current 1998 sector plan, which we called a consensus plan. I have attended all the recent outreach meetings initiated by your hardworking staff. In all those capacities, I have supported the principle of balanced growth to assure our community's ability to grow, but always maintain and improve the quality of life of our residents and the success of our businesses. I have always supported the concept of negotiation and compromise. On the basis of this long involvement as an individual, I therefore support the current request of a valued neighbor, Geico, to extend their previously approved plan for townhouses and low-rise apartments on part of their property. During the actual future site plan presentations, I will join with other neighbors to first request retention of green buffers for the community of Brookdale. Second, request greater pedestrian access to and upgrading of Brookdale Park and playground. Third, request retention of as many mature trees and green space setbacks as possible for the previously approved low-rise apartments. Fourth, request 2 new high-rise residential buildings instead of previously approved office buildings on the Friendship Boulevard corridor. And fifth, request a new low-rise learning center building opposite the current County Rec Center on Friendship Boulevard to include a branch library, art and computer center with space for community theater and instrument rehearsal space. As a historian, I have documented how this unique village began with 2 farmhouses, orchards, and cornfields, and how it has matured into a thriving community of 5,000 residents in 3,000 high-rise units with multiple businesses and medical offices. With your approval, we can assure a continued high quality of life with a balanced new growth of housing and amenities that I have outlined. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being the keeper of history, which is so important. So next is Sarah Morse.
Hello, I'm Sarah Morse. Thank you for having us here. I'm the Executive Director of Little Falls Watershed Alliance. We were started in 2008 as an environmental stewardship group for Little Falls Watershed, which is located in Lower Montgomery County, Bethesda-Chevy Chase area. Our sole mission is to protect the natural environment of Little Falls Watershed through outreach, advocacy, and action. We do habitat restoration, we install stormwater management facilities, we run a really robust water quality monitoring program, and we, I think unique to us, we work with local planning boards and agencies to ensure on environmental issues. So we're here totally today as environmental stewards. You know, personally, I have other things, density and stuff, but that's our sole mission. So as been described here by very nice, the Geico campus is lovely. I urge you, if you haven't been there, to see it. It was built in the 1950s, as they said, when Friendship Heights was a suburb. I grew up there in a suburb, single-family homes. It was designed to fit into the environment and embrace nature. As the Montgomery Planning Board exhibit on it says, it was described the campus as composed of carefully articulated buildings set in a natural landscape campus. And indeed, this 26 acres is a oasis. Mature trees, lovely places for picnicking, walking your dog. There's a hill where local kids can sled. There's a cut through on the Troll Bridge that goes over a little creek. It's really, really lovely. So all this is going to change with redevelopment, and we aren't here fighting the change. What we're here to do is recommend the new buildings are required to be as mindful as the Geico building was in fitting into the natural landscaped area. Yes, I know there's miles of parking lots there, and those can go, but there's also over 100 mature trees. They are priceless and impossible to replace. Some of those trees are over 63 inches in diameter. That's a big tree. The documents from the 1998 agenda item, it was here, there's a forest assessment, recommended that all the trees should be removed. Some places, not all of them. We respectfully disagree. The trees should stay, especially these specimen trees, the ones that are over 30 inches. That's more than 100 trees. The benefits, you guys know probably, but I'll remind you, of these mature trees cannot be overemphasized. They provide shade, they soak up stormwater, they reduce the urban heat index, they provide habitats for insects, squirrels, birds, and other life. The environmental benefits make our world a really pleasant place to live. But they're also good for the developers. According to a study by the USDA Forest Service, homes with mature trees can sell for as much as 15% more than similar properties without trees. If you look around some of our really fancy neighborhoods, that's what they have, a mature tree canopy, so you knew that. So saving the mature trees is a win-win, good for the environment and good for the bottom line. There's also a small creek on the back of that property along Cortland Road that needs to be protected and celebrated. It's not only an asset to the wildlife who make their home there, but to the residents who sit by the creek birding or just listening to the water. The current plans don't even have the creek marked on them. This must be corrected moving forward, and the developer must be mindful of preserving the 100-foot buffer that exists today. In the current plan, there's townhouses in that buffer. Again, this is an asset to their property. Having Little Creek, studies have shown that there's as much as a 30% increase in values for property within proximity to waterway. That's another win-win. The preliminary plan asks for stormwater management waiver, and I know that the conditions of approving this is to not do that waiver, but we'll just say our piece anyway, so you know why we think that's true. It doesn't say how much, but we hope that this will be denied and future waivers will be denied. With 26 acres to work with, there's plenty of space for stormwater management. It's not a tricky lot, it's not a retrofit. The developer is starting with a clean slate. They need to be held to the current stormwater management regulations and not given any waivers. We would like to see the requirements go even further and require their plan to use green techniques that allow the water to soak into the ground instead of going in the storm drain system, which ends up flooding our little creek. The green techniques also add native plants and trees to the areas. We'll lose the large lawns and gardens when the site is redeveloped, but green stormwater management can bring back plants into this area. I don't know, so if you have a chance, I don't know how many of you have seen the site, as I said, but if you haven't, you should go there and look at the Geico campus. It's really beautiful and serene. Then imagine what it will look like with townhouses, stores, and even high-rises, and no trees and no stormwater. With this development, we have a tremendous opportunity to create something that will, as the original building did, fit into the landscape and natural areas, celebrating the environment. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And last is Mikkel Moore. Oh, yeah, so please. Sure.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Moore, and I'm a resident of the Brookdale neighborhood. In 2002, we purchased one of the historic Cooper Lightbaum homes. We are only 3 houses from the Geico site and the Troll Bridge at the end of Westport Road. There are some lovely established nature areas in and around Geico, and they deserve protection. Our yard backs up to Brookdale Park. It's not just green space, it's like a small woods. Densely shaded in the summertime with a variety of trees, some nearly 100 years old. Kids explore nature there and discover wildlife. We have community gatherings, a lovely walking park, etc. It is well, even though it's only 3 acres, Brookdale Park is well used and enjoyed by the neighborhood. There's that old saying, you don't appreciate something until it's gone. I can tell you that the Brookdale residents love our park. It is technically still owned by Geico and leased to the County Parks Department for $1 a year, I think. We would like to have it officially conveyed to the county park system, finally. You heard mention of the little creek along the border of Geico and Brookdale. You may not know about it because the developers did not include it on the preliminary plan map. But it's not a drainage ditch. There's always water in it, so it's a true creek with a real sense of place, separate from the surrounding urban areas. It's home to wildlife, including a fox den. Imagine just 3 blocks from the Wisconsin Western and Military Avenues intersection. However, the plan ignores this and shows the pedestrian bikeway nearly on top of the creek. The creek needs to be shown on all maps, and it deserves protection. Future development must be pulled back to the maximum legal buffer. The Troll Bridge is actually the pedestrian route that most people in our neighborhood use to walk up to Friendship Heights. Residents would like this to be maintained so that we have a convenient route to reach Metro, the recreation center, shopping, medical appointments, etc.
Oh, yeah. You know, I got those from across the street, right? Not from Amazon.
Yeah, please continue. Yeah.
The Geico green space, many in the community enjoy those large grassy areas of the Geico site and hate to lose it. Please don't let it all be destroyed. It's important to preserve some of that open space. Here's an idea. Imagine a large linear park added and a shaded walkway to connect Brookdale Park to the open space at the corner of Willard and Friendship Boulevard. Even better, we could create a large system of shaded walkways to connect the many parks around Friendship Heights. What an amenity that would be. It was alarming to read that this application requests a stormwater waiver. Please protect our streams and hold the developers to the maximum stormwater requirements. And one final thing, I'd like to bring your attention to the fact that many developers offer or promise community open space in return for credits and various things, benefits. But there are 2 great examples in the new Friendship Heights development where that community open space has been designed and landscaped to seem very exclusive to the building it's in front of. And those areas do not feel welcome to the community, welcome to the, open to the public. So mindful of that with future approvals in general. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your testimony. You can go back to your seats, and we'll have the applicant come up, please. He's the attorney for one of those.
Oh, he's not.
Can we take a picture of him? Yeah, we've seen. Okay, welcome. Would you like to make a presentation?
Yes. Good afternoon. For the record, Bob Harris of Lord Shirley Brewer representing the applicant. With me today on my direct left is Jeremy Gordon from Geico. I'm sorry, I've just met him recently. And Katie Wagner with Garove Slade, our traffic engineer, and Pat LeVay, our engineer. There's a lot to respond to here, and I want to give all of you full information, so please, a little indulgence in the amount of time here. I can't tell you at the outset here how pleased I am to be here before you today. I've been working on this project for a long time, and when I was able to get consensus approval from the various forces in Friendship Heights to have this built, it was a great day in my life, and I really want to see it happen. And so, but before I get into some more specifics, I want to let Jeremy explain a little bit about Geico here, and then I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the board. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today on behalf of Geico. I am Jeremy Gordon, Senior Director of Real Estate Strategy for the company, and have become involved with this project here. Appreciate all of the opportunity here today. Also want to acknowledge appreciation for the staff's work going into preparation here. We obviously appreciate the supporting recommendations and agree with the conditions as we go forward. Geico has obviously been a very long time and integral neighbor in the community here, and thank the neighbors who have chosen to spend their time here today to express their opinions with you as well. Geico certainly looks forward, as we relocate within Montgomery County, we look forward to remaining a valued neighbor and member of this community, and that's why we feel very passionately about the opportunity that Bob will get into the details of here, but we feel very passionately about what happens with the future development of this project and appreciate the opportunity to be considered here today. So thank you again.
Thank you, Jeremy. It goes without saying that this is one of the most important projects facing Montgomery County now. Housing is coming out of your words, your mouths every other word, it seems. And this does provide a huge, important housing resource in an urban, metro-oriented, walkable environment with a mix of uses. It helps to implement the extensive recommendations in multiple housing studies that you and others have endorsed. The Thrive 25, the COG housing study really started this back in 2019. The 2024 Attainable Housing Studies. And then just last week, the Comptroller of Maryland of all issued a lengthy report talking about the importance of housing and how we have to break down some of the barriers that are standing in the way. This, I think, is Exhibit A for how that can be done, and that's why we're so happy about it. In terms of jobs, this approval is tied to keeping Geico in the county, one of the largest employers. That is a huge success for the county. Economic benefits, the real estate taxes are going to rise ninefold with the new development that's being proposed here. And that's just the residential portion that we're seeking approval for, not the rest. This is at a time when the county's budget desperately needs all the help it can get. In terms of benefits to the general public, you've heard how important that park is and the trees along the edge there. The plan does include those. We will dedicate the park to the county, and those trees in the park will be retained. There will be trees and a greenway created along the edge. All of those are important public benefits, and we recognize how the community enjoys them. It'll, as the community has requested, it'll provide pedestrian access through the site, both from Friendship Heights to Brookdale Park and from the Brookdale community to Metro and all the resources that are in Friendship Heights. It's consistent with the pending sector plan objectives to breathe new life into Friendship Heights. We've lost retail there. We've lost some vitality. We want to attract younger families. Townhomes, as opposed to high-rise condominiums, help to do that. So it's checking all of those boxes. Now, in order to condense our testimony, I did submit written materials on October 20th and 25th, or 21st, that address really all of the objections that we've heard from the community, so I direct your attention to those. But most basically, just to make it clear, this application seeks approval today for the exact residential development that was approved in 1998 and 99, and the exact development that the entire community was behind then. It was the consensus plan, and although the village of Friendship Heights objects to it now, they were one of the supporters of this. It was worked out as a compromise because it was the best solution, and was referred to as the consensus plan. We're not looking to change that component today. We recognize the office component won't plan. We have the support from smart growth advocates, from local residents, some of whom came out today, from the Brookdale Citizens Association, from the BCC Chamber, your staff, and from every county agency. We think this is the right thing to do at the right time. Now, in responses, there's been some concern about whether this is an unallowable extension of a request. And to answer Commissioner Pettering's earlier questions, this is an amendment to a plan, okay? We are changing it by taking the office out. That's a substantial change. It is going to generate significantly less traffic than the Geico building did for many, many years. So it meets the traffic standards. But again, staff has asked us to prove that through our subsequent applications, and we will do that. In terms of the length of the approval, I know that Commissioner Pettering was asked about that. I've been around a long time, as most of you know. I remember when the Bellward campus in Shady Grove was approved. That was in 1996, even before this. That plan's still alive today because it's a very important plan, and it's taken a while to implement it. Rock Springs Center in North Bethesda, that plan was approved in 1999. You have given it validity so that it can be implemented because it's an important, complicated project. The Black Hills Crystal Rock project up in Germantown is proceeding, but that project was approved in 1989 as well. These large projects like that take time to form and to meet the demands. We've got economic cycles to deal with. Just now, Viva White Oak, you're working on that. That's not going to be built in 10 years. I have to caution you, and you've been very good to recognize that. So we think that you have every bit of authority, as the staff has said, to grant to approve an amendment that will delete the office, seek approval of exactly the residential that we have already approved, and then we will deal with the details as it goes through site plan and, if necessary, a preliminary plan amendment. There's a question about whether it conforms with the Friendship Heights sector plan. Look at pages 64, 66, and 67 of that sector plan. This picture is in there. It's exactly it. It's like, wait a minute, time warp, same exact picture, because we worked out the details then. We looked at the trees. We looked at, the frontages, what was compatible. All of those things were done. So it's exactly that plan, except dropping the office. Let's see. None of the underlying approvals preclude proceeding with the residential component and dealing with the office later. In fact, binding element of the zoning, number 3, says exactly that the different components can proceed in any sequence on any cycle, and that's what we're trying to do. It will give the county the best opportunity to evaluate what should be done along that area along Friendship Boulevard. Everybody recognizes that office buildings there are not appropriate. The residential remains every bit as appropriate as it ever was. The office, not so much. And so that is something that we recognize will have to be dealt with and will require a preliminary plan amendment before that goes forward. There's talk about either saving the Geico building or part of the building or moving well, let's deal with that first. The building's right in the center of the property. If that building is saved, there's very little you can do with the property, particularly if you want to save some trees. The combination of those things really means we're going to give up a 26-acre site right at Metro and say no new development. That's not consistent with our housing policies today. Some have talked about maybe deleting the low-rise multifamily buildings along Willard Avenue, converting them to high-rise along Friendship Boulevard, and keeping that area along Willard Avenue as open space. Well, that's giving up a residential development opportunity. These are 4-story buildings that are entirely compatible with 15 and 20-story buildings across Friendship Boulevard. Yes, we will have to go through a tree preservation program. I'm not prepared to say what trees will be preserved, but your own regulations require tree preservation. We will go through that when we go through the site plan and figure out what the footprint of these buildings is. You have a demonstration here, but there's no guarantee that these are going to be C-shaped buildings like that. That has always been left to site plan. The preliminary plan specifically says that those details will be looked at site plan. What else? I appreciate the concern about the stream head that the one witness spoke of, and I believe that is shown on the plan. Maybe she didn't recognize that, but it is shown on the plan, and we do recognize that there are stream buffer obligations that the project will have to meet. Again, we haven't looked at those things in detail because we don't have a site plan. The site plan will figure out exactly where these units are going to be, how they're going to be configured, et cetera. The suggestions of preserving the building because it's historic, again, that would kill the entire plan that this board or another board approved, and it would ignore the right that Geico has had to rely on that. Geico did examine the potential for reusing that building and reusing parts of it. I don't have a detailed study here for you the way you did for the ComSat building, but it's the same questions. It takes a unique building to be able to reuse it for multifamily or other purposes, and this one simply doesn't rise to that level. Let's see.
What about the Brookdale Park?
I beg pardon?
Brookdale Park.
Brookdale Park.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Yes, yes, absolutely. It will be dedicated to the public. You will own it when this project goes forward. Geico will no longer own it, okay? Geico has been very generous its entire time. They have allowed the public to use it from day one. First without a lease, then you asked us to put it into a lease that's terminable. It's a month-to-month lease, basically. But Geico said, okay, if you want a lease, we'll give you a lease. And so that's what's there. But it will be
They want to
dedicated.
get ownership, we wanted to lease it.
I'm sorry?
We
You don't own it now, but you will.
will own it eventually.
yeah.
That's music to my ear, Mr. Harris. Thank you.
Okay. You have maintained it, though, by the way. So, yeah, it's been a good marriage, let's put it that way.
Yeah, you've done a great job.
I recognize the developer, we're not the developer of the property. We recognize that they have work to do with you and your staff in terms of trees, water, stormwater management. That all depends on exactly what the picture is going to be. And we want to get started on it. Time is now.
Great.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate your presentation, appreciate the public testimony from residents and community groups that came in. I just want to also be clear that all of this site, once the formal new preliminary plan, site plan comes in, they will have to go through all the tests for stormwater management, adequate public facilities, road tests, and everything like that. So we will make sure that happens, okay?
Excuse me, one thing, and part of that will be the county now wants pedestrian paths, bikeways, all of those. Those are all obligations that we recognize will be imposed at that time.
Right, based on our newest requirements. So thank you so much. So I'm in favor of approving this proposed amendment, and for all the reasons we talked about before. I'm delighted that you guys came out. I'm glad we have this proposed plan. As we always talk about, we need more housing. This is in a great location. It's also, I think, will be very consistent with what's going on in the Friendship Heights plan coming up. So I'm in favor of moving forward with this, and I'd like my fellow board members to provide their comments or.
Well, I don't have comments. I was going to move to approve, but if you have comments, you go ahead.
I have a comment. I appreciate the community members' concern with regards to the green space, the trees, and the creek. And it's my hope that in the construction of this new development, that those natural resources are protected. I particularly like the new play space that you'll have, a ball field, number one. But the citizens' concerns aren't missed on me. And these green spaces are spaces that need to be preserved because their benefit to everyone in the community and the county is irreplaceable. So it's my hope that in this new development, not only do we provide housing, but we preserve that natural resource.
Yeah, agreed 100%. And to the specific comment about open spaces and how there have been instances in the past where maybe they weren't designed in such an open way and they didn't really fulfill kind of the intent behind it. And I think I'm hopeful that moving forward we can, and maybe hopefully this project will be a good example of this. Open spaces, shouldn't just be checking a box. It really should be about providing usable, healthy value to the community. And this is a good opportunity to do that. I think there's a lot of other things, very positive things this development will provide. You laid out many of them. So I'm excited about it, and I'm looking forward to, and thanks for working on it for all these years. Excited to see what the next stages bring.
Commissioner Hedrick, are you any?
Nothing really to add. I mean, I think we've addressed most of the comments from the public from the public testimony. We will have we will get the park, which I think is great preservation. We absolutely need the housing, and stormwater will be addressed at the appropriate time. I think we're in a reasonably decent place right here. So yeah, I'm good for approval.
Well, great. Then do I have a motion to approve the preliminary plan amendment 11999-039A, where staff is requesting approval with conditions and including the waiver that's asked for in the application?
I move to approve with conditions the Friendship Commons or Geico property preliminary plan amendment.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you so much, and thank you to the community for coming out. And we look forward for the project, the next time it comes in front of us with a revised preliminary plan. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So we're going to take just 2 minutes and okay, well, 3 minutes, and we'll go with our item number 6, the public hearing. No, number 7. Tournament of Players Club and Avenel Site Plan, Forest Conservation Plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're back on item number 7, Tournament Players Club at Avenel Site Plan and Forest Conservation Plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And this afternoon, we have Josh Penn with the Planning Department presenting this item. Welcome, Mr. Penn.
Thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon, and this is Tournament Players Club at Avenel. I'm Josh Penn for the record. We do have a site plan amendment number 8, 1984, 111F, and Forest Conservation Plan number F20250130. Staff is recommending approval with conditions of the site plan amendment and the forest conservation plan amendment. To kind of cycle into it, Potomac is just to the northwest of here, the downtown crossroads, and this is southeast of that. So we're looking down near Oakland Drive and Persimmon Tree Road, which is right in here. It is at 10,000 Oakland Drive is the address for the golf course. It is zoned RE2C. It's 226.65 acres. It's in the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan, and it is predominantly residential in the area with RE2, RE2C, and R200 surrounding the property. Before we get into the site specifics, I just kind of want to give you a look at the golf course and kind of show what part of the golf course we're getting at. You can kind of see here's the clubhouse right here, and holes 10 and 11 are down here, and there's a stream that runs right up through the middle of all this. So this is a golf course with the preliminary plan number being 1984 that's been in use a long time, and this is to help alleviate flooding due to the erosion, upstream development, et cetera, and kind of just figuring out how do we make this the best for the environment and keep the golf course running. The property, like I said, has been developed as a golf course with all the necessary golf stuff like clubhouses, pro shop, locker rooms, administrative offices, but it is also located within the Rock Run watershed. You can kind of see the close-up here of the area of work, which is holes 10 and 11. This is just the brief history of the special exceptions. Basically, the bottom line is it was originally approved in 1984. It's been going and going and going. We are on the F amendment now. And each time the forest conservation plan has been adapted to move with the site plan amendments, but those are all approved. Most recently, there was a limited special exception modification granted by the hearing examiner for the work along holes 10 and 11. And that's what we're here today for, is to bring the site plan and the forest conservation plan into alignment with that improvement. So you can see here, it's holes 10 and 11 to alleviate flooding. Once again, we're down in this area here. Here's a quick show of like what all the construction, what we're looking at here in terms of stuff here. It is about 4,000 linear feet of stream and about 5 acres of floodplain. There will also be 175 feet of linear stream impact on Parks property, which I'll touch on in just a moment. Community outreach. The applicant has met all the noticing requirements, signposting, mailings, et cetera. We've had no correspondence received on it. There is one staff report revision. The outreach meetings were handled in 2024 prior to the special exception modification, not in 25, as I said in the report. The day and month were right. I got the year wrong by 1 year. It is within the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan. There's no changes in the use of the activities, and it's still going to be in compliance with the master plan as found by the hearing examiner on the special exception modification. There is a forest conservation plan amendment here. For the most of part, nothing really is touched. All their previous requirements are still met. We're just addressing what's changed. They have an additional area of 0.15 acres off-site, which they ran a new worksheet for under the new law, and it did not regenerate any new planting requirements. So that part's taken care of. Additionally, there's on-site clearing that's being involved, but they're mitigating it all on-site, 1-to-1 ratio. So 1.09 acres is being removed and then added back on-site. So it does not affect the previous worksheet at all. The real kind of the big issue here, which is really tiny if you want to call it a big issue, is there's a couple areas of easement removal on site to allow for new outfalls for sewer and storm drains that are going through the site, which total to be 0.07 acres, and they are going to be mitigating it with 0.07 acres of new easement on site. So it's not even a removal, it's more just a modification, swapping it for an area where they have a infrastructure to an area where they do not. With that, we do have a variance request. There are impacts to 12 trees and removal to 2 trees. There was a slight miscommunication between staff and the applicant beforehand about mitigation, because they're also working on mitigation from parks. So we wanted to make sure that they knows that even though they have to mitigate it for parks, they also have to mitigate under the forest conservation law. So that's why we have the condition about mitigating at the 1/4 to 1 ratio that we standardly have for our variance request for both the trees being removed, which they were only showing the one because they thought the mitigation from parks would cover it. We worked that out, they're in agreement. There are, like I said, parkland impacts. They have been in contact with parks the entire time. We've had several field meetings out there. It's about 175 feet of construction, linear feet of construction along the stream, and there is one variance tree, which are mitigating for both from parks and for the forest conservation law. You can kind of see here, this is on that southwest side of the property. This is the dividing line between parkland and the subject property. This is the outfall from the existing stormwater management pond, and there's an exposed WSSC pipe right in here, which they need to get back underground. And so that's why they had to come back upstream to make sure that A, they could cover that pipe, and B, so it wouldn't wash out again. One thing that we did notice is they had intended to include this pedestrian bridge here, and they forgot it off the submitted set that was in your packets. So they're asking if we could bring it for you and have agreement that we could add this one little item into the certified set. Staff is in agreement, it has no objection. So just wanted to bring that to your attention that we would change something minor on the certified set. The plan does conform to the 2002 Potomac Subregion Master Plan, meets all the requirements of the zone, meets all the site plan findings, complies with forest conservation and stormwater management. Staff is recommending approval of the site plan amendment, and staff is also recommending approval of the forest conservation plan with conditions on both. Thank you. I'm here for any questions.
I have no questions. Thanks for your detailed report. So I'm in recommending approval of these two. Okay. And any questions or comments from my fellow board members?
Yeah, I have a comment. A friend of mine named Archana Gupta used to live on Avenel Farm Drive, and I used to visit the community back in 1993, 92, and also attended the Kemper Open from time to time. I don't know if that golf tournament exists there anymore, but I'm very supportive of this project and the maintenance of the golf course so that the nation, not only the community, can continue to enjoy it.
Seeing no other questions, comments, do I have a motion we'll do two approvals. A motion for approval of site plan number 8/1984-111F, where staff is recommending approval with conditions.
I move for the approval of the site plan with the conditions.
And I'm not sure which one we should put it in, but there's this adding the bridge, right?
It's just an element. It doesn't really affect any of your approvals.
Okay.
It's going to show up on the certified side. And I didn't want you to be surprised by something that wasn't there.
Okay.
It was more just for your awareness.
Great, thank you. And then do I have a motion for approval of the forest? All in favor?
A second.
Second. Oh,
Second.
Okay, we're too ahead of ourselves. I'm too ahead of. Is there a second?
Yeah, second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it,
Aye.
5-0. Do I have a motion for approval of the Forest Conservation Plan number F 2025-0130, where staff is recommending approval with conditions, including the new mitigation agreement for the easement, or, yeah?
I move for the approval of forest conservations with conditions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it,
Aye.
5-0. Thank you for doing this and keeping your club up to standards and being very environmentally conscious when you do it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really
And
appreciate it.
yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break and start with our last item, which is item number 6, public hearing draft of the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan. This will be our second work session, and it will focus on the transportation topics. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on our last item of the day. It's item number 6, public hearing draft for the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan. This is our second working session focused on transportation topics. Since we have Clark Larson and Don Ziegler here this afternoon to go over this section, and we're looking forward to the work session.
Good afternoon. Again, for the record, Clark Larson with the Up County Division. I'm the lead planner on the Clarksburg Gateway Sector Plan. I'm joined here on my right by Don Ziegler, Master Plan Supervisor for Up County, and Richard Brockmeyer, our Transportation Planner for the day. And we have the rest of our team here, as well as guests from MCDOT and I believe from SHA on the line, in case you have any questions about this. So we're here just bringing the testimony and topics around the transportation recommendations for this draft sector plan. So we're going to present a series of testimony items, and you're welcome to bring up other comments and questions as you have them. And then we'll pause at the end in case you want to talk about any other liner notes and things that have come to mind. But we want to at least cover the major testimony items that we found. So last week, as you might remember, we talked about historic preservation elements. Today is transportation. You can see here on the screen the rest of the schedule for our work sessions going forward. On November 20th, we'll come back around. We might have some returning language and some continuing conversations from any of these work sessions that we can bring forward on November 20th. And we are expecting that that might be a time where you can consider transmittal to the council. So in the preparation of this plan and thinking about the direction of our recommendations and talking with the community about this over the last couple of years, we've had these transportation policy guidance documents in mind. I just want to cover a few of those, a few slides on Thrive, our general plan, Thrive 2050. Corridor Forward is the I-270 transit plan. We're guided by Vision Zero policy for the county, the Montgomery County Complete Streets Design Guide, as well as the Climate Action Plan and others. So these are all influencing our thinking about putting this plan together and really informs how our recommendations are crafted. With Thrive Montgomery 2050, it says that the county should develop a safe, comfortable, and appealing network for walking, biking, and rolling. It seeks to build a frequent, fast, convenient, reliable, safe, and accessible transit system in the county, of which this sector plan, we believe, is one piece of that solution. The general plan also has a policy to adapt policies in the county to reflect the economic and environmental costs of driving alone, recognizing car-dependent residents and industries will remain at the same time. And some of the ways that the general plan is adopted and says how it can influence that is to stop proposing new 4+ lane roads in master plans and to give a lower priority to construction of new 4+ lane roads, grade separated interchanges, and major road widenings. So these elements have informed our preparation of the draft plan and I think what you see in the plan today. There's a complete streets policy from the state of Maryland that seeks to create a comprehensive multimodal network by ensuring connectivity for vehicles, bicycling, walking, transit, and freight trips throughout Maryland's transportation system, as well as to consider and incorporate complete streets criteria for all modes and types of transportation when developing or redeveloping our transportation system. And you've noticed in our draft plan that we have cross sections and road recommendations that relate to complete streets, not only with the state in policy that informs that, but also the county's own adopted complete streets policy, which seeks to ensure that each transportation facility in the county must be planned and designed to maximize choice, safety, convenience, and mobility for all those that are using the roadways. So with that in mind, I just wanted to give a little bit of background of the policy guidance that came into play during the preparation of this plan. The transportation recommendations, the chapter is found on draft plan pages 34 through 53. So if you have your plan there, you can flip to those pages. And we want to cover just a few of the major testimony items that you received during the public record and public hearing. Overall, there were about 111 transportation comments received that we determined were related to transportation from 28 individuals, stakeholders, organizations. So the major topics that we are bringing forward to discuss with you today are concerned with the I-270 interchange at the Little Seneca Parkway Extended, master plan typical cross sections and alignments, a couple comments on those. The question about enhanced bus, express bus, bus rapid transit routes and stations, mostly around terminology, but we can talk about more if you like around the proposed transit services there in the plan, as well as some testimony on additional trail connections to be considered. So the first testimony we wanted to highlight concerns the interchange that had been planned in the 1994 plan and is still in effect today. The draft plan is recommending that this interchange be removed from the sector plan and therefore the master plan of highways and transitways, and instead that an overpass or a bridge be supported instead. This is found on recommendation 3B6D, page 39. So overall, there are 4 comments in support of the plan recommendation to remove the interchange, and 19 comments opposed to the plan's recommendation to remove the interchange. So those 19 comments were in favor of building an interchange or supporting an interchange to be built in the future. This is a lengthy response that is essentially taken from our testimony matrix that we provided to you, as well as in the staff report. But essentially, we continue as a staff team to recommend removal of the interchange. We have a few options that we want to cover with you to talk through what might be some alternatives. But for a number of reasons, we believe that the interchange is not necessary as a transportation solution, as the future is being built out in the plan to serve the existing and background transportation network in the area. There are financial costs, of course, a very expensive proposition. Environmental impacts and the character of the built environment is of concern. So this is just some of the reasons that we've opted to recommend against construction of the interchange here. And to kind of highlight where we're talking about, the I-270 interchanges that are built today, there's exit 18 at Clarksburg Road. That's the northernmost interchange here on the slide. In the middle would be the new planned interchange. Because it's between 16 and 18, we've been calling it exit 17, although that number hasn't been assigned yet. And then to the south is an existing interchange as exit 16, which leads to Ridge Road and Father Hurley Boulevard. Exit 17 would be approximately 1.5 miles from exit 16 to the south and about 1.1 miles to exit 18 to the north. So as you consider the testimony that you received, and we can have a conversation about this, we wanted to bring forward a few options for you to consider. The first option would be to keep the draft plan's recommendation to remove the interchange, and therefore that would merely support a bridge overpass as Little Seneca Extended is built. Option B would be to revise the draft plan to retain the interchange, that therefore just keeping the planned interchange in place as it currently is. And that would be guidance that would be retained in the master plan of highways and transitways. Option C is to revise the draft plan to establish conditional support for an interchange. And if those conditions are not met, which we'll cover in a few slides, the plan would otherwise recommend a bridge overpass only. So we've developed a few advantages and disadvantages. I think we've covered some of these in previous conversations with you. But essentially, the advantages of going with option A in our mind is that removing the interchange would resolve the question of whether it would be built or not. You know, this has been in the planning documents on paper since 1994 at least, and has not yet come to fruition. There's a number of reasons why that's the case. But there was always a question about, when or whether this would get built. If it's off the master plan, no longer in conformance with master plan policy, with this option, that would resolve that question. We believe public investments can be prioritized for other up-county needs, such as public transit. This is in competition with other funding needs, other highway and transportation investments, and so not building this interchange, avoiding that cost, we believe, can allow other things to be funded instead. Not building the interchange would minimize impacts to Stream Valley areas west of I-270 along in the Cabin Branch area. It avoids what we would expect to be highway-oriented development in the vicinity of the interchange. The bridge overpass alone, retaining that as an option, would improve the east-west travel in Clarksburg. There is a property, which I'll show you a little bit later, in Cabin Branch with some potential development interest in the southwest corner of the interchange. And so removing the interchange as a recommendation would allow that development to proceed, whether it takes up, the footprint of the interchange or not. That question would be resolved. And this would be in response to testimony sent to you about the environmental impacts of the interchange. Disadvantages of this option is that it may limit regional economic development potential of the ComSat property. I think you've heard that loud and clear through testimony. It may cause peak hour traffic congestion at exit 18 by the 2045 projected plan build-out. This could be primarily along I-270, though we think some of the intersections off of the interchange can be mitigated to address this traffic impact. A disadvantage would be it reduces the projected number of jobs within 45 minutes by that 2045 analysis year, so the future build-out year. And this is primarily because you can go a little bit farther. Our travel model found you could go a little bit farther and reach more jobs within 45 minutes with an interchange. A disadvantage of option A is that the interchange would not be available then for transit access. There's a possibility that maybe express buses or enhanced buses could use this interchange in the future. There's no plan for that now, but it leaves open the possibility. And this option would not be responsive of testimony by MCDOT and others, including the property owner to the east of the interchange, who are in favor of retaining the interchange. Option B are the advantages and disadvantages are largely flipped, so I don't know that I have to read through these entirely. They're essentially inverse. One disadvantage is that we believe that an interchange does not support the plan's land use vision of a compact, complete community development. That's sort of related to the fact of an interchange in our minds brings highway-oriented development and single occupancy vehicle use more, actually generates more vehicle miles traveled than not having the interchange here. Because of some induced demand, people will drive more because the interchange is there. But otherwise, other than our belief that it doesn't support the Thrive 2050 policies and climate action goals of the county, these advantages, disadvantages are largely a mirror image of option A. With option C, and we're going to cover some of this suggested conditional language, what this might look like that we can wordsmith and talk about in a moment. We believe this allows flexibility in marketing the ComSat property for economic development, as you've heard through testimony. There's a condition that we're developing that would have low impact design. This potentially supports the plan's land use vision of compact, complete community development. If built, the interchange may relieve peak hour traffic congestion at exit 18 at Clarksburg Road by 2045. It could remain open for transit use, and it's responsive to testimony in favor of an interchange. Disadvantages are largely the same that you heard earlier. It increases vehicle miles traveled if the interchange is built. Some of these are contingent upon if the interchange, then this is a disadvantage. If not, it's the pros and cons of not having it. And one thing that I want to cover next is the second to last bullet on the disadvantages is that there's a potential unnecessary land dedication if the interchange is not built. So if you're anticipating an interchange, there's land dedicated for it to accommodate it, and it's never built, that's potential developable land that is not realized. And to illustrate that, I've zoomed in on the left side with this image on where this planned interchange might be. On the west, there is a floodplain in the hash marks. The green is wetlands, but you can see there's some sensitive environmental areas here. West of that, within that forested area along the eastern frontage of Lake Ridge Drive, is an area that is potentially a development site within the Cabin Branch neighborhood. So depending on a footprint of a future interchange, if it remains as a recommendation, there's a question about what would be the land dedication requirements, what area would be reserved to accommodate this design. Presumably there would have to be some sort of engineering study, some feasibility study that found, whether you could have a compact design, whether you needed more of a larger footprint for that. The east side, where the CompSat Laboratories property is a little bit easier to accommodate, but really it's that west side that's of concern to us. The image on the right side shows a concept that was developed by SHA and the MTA, the Maryland Transit Administration, that was making an assumption about what this interchange could look like as part of their multimodal corridor study that's become I-270 Managed Lanes study way back in 2009. None of this land has been reserved or dedicated, but it was the thinking at the time. You can see from the aerial that this is way before the Cabin Branch development was built. So now we have houses there right up to the west side, but this is one concept of how they thought the interchange could be designed and the resulting necessary land area and dedication that would come from that.
So one thing in here that is advantage of keeping the interchange is that the dedication is free. You don't have to pay for it, correct? So that's one good point that we have to make, because if we remove the interchange, they don't have to dedicate. But if we keep the interchange, whoever develops the property, they would dedicate the land for the interchange.
They would likely have to find an area that would satisfy in a future interchange before you actually know what it would be built to.
I know, but they have to dedicate the land if it stays in the master plan. If you remove it from the master plan and at one point you want to come, you have to purchase the land.
That sounds right.
I'll say in other instances in Germantown, other areas that we've dealt with this, at a minimum, there's some sort of area that it's reserved, if not dedicated. But yeah, we would not be allowing development within the area. We're expecting an interchange to be constructed at some point, correct?
But that should be part of advantages or disadvantages. That point is not there. That's what I'm
If you're
saying.
looking at it as an advantage, to say we would remove the interchange and therefore we would be increasing your developable area on the property, then yes, you could look at that as a positive from that perspective.
And I'm looking at the other
I'm sorry,
positive.
yeah.
I'm reversing. I
Right, sorry,
understand
yeah.
that because you brought that point here, but you didn't bring the point that if you keep the interchange, the land would be dedicated for the construction if at one point it would be built.
So, yeah, so one thing, you're good?
Yeah.
Okay,
Just said
okay.
that one point is missed.
Okay. So what I don't quite understand, a couple questions. One is, if the intersection was going, exchange going today, would it take up that much land?
Not the area on the right. This was a conceptual early assumption by the State Highway Administration. This footprint is not even possible on the west side anymore because of where Lake Ridge Drive is. So I think it would at least need to be redesigned to some extent on the west. The east side, possibly, this does allow northbound I-270 on and off ramps on the northeast corner. So it's not a full four-leaf clover interchange here. But I don't know that it would necessarily follow this design exactly. We understand that there would be a wide, do you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, I wanted to, for the record, Richard Brockmeyer, Transportation Planning Supervisor for the Transportation Planning Division. There is no interchange design, just to be clear. This is a concept that was developed in 2009. There is not a design for this interchange.
No, I'm just wondering, could it be less impactful? That's what I'm saying on the, I don't know what, and then also you talked about a conditional low impact condition. I still don't understand, what is this conditional low impact design? I don't, could you go over that?
I've been warning you about that. So
Okay.
we have a slide here. We have a slide here with a lot of words, but this is our suggested language of what the plan could say. This is sort of what it would say as a recommendation. It's a quote, but it's subject to revision and change as you see fit. We can talk about it now. We can come back with language later at another work session. Number one is a condition that would relate to the type of development that's proposed. largely on the ComSat property, but also in the vicinity otherwise, so that the interchange would be tied to necessity based on the type of development that's proposed. So the last sentence says residential development alone or a single or small-scale commercial development would not satisfy this condition. So that's the negative. The positive is that we would hope that a major employment, life science, and/or regional serving commercial center that offers a mix of uses, intensities, economic development, fiscal benefits to the county and state, that satisfies this first condition. So we want the interchange really to be only supported if we believe it's needed, not just as a recommendation no matter what happens. That's the first thing. And then we have a mechanism for that in number 1 for how that might happen. You know, this is sort of an early draft that we've developed, whether it's a sketch plan approval or development agreement, we're still working that out. But something to ensure that there's something real there that supports an interchange being funded and designed going forward. So number 2 is we want to make sure that the interchange design and the footprint of it, how large it is minimized to minimize land consumption, minimize impacts to environmental features, and existing development around it. So if this can't be met with a full interchange that is providing on and off ramps for both north and south travel, that the plan would also support consideration of a limited interchange to serve at least the northbound. It's a little bit easier to accommodate. It's more open land. It's undeveloped. It's part of future development plans. And so we just want to make clear that interchange may be still supported if you can't fit on and off ramps on the west side. Number 3 is we want to make sure that the interchange does not impede movement, safety, and comfort by bikes and pedestrians. So this is a fairly technical way to say that we want to make sure that it's still safe and comfortable. You know, it says a parallel bicycle pedestrian path that could be grade separated, could be along the side, but somebody would ensure that you can still pass across over 270, that Little Seneca Parkway Extended still provides those facilities while you're building it, while the interchange is being used and constructed. So that's option A, B, and C. There may be another one, D, E, or F, that you might suggest to us, but we just wanted to kind of bring this up and have a discussion about how you feel about the interchange, the testimony you've heard before, what you've seen in our analysis and our staff report, and answer any questions you have about this.
I'll have to say that I'm in support of an interchange. And the reason why I'm in support of an interchange is that I think it can be a benefit to the community that'll be established there, and it'll be a benefit to potential commercial or retail established there, and then also take in consideration, I think it was MH 83 with regards to the Clarks.
Mid-County Highway.
The Mid-County
M83,
Highway, right, getting rid of that. And I think that, you know, the future development and the future residents are going to be dependent upon roadways for ingress and egress and access to 270 to get to DC or you get to Frederick or just to escape the area for respite. I think the interchange connecting their communities to that major thoroughfare is important. One of the things I find curious is that with regards to the ComSat property and this interchange, and then this might be me putting the chicken before the egg, but, and you might get to it later on in the presentation, is that on the ComSat site, you're asking for a 200-foot setback, but here, to preserve space, but then here you're making the statement that the interchange will preserve developmental space, but then later on, there's going to be a proposal for ComSat to have a 200-foot setback. And so arguing that, or making the statement that the interchange is going to preserve developmental space, but then later on, having a 200-foot setback from the ICC, I mean, from 270, seems to be incongruent to me. But I don't like the idea of getting rid of the interchange and frustrating future development plans or the possibility of future development plans because the interchange is gone. The conditions, I think it's option B, if the conditions are met. Is it C? Okay. Option, I think that is creative, but and being an outsider and now on the inside, having experience in watching community develops, if it is not included, there's a more likelihood than not that it will never be revisited again. And so if we exclude it now, and the opportunity arises where the money comes about or the resources come about or the desire comes about for it, then it will never come back onto the table to be included and or developed. So I think it's too early to get rid of it at this point.
Commissioner Hedrick?
No, I was just gonna add very brief comments that I like option C, particularly the northbound option under 2 that the staff has provided. I am concerned about the viability of the site for large scale life sciences development or some sort of large scale regional, like it says here, regional serving development without that interchange access. We looked at some of the, reviewed the materials, and I understand that we looked at the estimated traffic and things like that, but it's less of a data issue and more of kind of a vibes and selling point type issue. But I think that the option C with conditional inclusion of the interchange is a good idea that will allow for the development of the project. And I particularly appreciate number 3 of making sure that anything that's put in there is accessible and safe and reasonable for pedestrians and bicyclists and things like that. I think it's I think it gives us bites at the apple when they come back for site or sketch plan. So I like option C and appreciate them putting the language in there and the conditions for that. I think that's good work, good compromise.
Well, I have always been in support of keeping the interchange. I think that we are taking a lot of possibility for people in Clarksburg by not, we are just taking things in the master plan that has been there and promised for people, and now we're having a second thought and we say we're going to take them out and we are not going to give you anything else. I really don't believe that, I don't know when this is going to be built. It may be built, it may take a long time, but to have that interchange allows for attracting good commercial and development in that area. I do not like option C because I believe that is too wordy. Providing conditions, again, is the same as that gives uncertainty to the developers, that there are things there that it may take away, that the interchange could be built. And that would not allow us to get to where we want to get, to create a community that is thriving by taking things that could possibly be built, but we don't know that it would be built or not. There is no reason at this point to take this away. If the conditions based on this option C, especially number 1, if it doesn't happen, it may not ever be built and you don't have to do anything. And then but at the same time, you have the right of way if it needed to be built. But if you take it out and then you have, I don't know if it's going to happen, if you take it out, then you need it, you have to spend a lot of money to purchase it. So I definitely go for option B.
Why don't I go here? So because there was no, we did the transportation analysis, but because there was no, definitive economic impact analysis, it always leaves in the mind, will this interchange really provide the benefit? that the developer is saying or won't it. And so I think because there was no major analysis of that, I think you have to keep the option in for an interchange. In option C sounds creative, but it's a means tested. I think it would need more study, more than just wordsmithing. Can that really, what can you put in there that would give enough flexibility? So I'm for B or C, but I wanted to know, I have another couple questions for, maybe, I don't know, SHA is on the line. I'm like, where's SHA on this? What's the likelihood of it being built? How much would it cost? And who would pay for it? Those are some items that I have. And also for the developer, that suppose it's kept in, but it's never built. What that means, will you not develop the property? You're waiting for some time in the future for the interchange to happen. So will you then build all the residential and not build any commercial and just wait? Or this is, so I just kind of want a feel for what's the process, yeah. And so, at some point I'd like to hear from the developer about that, but I know, what do? Do you just sit so SHA, where's SHA on this?
These are good questions. We've had these as well. I think I see Mr. Schley online. Are you able to unmute yourself?
Hi, yes, David Schley, regional planner for Montgomery County with State Highway. So as far as State Highway is concerned, the interchange isn't explicitly in any of our plans. We kind of have two documents that cover it. One is our H&I, our highway needs inventory, which is a fiscally unconstrained, anything goes type of plan. That includes the corridor from all the way down at the Beltway up through Frederick County as being a need, but it doesn't get down to the level of detail of an interchange. And then the second document that we have is our CTP, which is our Consolidated Transportation Program. These are our funded projects. So there is nothing in there as well that would fund the design of this interchange. So that's where things stand right now.
Okay, so do you want the interchange? And if you did, how much would it cost to build the interchange? Just has anyone come up with any estimates for that? And who would pay for the interchange?
At this point, I don't believe there are any cost estimates, at least that I'm aware of. Just as a comparison, when they did the Watkins Mill interchange down a little bit further, that one was $125 million. So it is very expensive. The funding would need to compete statewide against other priorities if it were to come from the state.
Okay, and okay, I'm sorry.
Haley Peckett, Deputy Director, MCDOT. I certainly defer to SHA for Mr. Schley, but I do want to just put some context in terms of the I-270 plus American Legion Bridge project, which is in the CTP but not funded. And this project does include eventually this stretch of I-270. The interchange is not contemplated as part of that project, but the project is large enough that this phase, once it got to here, I'm not saying and will not speak on behalf of SHA, but should it be a county priority, the way that we would envision this happening would be in association with that project. And just in terms of timing, it will take federal funding to get American Legion Bridge to happen. So we are probably years away from actually having the first phase of the project to happen. This would have to happen after that. So we are, I can't put a timeline on it, but I would say that you're not going to see the first phase happen for at least 5 years. this would be further beyond that. So in terms of CTP, you wouldn't start seeing something like this in the CTP. I would not envision, again, from the county's perspective, I wouldn't envision this as a standalone CTP project, but rather it would have to be built as part of that. And just one of the reasons that the county DOT supports it would be because we would envision it could be put into this larger effort to transform 270.
Okay. While you're still there, so I would think that one of the major roads that need to be done first is Observation Drive, right? Right?
Agreed.
And how much would Observation Drive happen, and who would pay for Observation Drive?
So we assume that the county is paying for Observation Drive. That's not a state project, and that is in our CIP. So that is in our CIP. It's currently delayed because we wanted to await the end of this plan to figure out the alignment and cross-section, but I will wait for the budget process to go through, but the CE is supportive of continuing Observation Drive and building that out within the next 6-year CIP, subject to all of the budget approvals.
Yeah, that's correct. Just a quick reminder, we did basically beg everyone to hold on so we could finish this process, and then they were otherwise proceeding with that first phase of observation to construct. So before we finalized, we did want to complete this process, understanding that we wanted to make sure that we got the alignment correct and et cetera. So then we're hopeful that now this plan gets approved, and moving forward, that first phase will continue on.
Okay, thank you. And maybe if you don't mind the developer to come, I wanted to ask about the
Good afternoon. Bob Elliott with River Falls Investments, owners of the Comstat property.
Yeah. So my question about, so it's left in, but, you know, it's 15 years, you know, even if it could be funded and run in 15, what is your thoughts about how the property would be developed? You know, like, would you just not do any commercial for 15 years? What is your thoughts on bridge, no bridge, okay?
So bridge, 100%, and we should be certainly talking about the interchange. So, I mean, the bridge alone, per the plan, connects both sides of Clarksburg. But the interchange is the piece that potentially unlocks the potential for this property to really soar and be something beyond just residential. Today, you bypass it. It's like everything else in Clarksburg. You just drive by. But having an interchange, or at least the opportunity for an interchange, allows us to compete economically for opportunities for this state to win business. And in an attachment that I sent you, we have lost 3 major solicitations for life sciences to Lilly, to AstraZeneca, and I'm forgetting about the third one, but we are losing over and over again. This is, and you've heard economic development testify to this point, the only 200-acre site in reasonable proximity to the city of Rockville.
No, I understand that. I understand
So I would start. So our vision has always been a mixed-use community, but horizontally mixed use, not vertical, with the northern part likely to be residential, starting up there where the intersection of Gateway Center and Shawnee is, and building south ultimately towards, at Little Seneca, a retail center of some size, along with the possibility of commercial buffering that residential piece that might sit closer to Observation Drive and to points further east towards the creek. That would be the vision that we would hope to achieve in a not dissimilar fashion to the way the Cabin Branch property developed 20-odd years ago, where you had a major retail center up at the interchange and the residential to the west, and then to the east, you had that whole parcel that Adventists had hoped one day might either be a hospital or some form of medical use. Now, that never came to light, and the end result is they put forth a second phase of residential after trying for years. The difference here is the fact that we don't have the interchange, but the good news for us is that it is the south end of our property. So there's the opportunity to bring forth a plan to begin with that maybe contemplates residential to the north with retail and commercial buffering that, and to keep working and toward building that bridge in the opportunity for a life science tenant, for retail tenants, and to bring forth something where people might actually all want to be there at the same time. Residential isn't the problem here. This county is underserved by residential. The opportunity here is for something major and massive on the commercial side, trying to land that life science user. And that life science user does not want to be in a ComSat-like property. They don't want a cafeteria. They want retail. They want their people to be able to walk out the back door and get to residential. They want to be able to shop at a grocery store. That is the success, and that's the formula. But the problem is, for 20 years, we haven't been able to shop for it because we've had this damn building, and you're this close to getting rid of it for us. Thank you. We've got the opportunity to do something great here. Let's do it. But in order to have it, we need the interchange. The interchange is a possibility. I can't promise I'm going to deliver it, but I can tell you without it, we won't. You will just be the sleepy bedroom community you've always had. This county deserves better. This plan doesn't reach and aspire high enough. My personal opinion. Keep the interchange. Keep the opportunity. We're going to try. We're going to aim for the stars. We want to bring greatness to this county, but you need to keep it. That's my opinion.
So I hear you saying you need to keep the opportunity.
Keep the opportunity. It's all we've said from the beginning. Keep the opportunity. We understand what they want, but don't get rid of it.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you're good for now. All right, so I'm in for B or C, okay, in this plan. I think C is creative, but it's a bit conditional, and you have to really have to craft it right to make it work. So what did you say?
Yeah, first I want to thank staff for, I think, putting together an interesting kind of compromise alternative with option C. But before I kind of get more into that, I do want to make it my personal opinion on this pretty clear that I don't believe there's a transportation value to this interchange. I think that's been made abundantly clear by the modeling we have available to us. It's consistent with everything you talked about with Thrive and other plans and policies. You know, what was referenced was a similar type of kind of commercial or retail development just north of this, upstream, near that interchange. That, in my opinion, that is not something we want to replicate here. We don't want to replicate something as auto-oriented as we have at outlets. That's not what this plan envisions. And there's other parts of this plan that speak to that and set parameters around that, with the streetscape recommendations and the grid and the right of and sort of the cross section and the way that we want to orient buildings to the street and put parking behind. I think all of those are good. And so this is purely in my mind a conversation about the economic value, as was just mentioned, and whether or not we feel like we can realize the potential of this site without an interchange. And you know, I fully believe that the owner of the site is in a better position to understand that in depth and in detail than we are. You've had the conversations. You've been trying to kind of make these deals happen over time. And I know that we can look at other areas without a nearby interchange that have accomplished, I think, what this plan is trying to accomplish too. Different context, different regulatory environment, different industry, and I get all of that. All the differences exist, and so that's, to me, that's sort of that's the hardest part of this element. The transportation element is the hardest part of this recommendation, is trying to understand what is actually feasible, knowing that this interchange is probably not going to happen. Certainly within 5 years, probably within 10 or 15, maybe not ever. And so, to the chair's point, like if it doesn't happen, does the site sit half empty for a period of time? If it doesn't happen, you know, does the application that eventually comes in, is it not mixed use at all? Do we, you know, how can we still accomplish, in other words, what is a plan B? What is a plan B if we can't get the interchange, but we still provide all the other good transportation options, like on day one, for example, and this is something that I want to talk to MCDOT about. Observation Drive. It's great to know it's in the CIP. I had actually forgotten that it was previously in the CIP, so great to be reminded it's in the CIP. If it's built, when it's built, and development comes up alongside of it, how can we have transit ready to go on day one? Not an interim condition with the cross-section and the use of that space. how do we pre-plan this with MCDOT so things are coordinated where on day one we actually have real multimodal options for this site and we're not playing from behind, waiting for a future BRT that may never come because federal funding is so inaccessible for that right now, and the plans take forever. How can we take advantage to get out in front of some potential transportation concerns and provide real transportation options as soon as people arrive? So that's a hypothetical, just like the interchange is a hypothetical right now. But that's, you know, that's what's on my mind at the moment. And that's why I think I'm a little bit, you know, option C is intriguing. I'm not ready to completely pull the plug on it right now. I like some version of a conditional approval. I take the chair's point that this is one of those situations where the devil is very much in the details. And hard to actually, it's, you know, how do we take this from being a subjective sort of vibes judgment about like what is sufficient to something practical that we can actually understand when it comes in. So, you know, Commissioner Pettaway mentioned that, oh, will this actually be a disincentive if we make it conditional to, you know, finding a big company who want to come in? Is it possible that this could actually be an incentive to make the deal happen? Yeah, you know, if you want to come, yeah. So yeah, I'd like a little bit more detail about what is a potential plan B. What happens if the interchange literally never happens?
So several things. So incentive, absolutely, and that's part of the reason why we want to keep it, because we are trying to talk to state and commerce about them and talking to I think it's called the GOBA group now, which is really trying to target these larger scale users, and they have sort of 3 lighthouses: life science, defense, and I'm forgetting the third. But the goal is, should a user group come to the county and say, I need 50 to 75 acres, what do you have? And you're looking at one of one on this side, you've got east side, you've got the other side. You now have something to actually dangle the carrot in front of that group. These groups are asking for $100 million, $200 million, $500 million so that you can land 3, 5, 7,000 jobs over the long term, right? And that interchange could be a crucial piece of that puzzle to say, hey, it's not going to be there day one, but you could, I got 7.5 megawatts of power available on the property. I have water service. You know, that's gold in this market. We need to get going. We are desperate to like go out there and troll for some opportunities, but the problem has been the building. So do I know that we're going to get it? No, but I know that it is a great incentive to what happens. I think that we come forward as quickly as earthly possible with a plan that shows the residential and the commercial and the retail in blocks, right? So the residential might be a coordinated sort of sketch plan with a site plan. The site plan shows residential day one, and the part of the sketch plan starts to block out in mass roads and where commercial and residential are. And we start building, or we start looking for that major life science use that maybe wants most of the property, all but the retail component. And if we have to change that, we change that. I mean, this county would be motivated, I would think, to come forward if somebody said, I want to drop, I don't know, 2 million square feet of life science and $5 billion in the county, right? I mean, wouldn't you move heaven and earth to get that here? So that's what we want to come forward with. And ideally, we make that happen. And if we don't, we're going to start to ease off, and we're going to be working with staff the whole way. We're going to come back before you, advising you on what we want. And it sort of, we slowly pull back as the timing, you know, if it's 5 or 10 years on, it's much what happens at Cabot Branch. They didn't hit the last piece of Cabot Branch until they knew they were out of time. And that's our goal. Our goal is to try to keep moving it and move the ball towards that goal line with something at the north end to make something happen, to start delivering housing this county desperately needs, and then start working towards those really more impactful pieces. And if we don't get it, we don't get it. But without it, you'll never get it. And that's the point that we keep making, and I can't make it hard enough. Without it, it's over. You've lost the ball game. But at least with it, we've got a shot. And that's all we're asking for, is give us a shot.
So yeah, I appreciate that response. I appreciate the thoughts, and it will take a very long time, and it will change over time. To your point, it will likely be phased and change over time based on different conditions at the time. So to me, in some ways, I know this isn't the case you're making. In some ways, that makes option C for me a little bit more appealing, where it stays in there as the hook. It stays in there to provide some incentive, and if you feel like it's needed, then it's there. If things change in the future, if market conditions change in the future, if the job situation in the county changes in the future, this will take 10, 15, hopefully not 20 years.
But why condition it? Because if we have to come forward with a sketch plan, we're going to have to do a highly detailed synchro traffic analysis with a consultant, what have you, that shows you all the roads, what the impacts will be. And if I can't justify it, you're not going to get it. You're not going to let me have it. They're not going to let me have it. MCDOT is not going to let me have it. We're not going to build it because you're going to look at me and go, yeah, we don't need a grocery store. This doesn't justify the means to the end here. We're not going to invest $130 million. That already exists in the plan. I deal with that every day. That's option B.
That's why, I would look to staff. I mean, as you mentioned, this is something that maybe you could come back with another,
Option B
a little bit more
exists, I
fleshed
guess is my
out
point.
detail about what
That is
conditions
option B.
could look like. So I personally, I would be interested in understanding a little bit more about using that exact example, like, okay, imagine a hypothetical future application comes in. How do we evaluate? And is there a way we can get sort of a preview of what that might look like in a reasonable way, in a reasonable sense? I would be interested in at least seeing that at a future work session. But yeah, I think that's where my mind's at right now.
Doug, and then we should move on. I think what you see here, there's an appetite for B or C, correct? What Haley?
So just very quickly on on option C for the first option of condition, I'm happy to talk to planning about this, but we would want to make sure that we don't preclude USDOT or MDOT from moving ahead with a part of their project should that happen before the development happened. Say there's a different developer on the site. So sequencing in terms of a federally funded project or a state funded project versus developers that may not have the long-term ownership of the site.
Okay, well, my option is, as I said, I'm considering both, but I'm leaning toward B, but is internexted, can you just work with the applicant, see if you can come up with something? Is it a time frame on, is it whatever, but come back, at least something, but I do feel you should create the most flexibility, maybe that's option B, but if there's something, just.
Yeah, I think we've heard, unless you feel free to give any more direction that you would like. I think we can take what you said today and come back. We were anticipating we would not get through this or have a final resolution, so we can work towards that with your direction that you've provided today. So I think you've narrowed our focus quite a bit. And again, if our staff has any other questions, anything that you'd like for guidance in terms of next steps, we know where we're heading. Otherwise, I think we're okay.
What does that mean? What is the plan? I'm still questioning that. What is it item option C gives us? Option B automatically could happen if the developer just decide that they want to just go ahead and do the whole thing residential, okay? And seriously, there is no incentive to build unless that they have federal fund, and for some reason, Montgomery County wants to pursue it for some kind of traffic analysis that they needed at that time. We have not yet completed our traffic analysis that what are the best opportunity from Montgomery Village all the way to Germantown. And we are just creating conditions one after another without even allowing that study to be completed. I don't understand why we have to put conditions for something that is not really necessary. It could naturally happen without us complicating. It's very difficult to put these languages in the master plan. Our master plan should be simple, should be flexible, should be easy. The more language and condition you put in the master plan, the more difficult and it makes it more difficult and takes the development away.
Yeah, I appreciate what you said, and you may be right. But it's as I said before, we do want it simple, we want it flexible. Just try once, see what you can come up with. It may not work, but at least you have two options here. I think you have a consensus that is not take away the interchange, right? And so let's move on to the next, okay?
All right, thank you. And we're considering all these ideas and thoughts and ideas as we prepare this, and we've met with the River Falls and others over the years. So we understand it's difficult, but we'll come to a resolution together. All right, the next set of testimony is concerning street alignments. So this is where roads and whether roads would be completed and recommended in the plan. So the first I'll cover is Observation Drive Extended. We've already referred to it. On the left side, if you can follow my laser pointer here, currently Observation Drive Extended is proposed to cross Little Seneca Creek and then come up through the Linthicum family property across West Old Baltimore Road, crossing Little Seneca Parkway Extended, and then verge to the east. This is Coolbrook tributary. It'd be just west of the tributary, but through some of the stream valleys, and then cross and meet up with, this section's already built today. You can see in the blue here are what are existing roads. Here's Observation Drive as a segment of it. But Observation Drive in the 94 plan continues through this neighborhood, across another stream valley to meet up with another section of existing Observation Drive through another residential community, and then has long been proposed to cut through this land that the Clarksburg Elementary School occupies. There's a historic school building there as well, and then enter into the 10 Mile Creek area and continue up, eventually meeting up with Frederick Road. So this was the this is currently the Observation Drive extended alignment. Our draft plan proposes to also cross Little Seneca Creek, but move more to the west on the Linthicum family's property, crossing West Old Baltimore and running between the property lines, along the property line boundaries between the Linthicum and the former Comstat Laboratories owned by River Falls LLC. So this is Observation Drive here, but then turning to the left, to the west more, to meet with Gateway Center Drive. So we think it's a better choice to connect Observation Drive with Gateway Center Drive to then reach the rest of the network here. So these segments of Observation Drive would continue and remain. What you'd be missing in the draft plan is this cutting through the school property, cutting through the little stream valley here, as well as along the side of Coolbrook Run. And I'll cover these in a moment. I just want to make sure you understood where these are. Little Seneca Parkway Extended is running across here in the 94 plan. We have essentially the same crossing here. Whether it has an interchange or not, it's still connecting an existing Little Seneca Parkway on the west in Cabin Branch to an existing Little Seneca Parkway segment on the east. Clarksburg 355 bypass is a collection of connections. Here's this purple line is built with Roberts Tavern Drive. The 94 plan proposed that this continue on to Frederick Road as essentially a bypass. As you're traveling north on Frederick Road, say, you would turn on to Roberts Tavern Drive, you could turn on to Observation or continue to Gateway Center, but it essentially brings you around the Clarksburg Historic District. So that's why it's considered a bypass, because you can, at the time, it was considered you could have more traffic capacity and higher speeds, higher flow, without impacting the historic district. We're proposing to eliminate those connections because we don't think they're necessary based on our travel modeling, based on the impacts and road planning and placemaking and having, we don't think you need to build that many roads in this area essentially. So there was testimony to this effect. With the Observation Drive extended, there were 10 comments in support of the plan's recommendation for realignment. MCDOT specifically requested that the plan speak to maintaining the current alignment for the Observation Drive extension across Little Seneca Creek, because they've already prepared some engineering and property studies that you heard during the initial CIP efforts. So we're in favor of that language, noting that even though the plan might push the alignment more to the west, that the creek crossing remain the same to be able to utilize that initial study. Before I move on, are there any questions about this? I may not have highlighted it here, but there is concern from some testimony about the observation drive crossing over Little Seneca Creek, primarily for environmental reasons. And so I expect that you saw that in testimony. That's all part of this question here about, moving the alignment and its impacts to the environmental areas.
So what are you proposing? Is it, you're bridging over Little Seneca? I mean, what are you proposing?
We're proposing adding language that the bridge and the crossing, while it will be a different cross-section, a narrower right-of-way than the 94 plan contemplated, we don't have the Corridor Cities Transitway coming up. We're actually proposing a less than 150-foot right-of-way. It's a diminished cross-section from the current
This is
plan.
the same location, but it's a narrower cross-section.
It would be a narrower crossing, but we're in favor of MSODOT's request that the plan would specify that the studies done, the engineering, the design that was already done to study how the road would cross Little Seneca Creek, that be maintained. So you could utilize those efforts. They did soil studies and geotechnical engineering, property analysis there. But that north of that crossing of the creek, the plan would propose a different alignment than is in place today.
Is the bridge designed already? Have you designed the bridge?
For the record, Chris Van Alstyne with MCDOT. It's under preliminary design, so we have about 10% design scale, but we do have some initial geotechnical design work that's been done, soil testing, things like that. So ideally, what we want to do is use the work that we've already done, which has been pretty extensive at this point. So we have a good idea where we want this bridge. We have a good idea of how that bridge is going to look. We can easily reduce that cross-section. It's just, if we even move this bridge a couple hundred feet, you kind of have to start from scratch. So what we're simply asking, maintain that original placement of the bridge so we can keep those initial designs as much as we can and not have to start from scratch.
So what is the cross-section of the bridge? The bridge is narrower than the approaches?
The current proposal with this master plan would be a reduced cross-section, so that it would reduce it by, I believe that's by 2 lanes, the equivalent of like 2 lanes. So it would be, realistically, it probably means moving in some of the beams. So the beams, the wider beams are going to be shrunk, or potentially even going from 1 deck to 2 decks, something like that.
Why can't we make the bridge widen and still you use the same geotechnical information? It doesn't have to be exactly under the same, if you move 10 foot or 12 foot from the original location that you have done the test boring, it's not going to change. You would be able to use that. You may need, if you are very concerned and you see some kind of geological changes, you may want to add a couple of other ones, but I'm just concerned that the bridge create like a bottleneck. I don't know, maybe we should look at the alignment.
I don't think the bridge would be a bottleneck. It would have the same capacity as the roadway. I'm showing a cross-section here. Notably, this is not a bridge. This is the ground cross-section for Observation Drive that's recommended in the plan. Currently, the right-of-way is 150 feet in the current plans. So we're proposing that 105-foot typical right-of-way be recommended in the plan. The bridge would look similar to this, although you'd have walls and maybe different stormwater treatments, but this would essentially be the width of the bridge, but it's much narrower than it was currently contemplated in the 94 plan.
So the bridge is going to have the same section of the approach roadways on either end.
I believe so.
That's my
maybe
question.
Not trees, but I believe it would. I'm not sure.
But it maintained the same number of lanes for the cars
Certainly
and
number of
for
lanes,
the BRT, for the bus, and for the bikes, and for the pedestrian. We want all of those to continue when you go along the bridge. It's
Yeah,
a
that's
pity
the
you spend a lot of
expectation,
money for the road and the bridge suddenly to be narrower.
Yeah, we would have it be a consistent cross-section throughout, so we wouldn't
Okay.
have, unless otherwise told, we wouldn't have a bridge that's wider than the upstream portion of the
Okay,
road.
that was the
'Cause
question.
It would be substantially more expensive to have a wider bridge.
Yeah,
It's
so
more
we're talking a lot
material.
about You're okay with it? You're okay with it? The applicants, I mean, let's move on. I mean, right?
But I just
No,
wanted
no, I
to
wasn't, but I've
understand
just,
that if
but you,
that is equal,
Yeah, no, no.
they may all be okay, I may not be okay.
No,
if
no,
it
I'm
is
just-
a bottleneck. Yeah.
This is more about the position of the alignment, not how the road is
Okay.
designed right now. This doesn't change how the bridge would be built in width. This is just where it would run.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. So our suggestion would be to accept the comments from MCDOT and have the plan reflect that.
Okay.
Any other comments on that? Okay. Let's see. Oh, this is what I was referring to before about the 5 comments expressing concern over Observation Drive. I got a little bit ahead of myself. So really our staff response to the concerns of the environmental impacts are just explaining why we think the roadway is a critical connection, that having Observation Drive not cross Little Seneca Creek, therefore avoiding the environmental impacts, just would not provide the public service and capacity in the transportation network. So we recommend that the draft plan remain the same. And this illustrates that. I probably should have brought this up before, but here's the MCDOT early alignment study that Chris Van Alstine was referring to. So they were following what the 94 plan alignment for Observation Drive was going to be, and is today the policy running through the middle of the Linthicum family's property. This is where the bridge crossing, our language would say, keep this section, but then on the right is what essentially what the draft plan would be recommending is continue the alignment farther to the west and then bringing back to the east. Just to illustrate that point.
What is the speed going to be on that road? Just out of curiosity.
The speed.
Later you can tell me.
We have a planned speed. See who's faster.
You can keep going. It was just out of curiosity because of the turns and stuff like that.
That's bicycle. 25 miles per hour would be the design speed.
Target speed.
Target.
The target speed would be 25.
With Little Seneca Parkway extended, there was testimony provided to you that proposed that rather than extending the parkway through the forest and wetlands, the plan should utilize West Old Baltimore Road. So these X's are showing how that would work, essentially. So that would not only eliminate Little Seneca Parkway as an east-west connection, but of course it would negate the interchange. So we explained here in our staff response that we believe that traffic capacity today and in the future would not be served well by removing this future extension, despite the impacts to forests and stream valleys that should be mitigated, but will be an impact on the area. With the Clarksburg bypass here on the red, this shows actually what the draft plan does recommend to remove from the master plan of highways and transitways, so that you would not have Roberts Tavern connection, you would not have Observation Drive connecting through, because instead you're using Gateway Center Drive as that crossing. There's some other lines in the master plan of highways here that bring it over between this stream valley, as well as this connection up through the school property. So I already kind of explained this. This is just highlighting that there is a piece of testimony that supports removal of the bypass. My sense of talking with the community is that there's general support for this as well. For street cross-sections, we're going to go through a number of streets that have proposed typical cross-sections that we received testimony on. So for Observation Drive Extended, MCDOT noted that they support a more flexible approach to the interim lane condition than is proposed in the plan. So they were recommending that the interim lane idea where Observation Drive could be built anticipating future dedicated bus lanes, but not necessarily implementing them right away, that concept remained, but that the plan should speak to either the outer lanes could be parking or travel lanes. Right now, the plan recommends that they be parking lanes as a sort of reservation for that space. And so we are proposing in response to remove the interim cross-section So take out the image because it's a little bit more directive, but that in response to MCDOT's comments that this language, there's a quote here at the end of our staff response, that at the time of design or construction, the outer lanes may be designated as either. So leave open that flexibility with the full expectation that the ultimate vision for the roadway would be to have dedicated bus lanes running here. And we would like that to open at the same time. We're not sure that it's going to be ready when Observation Drive is built, that we don't know that the dedicated lanes would be necessary or available, but we want to at least keep that option open. This interim condition essentially retains the curb-to-curb width so that you can do it and you don't have to rebuild the road to accommodate that in the future. And then I have
So
an
I
image
have a
showing-
question here. This parking lane, I guess that it's going to be used if it's going through some businesses and people get used to it. And if it takes like 5 years or 10 years, I do not know, until we bring BRT, you're going to have a lot of community outcry that, especially if it goes through businesses or through the places that they need that. So I do not know how.
Yeah, I think whether it's a travel or a parking lane,
Yeah.
if you take that away, there will be concerns.
Yeah,
Although,
that's
we
the
see this as a
problem.
through road, and we really want to accommodate the bus lanes in the future. But
Well, is that any way possible that we have BRT, or you want to get people to move in and then have BRT? I don't know, but it would be really nice that as soon as the, road is built, soon we have the BRT lane available. Even though if it is not as frequent as we want to have it, but at least something to run that people get used to it.
Yeah, I absolutely, thank you. I hear that, and I think that we support the vision to be able to extend BRT and get it done as quickly as possible. But we also know that in the CIP, we do have Observation Drive funded. We don't have BRT for 355 North funded. So I can't make commitments that that will be ready, but I think that Commissioner Linden suggested that we look at the possibility of having ride-on service along that route. And so that's, which is not, I understand, the frequency is a big thing. And we've talked about this elsewhere in the county. And I'll say that we grappled internally a lot with our recommendation here because nothing is ideal. It's ideal to be able to have the frequency of bus service. But if we don't have that, there may not be development there that supports it as soon as the road is built. And I mean, it's a chicken and an egg, but I cannot personally commit to having the resources and being able to run that service at a frequency that merits a dedicated transit lane on the day that Observation Drive opens. We'd be happy to work. I think the language that you suggested here, or that planning staff suggested here, we concur with. I'd be happy to get more information and talk about what some of those costs would be. And we don't have a set standard, we've talked about this before, of what frequency is required to put in a bus lane. But I don't know that, we will have a frequency to merit a bus lane on opening day. It's certainly something that we could explore what the costs and implications of that would be.
I don't know if it's a possibility that I totally understand. It's chicken and egg, and you don't want to spend a lot of money for transportation while there is not yet that many passengers. But maybe we could do some lane marking, say that future BRT, while temporary interim they could allow other things. This way, visually people see that, and the expectation don't get to the point that, yeah, this was our parking and now it's taken away from us. Or this was our traffic lane and now it's taken away from us.
Yeah. So I agree with what you have here. It gives you the flexibility. When it gets close, you know which way you're likely going to go, several years down the road. So, right. Is the board favorable to this having this flexibility?
Yeah, I think the flexibility is, oh, sorry, James, you want to? I've been sucking up all the oxygen.
No, I just thought we all needed to indicate. I just thought we all needed to indicate approval, and then we're moving on. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, Josh.
I was just going to add to the sort of related question about what service can we and how soon can we run that service. on observation, to what extent, to what level of development is necessary to support it. I don't know exactly where that language kind of belongs in the plan. I'm hoping that we can find a way to make a recommendation to encourage, I know this is not directly related to this question, but I just wanted to mention it again, to encourage MCDOT to, in the short term, study either adding a new line, ride-on or ride-on extra, so either express or local service, but with reasonable frequencies, either adding a new one or rerouting an existing one to take advantage of this new alignment, which may be faster in some cases, may be more direct for a couple of the ones up there instead of having to go around and down. My primary interest is basically, as mentioned before, when people either move in or the jobs come, that there's existing service on the ground ready to go. And so I know it's hard to kind of align that perfectly, but I think this flexibility is fine. And in addition to that, some language to encourage new service, ride-on service as soon as possible, and for that planning to begin as soon as possible.
So yeah, so happy to support figuring out the right language there and looking at that study. And I will just flag this because it's not brought up in the staff report per se, but I do think it's worthy of discussion of the metrics of the travel model and what that says about transit accessibility and what that says about transit competitiveness. Because unlike other parts of the county, we would love to see lots of transit here. We want to get as many people onto transit as possible. But taking a bus to get to work every day from Clarksburg, presuming you work outside of Clarksburg, looks a lot different than it does on other parts of the county where there's just less distance, and so bus times are more competitive. And I think the model does show that. So we want to just note, when we're thinking about these investments, you could have a bus run every 5 minutes on Observation Drive, and it's still only, and have all of those full, which is a big leap given that that travel time is probably going to be different significantly than driving, and we're still not going to be able to get 20% of all the people in Clarksburg onto a bus. You're still going to have them on cars.
And I think, and that's totally true. And we've talked about this before, and our goals are different in different parts of the county. Given the current state of transportation in the Clarksburg area, if we can even get 3 to 5% of people on a bus, on a buses that not only serve jobs but serve where they want to go for other daily needs. I mean, once this area builds out and has retail and commercial options, people from the west side, people from north of this, there could be local bus service that also is in service of that, and not as much like, yeah, hop on a bus for an hour to get to a job down county or in DC. I agree, that's a harder sell in that part of the county. But the more that we can expand our thinking about the purpose of transit, serving a variety of different trips at a variety of different times of day, which requires good service at a variety of different times of day. It also, requires good mixed use, good land uses, good proximity to amenities nearby, which is like the whole purpose of this plan, right? So I take your point, agree with you, and I think there's still a lot of potential for better service there.
Okay, thank you. Moving on. Thank you, Haley. So this testimony is also about Observation Drive. We received testimony number 129. This is from the representatives of the Linthicum family and their prospective builders there. They're suggesting that Observation Drive consider stormwater management facilities as part of the right-of-way, and so they offered these exhibits in your testimony that would show and include stormwater management facilities within the tree buffer as part of the typical recommended cross-section. We're sort of concerned that this looks like an open section, which means it doesn't have curb and gutter kind of roadway. We're proposing a closed section curb and gutter roadway that meets more of our complete street standards. Our feeling is that stormwater management would be able to be accommodated within the right-of-way without having a long alignment of stormwater swales here. Richard, can I ask you to weigh in on this? This is not my area of expertise.
Yeah. So yeah, I think the concern is, one, the swales it's not a very urban environment that is proposed in those exhibits, but also the facilities, the bike and pedestrian facilities are substandard for the roadway classification relative to what's in our complete streets design guidelines. And so, the section that we have, we think, can accommodate stormwater, does, provide lots of space for trees and stormwater, but also, does not create this more than necessary right-of-way to accommodate the swale.
So we have someone from one of the landowner's attorneys.
Thank you for the opportunity. Sue Lee Cho with the law firm of Bregman, Berber, Schwartz, and Gilday on behalf of the proposed developer JNP Capital Management and Avanti Properties Group. I just wanted to clarify that it was not our intent to present a section that was an open section swale design. It was a quick section that we very quickly pulled together to encourage the planning board to add language in the plan to allow for consideration for stormwater management to achieve Observation Drive. And I do appreciate hearing the statement just made that staff does believe that stormwater management is intended and will be addressed within the right-of-way that is being proposed in the plan. We think that there was only one line in the plan that sort of touched upon this, and our goal is to actually achieve Observation Drive and bring it to reality. And so our concern was that the sections, to the extent that they're in there as typical, could in the future, when going through the regulatory phase, oftentimes these things are converted from guidelines to very strict requirements of meeting each dimension for every component of that cross-section. And when we looked at it, there are, obviously these typical sections are supposed to be sort of applied within the context of the proposed area that it's cutting through. Having a 10-foot walking path on both sides really doesn't make sense when they're not going to be potentially houses on the west side, especially through the Lithicum property, a good section of the Lithicum property. And so we thought there's opportunity there to incorporate stormwater, which is very much, is going to be a requirement. And, the section that we did come up with was in consultation with some preliminary conversations that we had with MCDOT to give a developer who is at the table intending to bring their concept plan to fruition some more certainty that when it comes time for the regulatory process, some more reasonable approach will be taken to the typical cross-section. It's just that when you include something like that in a plan of this nature and ask potential developers who are looking at it, what is going to be the expectation? It gives a misconception that all of those things with the exact dimensions are going to be required without any acknowledgement that there's flexibility, there has to be accommodation of stormwater within the right-of-way. And so that's why we generated the cross-sections. Even though there are trees in this section, I mean, basically with all that you're asking for, you're essentially needing to treat stormwater management for a 7-lane, it will be comparable to a 7-lane highway. 4 lanes of vehicle travel, a separated bike path, bike lane, 2 10-foot pedestrian pathways, that's 7 lanes of pavement, essentially. That's a lot of stormwater,
So you are basically talking about the storm drain, not the stormwater management. Because stormwater management is the quality. A storm drain is collecting the water from the roadway. Is that what you're talking about, or are you talking about quantity or quality? Because I'm a little bit confused. When it comes to stormwater management, is the quality of the rainstorm. And that's where they have a special, if you're in closed section of the roadways, then you have these special, inlets that would hold the water and treat them and send them out. But if you are talking about just collecting the stormwater, the quantity, the amount, is that what you're talking?
Both. So this cross-section, you're going to have to both deal with quantity and quality within this section. It's not one or the other. So that's the complexity of it. Where are you going to fit the quality facilities, the bioretention, to treat the water that will be coming off of all the pavement here within the right-of-way?
So does staff understand the question, and where is treatment done in this kind of section you have there? And I guess I heard the question, if you don't have development on one side, do you have to have as much stormwater management, quality, quantity? Am I?
Or a path as wide as you're indicating on both sides. So you've got a path on the left and a path, walking path, where people are not going to be. They're going to be on the east side. When you look at the Lithicum, property where the alignment is going, it's really on the east side of Observation Drive that you're going to have people walking around.
Right, so you won't, yeah, because where you're close up against the highway.
Right.
Yeah, so I guess, I mean, staff will have to, maybe they can talk that through, look at it and talk to you separately, or come back next time with some thoughts on that, okay? Is it?
We're
you can
prepared
talk
to
now.
respond to that now
Okay,
if you would
please.
like, or we can move on.
You can talk if you.
Yeah, I mean, there's already some language in 17C, which I understand is local and non-master plan streets, but it speaks to they have to have shade and provide stormwater management within the right-of-way. We didn't hear this concern from MCDOT in terms of the cross-section, and it is consistent with what's in the Complete Streets Design Guide in terms of the dimensions of the pathway, the dimensions of the buffers. I don't know if anybody from MCDOT wants to weigh in on.
I can confirm that the Complete Street Design Guideline that contemplates this level of pavement believes that, you would have a mix of street trees and swales or whatever the treatment is, but everything's very context sensitive. It depends on the grade and it depends on some of the other factors. So, but we agree. We were okay with the cross section as long as it's a closed section as is.
Yeah, getting back to the original point, I think we were just trying to make that the graphic that was provided appeared as though it was open section. We wanted to make sure it was closed section. It's either way, it was going to be consistent, especially closed section with the complete street. So we think there is room to do landscaping, stormwater, the lanes as proposed.
Okay. And if there are more questions, I'm sure outside of this, staff can, if you have specific examples, they can work with you, correct? Okay, so why don't we go to the next?
All right, moving into Little Seneca Parkway, MCDOT provided testimony that requests that we consider whether a median is necessary in the typical cross-section. We looked at it again, and as an extension, connecting Little Seneca on either side and thinking about the context of the potential development primarily on the River Falls property, former CompSat Laboratories. We believe that a 4-foot median, as was proposed, I'll show it in a second, is not necessary for Little Seneca Extended. And instead, we're suggesting moving some things around, providing an additional 2-foot building frontage zone. And let me show this in a second. So on the top is the draft plan today. It's a total 80-foot right-of-way. Our proposed revision would remain at an 80-foot total typical right-of-way, moving the median out to make tree buffers 1 foot wider than is currently proposed. The 2-foot building frontage zones that provide greater door opening and utility access is just more amenable for streets that have buildings fronting onto them, and that the travel lanes would be reduced from 12 to 11 with these non-median lanes. So we think we can shrink the width of the curb-to-curb area, the paved area, and eliminate this median. Of course, at intersections, you'll have turn lanes potentially. This is a typical section that might be changed and modified as you go along the route. Any questions or comments on that? Okay, thumbs up.
I also like how we managed to reduce the width of the lanes to 11 feet. I think that's good practice in general. So yeah, thanks for revising that.
I'm sure there'll still be a paint line in the middle for safety. Westfield Baltimore Road, MCDOT testimony again notes that 7-foot parking lanes are substandard and not acceptable for this master plan roadway. I'll show those cross-sections in a moment. So we agree with that comment, and we're proposing to, well, let me show it in a second, because we have an idea about some wider side buffer areas that could be used for parking, wider parking if needed. So this would be, on the top is what the draft plan currently recommends. This is actually looking west, so this is directional specific, where on the left side is the south side of the road. That would be an extension of a side path, a shared use path essentially, that meets up with the pathway already to the east. So there's a path going, you would have to cross Little Seneca Creek, and then would continue onto this road section. On the right side would be a little bit more opportunity for fronting onto buildings, and so this is the sidewalk area. The cross-section below it is what we're proposing to revise the section to, so that we are proposing the road have two 11-foot buffers as a typical, but as context dictates, we don't know where the buildings or when the buildings will be proposed there, you could have a portion of this 11-foot sidewalk tree buffer area used for on-street parking. Is there anything else to say on that?
No, again, this is just consistent with a Complete Streets Design Guide. So if there was parking, on-street parking provided within that buffer space, you'd still have some buffer between the sidewalk and where people are opening their doors.
You didn't have a quick site plan to show where, like, exactly, kind of where would this be on that?
I can go back to a map.
Or you can show it next, you know, it's just out of curiosity.
Just so you know kind of where we're talking about, if I can zoom into this. So here's West Old Baltimore today, this blue line. I think it's a area connector today. So there's a side path on the south side, 2 lanes, no on-street parking, I believe. There's some single-family houses and then driveways into neighborhoods here. So it crosses here today already. We're proposing to change the roadway classification from area connector to town center street, because we're expecting that while there's no development here today, it's a former, well, an existing farmhouse and fields and the former ComSat property to the north. We expect future development and buildings fronting the street to come in the future, so that street classification would be designed to match that. And so this section here in this purple would be where this road is being modified with future development, would accommodate that cross-section that we're proposing. To the west, it's still a town center street, but we don't expect that roadway to be rebuilt in any time in the future, because there's no proposed development there for the time being. Actually, I think the Lincoln West development project is going on here, so they're going to probably build it to town center today. But this is the segment of West Old Baltimore that we're talking about.
Thank you.
Okay. Next testimony is concerning the proposed new Street A. This is the street that we are recommending be established through the middle of the ComSat Laboratories property as development takes place in the future. So MCDOT stated that the bicycle master plan and some other codes, Complete Street Design Guideline, Chapter 49 County Code, specify that bikeways should be within the active zone, which you can see here in the green. This is an image from our Complete Streets Design Guide, and not the street zone. So I'll go to this next slide so you can see what we mean. So the draft plan right now shows the Street A as a town center street where there are single direction bike lanes on both sides. This is considered in the street zone. And we're proposing in response to the testimony to switch essentially the tree buffer area and the bike lanes to be in this active zone, active bike pedestrian zone. Let's see if there's anything else to say there. Yeah, so we're essentially in response, this is describing the numbers and the movements, but this really shows it graphically, what our proposed revision to the typical cross-section would be on the bottom. Okay.
That's a very good comment.
They made a lot of good comments.
I know. I meant all of them, very good comments.
Yes. So now we're still talking about street section A. So MCDOT, I think I have it shown in a map after this, but if you remember from the plan, I'll just show it now. We have this recommendation for the Street A that comes through, and I want to make clear that this is not exactly the alignment that would be established. You know, it's going to be up to working with the property owner and the developer at the time, but we want a central road coming through here that has, you know, slower, lower volume roads than Observation has. But Street A here is a town center street proposed, and then our thinking was that once you get to our envisioned activity center where commercial shopping, major employment, more active areas that are not just residential neighborhood becomes, that the street would transition into this curbless street design here in this yellow section. And here's some images showing what curbless streets, shared streets can look like here on the right side from around the country. There might be some international examples as well. But MCDOT was concerned about that transition and that you would have a road that would be carrying traffic from Shawnee leading to Street A that becomes a curbless street. And so we took that into consideration. We appreciate that comment. And so our recommended response is to not recommend the curbless street for Street A in the south area. So remove that cross section. Instead, just have the same town center street continue to its terminus at Little Seneca Parkway. But we want to make sure that we are mentioning the proposition of a commercial shared street somewhere on the property. So we still want the plan to recommend or suggest that it be considered. It would be really a short segment between, it would be a side road between major roads. We still like the idea. We want to have it established. It would be context sensitive. So only if we have this commercial active employment street that is well conducive to commercial shared street, curb street design, but that wouldn't be designated as a line on a map.
Yeah, the more flexibility, and I think would be better. You know, we don't know how this is going to develop out, right? You know, more of the suggest and must have. It would be, I don't know, whatever you want to, but to sort of most of the, to me, I mean, I could be wrong, most of the ones with the curbless streets are in much denser areas, right? And so the more you can say, you can suggest, right? But I
think some are, some aren't. I mean, you see some in lower density suburban commercial shopping areas, like maybe an outlet mall or, you know, a small downtown. They don't have to be Bethesda level.
Yeah, but I guess it's context sensitive. You just make sure, you know, it's context sensitive and things like that. I think that was, would be my recommendation, you know. Okay, I'm sorry.
I was just going to note that because the Street A looks like it's part of this anticipated grid network, it does provide some like redundancy to the network, which is great, but it also means you might get cars trying to divert there, which would be a less safe environment, or just because it would defeat the purpose. I actually think our comment is more driven by the fact that like we don't currently have enough examples to prove, and some of the we have some regulatory concerns with putting this through here at this state. So I think having the flexibility, like you said, so that we can see once this develops, if it makes sense in that context, great. But otherwise, I'd leave it as it is right now.
I don't know what.
I think I agree that if you want to just give it some kind of, texture on the pavement or something that just indicate this is in the area that is different than the other things. Maybe you could just do it visually rather than eliminating the curbs, because I do not know if it is really safe if you have the cars going there, and because even though if it's a curb, there is a designation that it's separated and people may move away from traffic.
Well, the purpose is to slow traffic and have a space that's mixed between people walking, biking, driving.
How long is it?
Well, I think the change would be, we're still encouraging that there be some sort of curbless shared street in this area, but not on this master planned roadway.
Okay,
That's
yeah,
sort of
maybe somewhere that, yeah, okay, that's fine.
Okay. So moving away from streets, this is concerning buses. So there was testimony provided to you that expressed concern that the draft plans transit, bus, and stations bus routes and stations along the proposed corridor connector that's along Observation Drive in the draft plan are not the right fit for how people drive in Clarksburg. I think there's a general concern for, or awareness that the bus system does not really serve the community well. Most people want to get down south to jobs quickly. They use express buses. They use some local buses, but I think there's skepticism about the prospect of bus rapid transit, which is being planned right now to come along Snowden Farm Parkway and come across the plan area on Stringtown Road. So part of it is that they haven't experienced that. I think a lot of residents and community members are skeptical about transit in this area as a service. We believe that it has a future in the area. We think it can provide a lot of good options for getting people around, especially locally, but potentially long distance as they get to connect to Metro in the future and point south. But we suggest, in addition to the draft plan's attention to it, that we also recommend a new or modified express bus service. So calling this out as something that MCDOT and the county and our tax dollars also should consider for Clarksburg to supplement the transit routes and services that are already being planned. So this would be, you pick up, you maybe circulate a little bit, there's some park and ride facilities, and then you zoom down 270 to get to places. There is a bus currently in Clarksburg that does that, also from Germantown. I think it's the 100, number 100. But we think that this plan could have that attention too, as well as talking about park and ride facilities. So this would be an addition to the plan that we're recommending.
So just to comment on that, we are supportive of focusing on transit, but I think that the best investment for transit is that express service that kind of gets people to move out of that distance quickly. The park and ride, given that this is given that master plan should be suggesting capital improvements as opposed to operations, which we may not be in control of, I think the park and ride recommendation is a good one for us to focus on, because we could reserve that space now so that we have the ability to implement these services in the future.
Yeah, I think this, I appreciate the staff's response here. I also appreciate the original comments about this. The skepticism around transit in the area, it's understandable, but I want to also point out the existing service in Clarksburg, it's functionally not usable, right, for most places, for most times of day. 2 of the 3 buses up there are express. One is peak direction only, right? The other one has no midday service, no weekend service. The one that is all day and weekend has 40-minute headways. And so that is not a usable service for most people. It's not functional for most people. And so I just say that to point out that, this is often brought up as like, Clarksburg is an area where, people are just not going to take the bus. People need cars. People do need cars. They will continue to need cars. The purpose of this plan is not to remove all cars. The purpose is to provide options that they don't currently have today, where maybe they can reduce their car use in some ways and live a little bit more car light in some ways and have the ability to choose another option if it's available to them, if it's convenient, if it's accessible, and if it has good headways where they don't have to think before they go out to the bus stop. I know that master plans can't speak to service. We're primarily talking about capital projects here. But it is an opportunity just to air these things out to some extent. And I know we're about to undergo a broader Clarksburg transportation study that we hadn't originally planned on, but now we're going to work on. So I think these are all things that we should be focusing on, because there's so much meat on that bone for transit in this area that we haven't yet really explored. And a big part of it is service. A big part of it is maybe more express. A big part of it is future BRT and things we haven't even talked about yet. But I really appreciate the plan focusing heavily on transit as a major kind of value add to the community to make this place more vibrant.
Great. And one of the quick question, observation, has there ever been where you do temporary park and ride facilities as a plan is developed, like you start out, maybe it's over here and, as the plan builds out, it may change to a permanent location, but it's to get people more, earlier on, getting used to, is there some place where they can go and park? I don't know if have they ever had like temporary, but as there's more housing and more, it's just to try to get more people on a bus, but you don't have to, but it's just, we can talk about it separately, okay? Do a time check, please, just quickly.
Yeah, it's 4:30. We have, I think, 2 more slides.
Okay,
Yeah,
great. Thank
nearly
you.
there. I was just thinking about the milestone park and ride, Haley, where it's sort of.
I was just going to comment that we've got multiple options where you've got surface parking that's used as a park and ride, and then sometimes they develop out and either have a garage or relocate the park and ride. So yes, they're precedent for that.
I think these are really good comments on, where we put the stations and where we put the parking encourages people to use. And also, I agree with Commissioner Vice Chair Linden, that if we start with some transit that are not functional, people just lose trust. They say, we are not going to do it. So I know that we want to gradually get into it, but that may work to disadvantage that, well, it's not going to really do what I want to do, so I'm not going to use it.
Thank you for that. I think this is finally our last testimony. I know we're bringing up MCDOT a lot, but it makes sense because we're talking about transportation. There are a number of trail connections that we speak to in the draft plan, both along right-of-ways. One is the Observation Drive connection that doesn't yet exist, that we're proposing to remove as a road to become a new trail connection. A few through private property that would have to be negotiated, but we think are important. This one I show on the image is one that MCDOT suggested that we include in the plan to think about one of these 3 options. It doesn't necessarily mean that they want all 3 of these crossings over 270. I didn't label this well, but this is 270 here. Here's Shawnee Lane coming off of Frederick Road. So the paths in red would be alternatives for crossing I-270 to connect Cabin Branch neighborhood. Here's the Clarksburg Premium Outlets up here and the ComSat property here. So as part of their development approvals, that the plan should speak to establishing one of these crossings over 270. So I wanted to bring this up as notable. You've probably seen some of the other ones that are just kind of bringing the trail connections that we're recommending into the bikeways map, so to make them a little more official, so they're all together. But we're in support of this recommendation. I think the DOT provided some language on how that might take place, what the plan might say about it, not specifying lengths or ways of crossing, but that it be contemplated at that time.
Sounds great. Yep.
So I know we've been dominating the conversation a lot. We brought what we believed were the major issues of testimony. Of course, the interchange is a big one, and then how streets are designed and planned. But I wanted to give you the opportunity to, if you have any liner notes or things you wanted to bring up, to go through any of these sections, possibly even an up or down straw vote on the recommendations in each of these sections, if you so wish, or you can take them all together. So anything you want to talk about with us, we're happy to entertain.
Real quick, first, just thanks to MCDOT and everyone else who commented on. I think that a lot of these recommendations from you all, from staff, have really moved the ball forward in a positive way. So it's especially, the trail connections was a great idea. The cross section, the lane width, there's a lot of improvements that I think have come through this process. So thanks for that. I wanted to raise one comment, or sort of air one comment that was sent in maybe a little bit last minute from one of the property owners that I think is intriguing. It's something that I know we haven't studied yet, but I wanted to see if there's a possibility, if it's not too much work and headache to study before this process ends. The concept basically being on West Baltimore Road, underneath the existing or through the existing underpass, closing it off to motor vehicle traffic from Lake Ridge Drive to future observation, and allowing bikes and pedestrians to cross, and potentially also using it as a version of what was an original recommendation of the plan, which is a wildlife crossing. But this, seeing this as kind of an undercrossing instead of an overcrossing. I know it involves transportation modeling, so that's not a quick process to revisit. But I just wanted to get staff's take on the feasibility of some version of a recommendation about, either future study of this or conditioning it on, for example, the Little Seneca Falls overpass going just to the north of it over 270, and then at that point maybe close it down, or, do you have any initial reactions to it, and is it possible to still study it in this process?
For the record, David Ansbacher. I think we generally prefer to maintain the connectivity that we have and build upon that. So I think our first reaction here is that our preference would be to retain West Old Baltimore Road as it is. If we do close that off, it would divert potentially a lot of traffic, of course, through the Cabin Branch neighborhood. We are very supportive of course, better connections across I-270 to pull the two sides of the community together. That was, of course, the rationale for simply providing the overpass bridge. Wherever the board goes with the overpass, whether it's an overpass, whether it's an interchange, option B, option C, I think we would like to retain a separate pedestrian and bicycle bridge directly adjacent to Little Seneca Parkway, which would maintain a lot of the connectivity that I think this proposal is trying to add. I can't speak to the animal crossing, simply to the transportation aspects. If the board would like us to look into what the impacts of closing West Old Baltimore Road are, we can do that. Not sure what a time frame is for that. We would need to talk about that.
I'm wondering if, in part, I know it's this process, it's a little bit, the timing of this is a little complicated with the parallel study going on too. And I'm kind of wondering if, although this isn't an idea that is intended to sort of be a high-level solution to a larger mobility problem in the area, is it possible, for example, that maybe it could be folded into the study, and so we wouldn't have to delay things in terms of this, but maybe it's something to consider on that end of things? Or we can continue talking about it.
We can consider that as part of the study. The study is not going to be able to evaluate the animal crossing, but we can evaluate the transportation component of it.
Yeah, I think that sounds fine.
Just to note that the other concern would be, it's a major connection to a regional park, and so that would be something to include in that consideration of closing West Old Baltimore.
So when I originally saw that, that's the way I get to Black Hill. Yeah, right. Yeah, I think.
Could you show it on the map exactly how it's going to impact? Because I'm still trying to figure that out.
Let's see if I have a good image for that. Maybe if I move to, no, that's, yeah, this is West Old Baltimore here.
Yeah. Well, one also, I think it was one of the owners that proposed that, wasn't it? Didn't it?
Yes, I believe River Falls provided some
you can give your
about that. It was very last minute, as you pointed out,
right,
so we hadn't really had time to think about it.
Could you show which portion you're, because I was trying to make sense of that. Which portion are we trying to close to traffic?
If you give me to explain the portion, so it's Lake Ridge Drive.
Do you have the exhibit we submitted to you all yesterday?
Yeah, Commissioner Petto, they're proposing to close West Old Baltimore Road, which connects the neighborhood on the east side to the west side. Currently, Little Seneca Parkway does not exist, but it is planned.
But only to be clear, the suggestion for this is only after the overpass is built. So the idea is that when the overpass is created and is designed as the sort of major volume movement for traffic, as to be expected, but also possibly bike and what have you.
Oh.
The original recommendation included a wider than expected cross-section to allow for animal and wildlife, if they could find their way there. And our suggestion, and candidly, it was Will Zide from Kimley Horn that made this suggestion, is it would be very challenging to widen West Old Baltimore Road, the underpass. But there is a parcel of land that the county owns that is on the east side of the underpass. And then there's the west side. And if you were to actually have built the overpass, you could close at Lake Ridge Drive to wherever that expected intersection is of Observation Drive and create a trailhead that doesn't exist today for Black Hills on the east side of I-270 using county parkland, and then walk under the underpass from there and into Black Hills Regional Park. I mean, candidly, it's brilliant because it actually creates an opportunity for everybody who lives on the east side of I-270 to have a dedicated and safe manner to cross right underneath I-270 without conflict. I'm not saying that the trailhead idea that the MCDOT didn't suggest wasn't good, but this, at the right moment, and Will can speak to West Old Baltimore Road and the traffic volume, but the traffic volumes are very low and have to be because there's only one lane in each direction. What Will talk about.
Will Zide for the record.
Could you show that on the map? Because the Lake Ridge Drive is entrance to Black Hill Regional Park.
Yeah, so the north side, on the north of West Old Baltimore, Lake Ridge Drive was just recently completed up into Cabin Branch.
Yes,
right?
I see that back in here.
So that section's done. So what we're saying is where you see Comsat Drive right now, right, that's more or less on the image that's on the screen.
Yeah.
It's basically the section between Lake Ridge Drive and where Comsat Drive is today, right, where where Observation will be in the future. So there's no entrances to anything else on that section. There's no properties or anything like that. It only carries, I think, around 3,000 or 4,000 vehicles per day, which is pretty low for
On
for
West
a two-way
Old
road. Yeah.
Baltimore you're talking about?
Yeah, West Old Baltimore.
But that's a main connection that,
So to the west, the roundabout that goes to Clarksburg Road, predominantly traffic coming through the area goes up Clarksburg Road, not east onto West Old Baltimore. Not to say it doesn't carry anything, but it's relatively low at 3,000 to 4,000 ADT. When the bridge is completed, there's no loss of connectivity because you're hitting the roundabout at West Old Baltimore, going up to Little Seneca, going over the bridge, and you could come back down if that's what you wanted to do. So there's no loss in east-west connectivity, and it would
could
only
you
it would
just
only
show
occur.
with your cursor what you're talking? Yeah, he's putting it on. If you just show with the cursor, because Old Baltimore, as much as I know, especially with the Lake Ridge Drive, because I go there a lot, it has a lot of traffic on it.
So it's the green section, but when the bridge is complete, there's still, you could still take West Old Baltimore and you just go through the roundabouts, right? It's a little bit longer, but it's not that much longer. And our reasoning for this is, and it's noted in the draft plan, is that really nothing can be done with West Old Baltimore. There's no way to get sidewalks on it without completely redoing the overpass and widening the whole thing. So this would be a way to get a really high quality ped bike connection from east to west.
So I think, if the direction is for us to look into this and do some more work, whether that's part of the study, we can take that direction, but I think we do have concerns, particularly for the park access and just having a gridded street network for closing this.
So
entire
maybe
roadway down.
could potential plan language be something like, when a future Little Seneca Falls overpass is built, explore the closure of West Baltimore Road for bike ped and trail access to Black Hill Regional Park. So sort of make it conditional upon the, just use sort of flexible language still about explore and study, but still make it conditional on the delivery or the planning and delivery of the additional overpass.
Yeah, that's extremely important for, Black Hill Park.
Yeah, so this is what I
So-
would not, we should keep going what we have on, you should consider this language, but I would not slow down this, whatever we're doing to study this today, because I think a lot of people would have a weigh-in on this. This is Old Baltimore, this is, so I like your suggestion that, it's a study that's at a certain time in the future, but
If I could just add in for a moment, If this is the direction of the board, I think that can certainly be added into the plan. We do have a lot of concerns, but I think primarily, we would not want this to replace a separate pedestrian and bicycle bridge that we had originally envisioned as being along the Little Seneca Parkway overpass. But if an interchange is added, would become a separate pedestrian and bicycle bridge. Overpasses are a lot more visible. As you can see here, underpasses oftentimes have a lot of issues with security, with lighting. So this could be an additional supplemental consideration, but we would not want it to preclude a separate pedestrian and bicycle overpass in whatever form it is.
Well, I'm not ready to really say that if I like it or not, because I have no idea how it would impact the park. I understand that right now, I know that for fact, when there were festivals in Black Hill Park, it was like traffic jam to get into the Black Hill. So it's a lot of traffic there, and it's a direct access to the park. Now we are taking that direct access and sending it to the interchange to come back there. I don't know if
Sure.
that's something
And having
that
received
is-
this so late, I'm just going to say, we can take the time between
Let's
now and the
look at
last
it.
session that we're
Yeah.
bringing back issues with
Yes.
you anyway. We'll
Agreed.
take a
Yes.
look at this, and we'll probably have a lot
And
more
Parks is
productive
coming up too in
conversation.
Yeah,
to say.
yeah.
So
And
we've
like
got
I said,
that
let's discuss it with Parks. They're a major player in this thing, and I'm glad you brought it up. I saw it in your package, but this is something we should potentially think about and maybe put some language in it, but let's wait until, let's come back on this, okay? And I'm sorry, is there something?
No.
Okay.
Just waving to our tech team so we could get the slideshow back up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Why don't we wrap up here?
Yes,
Okay.
that's what we intend to do.
Okay.
So thank you for your patience with us as we work through this. I guess as we talked about, we're going to bring some items back to you at a future work session, transportation related. Going forward, however, next week, we're going to be getting into land use. We'll talk about the 200-foot buffer, development constraints, housing policy, community design testimony. November 6th, we'll be bringing environmental testimony, parks, open space, recreation, community facilities. And then November 20th, we'll have an opportunity to bring back anything that we didn't cover and potentially have a discussion about transmittal to council. So this is our schedule looking forward.
Great. So you had asked, did we vote on anything? We gave you a lot of thumbs up on things that you had asked. And so I think we did come to consensus on several things. I think it was a great work session. I think we also on the interchange, there is support for an interchange, okay? So we just need to figure out, the B or C, and you're going to look at some language, but there is support for interchange. I think we're making progress. We're moving this forward. We want this to, at the end of the day, to be a plan that's workable, that, we also want it to be for housing, for an economic engine for the county. So I think we're making a lot of progress. So I appreciate all your hard work. I appreciate a lot of the landowners that came out. I love the county agencies that came out today. So we're working as a team to try to get this done.
And state, thank you.
And state on there. So thank you, staff, and thank you, everyone. And so this ends our planning board meeting for today. Thank you.